Once upon a time, builders were hampered by complexity, burdened by risk, and faced tough trade-offs between sophistication and speed. Doing something great was a monumental task, riddled with problems and setbacks. Today, builders like you are on the brink of something big. With your skills and vision, you're shaping the future. You're driving innovation, building better products faster. You're pushing the boundaries with nothing holding you back. And Snowflake is by your side. We're eliminating complexity and risk to give you the cutting edge. Never before has it been this easy to be this bold. Welcome to Build.
Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome everyone, no matter where you are around APJ. My name is David Wakeman. I'm the PM, M, and Evangelist Lead for Snowflake, sitting here in Singapore very early in the morning. I can't believe that it's December. Can you believe it? We've done so many events, had so many great presenters, so much content produced over this sort of last 12 months, and here we are sitting in December. But even though we're close to the end of the year, we still have an amazing week ahead of you, and it all starts right here today. This is Build, the APJ edition. Build is our Global Developers Conference. It ran recently as a series of webinars and live casts that went out around the globe, but we wanted to do a special live version just for you. We want to get the best of our talent along so that you can basically dive in, get hands-on, and actually have the questions that you want answered directly. So what have we got ahead for the next week? We've got an absolutely packed week that starts off in just a moment. Now, I'm going to flash the actual web page here. If you haven't actually been here and had a good look, maybe just quickly sign up for today's. But this is the start of really a week's worth of content. We look at today as really about, particularly if you're new to Snowflake, this is a great opportunity to do some of our hands-on labs today. Get your fingers on the keyboards, work with the product a little bit if you haven't. If you have worked with Snowflake, maybe you just want to come along to some of the labs and just ask some of the questions about particular areas. So today is really about just getting hands-on with the product, working with the platform a little bit, and getting some of your questions answered in real time. And we have a great set of talented field engineering team sitting there ready to go to answer those questions. So do make the most of them. As you can see here, I'm actually sharing the whole web page because this is awesome, right? Look at this. We've got today, we've got a full set of labs. Tomorrow, we're going to our formal build event with breakout sessions. I'll be here with Natalie Mead and a number of guests tomorrow morning for the opening. We'll go through and get straight into working with LLMs. We'll do an open source session, and it just keeps flowing right through from Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday. We'll finish off with some final content where we go through and look at building some more applications. We'll build some chatbots. There is a heap of content for you over the next 3 days. So if you change your mind, if you want to sign up to more, you want to share this with a friend, please take this website, go and search for Best of Build APJ, find the website here and sign up to more sessions, or go and send it to a friend because there really is lots of content coming your way. Just before we get into our main presentation with the presenter, I just wanted to really quickly touch on a couple of thick questions that I get asked around content. We will go and share all the content, particularly as it comes out tomorrow. The videos, they'll come up at the end of the week. As I said, we'll also give you some slides as we go through about how to go and engage with the community and come across other components that you might need during the week. So there's lots of things that we will share as we go through. Now, I don't want to spend too long on today because today is really like getting hands-on, and you'll hear more from me tomorrow. What I do want to do is get you straight into the labs and actually introduce our first presenter. So Raymond, are you there?
Yes, David, I'm here. How are you?
Welcome. So it's early for me, but I guess it's not too early for you being Australian based, but are you ready to kick us off for Build 2024?
Of course, I'm excited. Let's do it. This is our first session of the week, and no better way to start it on a 10 a.m. in Sydney.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, you're from a great system engineering team here in Sydney, but this is actually the first. Is this the first build or the first hands-on labs that you've done live in this format with us? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is for sure. So it's definitely something I'm excited to do and share with you guys all.
How did we do that? How did we not had you on one of these sessions on the Discover or Build before? I can't believe it.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
When you said that a few minutes before we came on stream, I'm like, really? Is this the first time? Because we've actually had you on one of these sessions. So, well, that's going to be awesome. We've got, as I said, we've got the team waiting in the background chat. So, without further ado, if maybe you can dive in and let's get straight into our first hands-on lab. And welcome for those who are new. I think this is if you're new to Snowflake and you want to learn, just get your finger in, dive in. This is going to be the session for you. So, take us away, Ray.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We've got a lot of content to go through, so the quicker we do it, the better. All right, how's that for my screen?
Looks good. I'll leave it to
Cool.
you.
All right, awesome. Let's do it. All right, so welcome everyone to Build. So this is going to be the first hands-on lab session of today, and it's really just a good introduction into Snowflake itself. So if you never really heard about Snowflake, never used Snowflake, this is definitely the session to be. I'll go through a few of the slides about some of the key terminologies and some of the key concepts that we have inside of Snowflake. But in doing so, I'll also run through some of the quick labs that we love to showcase and learn more about Snowflake. So just introducing myself again. So my name is Raymond Kai. I'm actually a partner sales engineer that's based out of Sydney. And today it's a live event, so this isn't a pre-recording or anything. There's no robots, there's no AI. It's really more about just learning and leveraging the power of Snowflake. So please do answer or ask any questions in the Q&A. And I believe at the end of this live session, there might be some chances for a live Q&A at the end as well. So seeing how we go for time. Before we start, I do highly recommend opening up a free trial as well. So it might be in the resources link in the webinar section. It pretty much gives you a 30-day worth of free trial, gives you $400 worth of credits, which is more than enough to try out all our features. None of our features are going to be trial locked or anything. So what you see when you're using the trial is going to be the entirety of what you're going to be getting as an actual paying customer. So if you just follow the steps, it's really basic. You just go to signup.snowflake.com, use your own personal email, choose the edition that you're comfortable with, choose your cloud provider and the region of your choice. Once you've created a trial account, all you have to do is then activate your email, which should come through in a few seconds. And the last step that you'll have to do is just simply set a password and you're in. So yeah, I do highly recommend opening up a free trial and opening up a trial account because this is probably one of the best ways that you can go in, play with Snowflake and get your hands dirty and get ready for build. All right, so starting off with Snowflake. So I think I just want to quickly start off by sharing with you guys how we think about Snowflake. And the core concept within Snowflake is that it's really just one platform. So over the years, we've seen a lot of different workloads, and these are all different types of workloads that people have put inside of Snowflake. And it really just gives you a breadth of the entirety of these workloads and how the platform has evolved over time. Historically, we were just known as a data warehouse, but since then we've moved way past that. And a lot of what we have developed over the years, a lot of these workloads that you see in this slide over here, is in direct response to what a lot of our customers and a lot of our partners have been asking us to evolve. So we're always valuing that constant feedback from you guys. So like I was saying before, a key development philosophy for Snowflake is the power of one. So having this one single platform pays off in countless ways. It simplifies things for our customers. It makes their lives a whole lot easier. So what we've done is we've developed 5 unique architectural layers, and they're all integrated within Snowflake's one platform. If you see here at the center of it all is our interoperable storage layer. So this layer covers all our persistent data that lives either inside of Snowflake or is managed outside of Snowflake. So in the past, we would only store data inside of Snowflake, but as the world of data management has evolved, we've allowed the likes of things like Apache Iceberg tables, so you can actually store your data outside of Snowflake, but still use our features and still use our platform itself. The next layer we have is our elastic compute layer. So this is really the engine that we use to access the layer and access the data itself. And really the key thing to note here is that we separate storage from compute. We were really the first ones to hone in on this concept, on the separation of storage and compute. And that's really important when you start to think about how you want to scale efficiently. Cortex AI is a new layer that we've also recently introduced, and that relates to all the modern AI and ML features that we have. We also have the cloud services layer, so you can kind of think of this as the brains of Snowflake. Essentially, this is the managed service that's in charge of orchestrating all the resources that we talked about. It keeps track of all the metadata and enforces all the security policies, and it just controls all the transactions that are happening inside of Snowflake. And the final layer, which we like to call it, is SnowGrid. And SnowGrid is what actually enables all this cross-cloud collaboration across all three of our cloud providers. So across GCP, across Azure, and across AWS. It handles a lot of the business continuity and the redundancy features as well. But really, the really amazing function within Snowflake is a feature that allows Snowflake accounts to talk to each other, to share data with each other. So whether it be a public listing on our private marketplace or shared private listing. All right, now I'll just dive a bit deeper into the architecture itself. So as I was saying before, at the center of it all is our centrally managed storage that we manage on behalf of the customer. And this is for all types of your data, whether it be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data. Now, in order to query and access this data itself, we fire up compute clusters, also known as virtual warehouses. But I think to avoid confusion, I'd like to call them compute clusters because there's no long-term storage that's actually happening here. These compute clusters are being used purely for compute. And we don't have to rely on just a single compute cluster to go ahead and query our data, but we can fire up multiple clusters, each having their own distinct purpose and workloads that are assigned to them. So not only are we separating storage from compute here, but we're also separating compute from compute. And we can also specify the size of the compute cluster that we want to fire up as well. So basically every size we go up in t-shirt sizes doubles in compute power. So we have our smallest compute cluster size at an extra small, all the way up to a 6 extra large. And I'll show you guys just how easy it is to spin up a new cluster and start running queries as well in a demo later on. And each workload can have their own compute cluster that's assigned to the specific workload, but they all operate concurrently against the same data layer that you see in the middle. So for example, you might have an extra small cluster that's assigned to your ETL jobs. You might have a medium cluster that's assigned to your BI and marketing workloads. And maybe you will assign a small cluster that's assigned to your data science team. And throughout all these workloads, we also have a lot of technology partners as well that you can integrate with. And these partners are only really just a small subset of the vast partner ecosystem that we actually work with. You might have also noticed these two lift icons as well next to data transformation and data science, and that's our Snowpark feature, and I'll talk about that soon as well. But essentially, Snowpark lets you run other languages like Python, like Java, like Scala within the platform, and it also allows you to get access to GPU compute as well. So now we're going to talk about the 3 dimensions of scaling, and this is important to just understand how the platform scales and how unique Snowflake is when doing so. The first dimension of scaling is to scale across. So this is really about handling multiple competing workloads at the same time. So think about that ETL workload that we had, your BI reporting queries, and all those data science teams and users that are hitting the system at the same time. In a traditional system, you might use something like a workload management query to separate out the workloads. But in Snowflake, we actually use multiple compute clusters. So we allocate specific clusters to specific workloads, and that helps us avoid resource contention, and it helps us isolate all the workloads. And we actually briefly touched on this in the previous slide, right? Each of these workloads have a different set of compute clusters that are allocated to them. So we'd have an extra small warehouse that's dedicated to the ETL workload. We have a medium warehouse that's dedicated to the BI workload. And we might have a small warehouse that's dedicated to the data science team. And the key thing to note here is that all 3 of these teams and all 3 of these workloads will never be fighting with each other to get more computing power, right? You're not going to have an ETL workload that's going to be running specifically in the middle of the night just because they want to avoid eating too much computing power or resources for the BI or the data science teams during the day. These all run independently of each other, yet they're all accessing the same data. And you can scale out and create as many compute clusters as you want. The next way of how we scale is called scaling up. And this is useful if we want to run a single query faster. So maybe in this particular job, we have more data to query, or it's just a single more complicated query that we want to run faster. And the way we can do that is we essentially add more servers or more nodes to that computing cluster. So now each query has more resources, it has more CPU, it has more RAM to go ahead and process that data. So if you take a look at the bottom right, imagine your data science team, they have a particular job to run. So maybe on a given day, a small cluster takes approximately 2 hours for a job to complete. Obviously, 2 hours isn't ideal. It's going to limit the number of iterations that they can make in a day. And no one really wants to be waiting around for 2 hours to see results, right? So in Snowflake, we can instantly scale a cluster up. And this cluster doesn't need to be stopped or reset. And this resize happens for most sizes in under a second. I know a lot of platforms today, a lot of legacy warehouses, they still take minutes to start up a cluster, whereas in Snowflake, these clusters can be resized within a second for most size clusters. Even the biggest clusters, like our 6XLs, we're still talking seconds for the provision to actually happen. So just coming back to our example, we resized the warehouse from a small to an extra large. That essentially means an 8 times increase from 2 nodes to 16 nodes in the cluster. So now that data science job completes in 15 minutes instead of 2 hours. So the interesting thing about Snowflake is how we charge as well. So we charge consumption based, we charge per server per second. So if you're going to be increasing the computing power by 8 times, but now you've also reduced the runtime by 8 times, it actually costs the exact same dollar amount. So in this example, there was virtually no difference in cost between using a small cluster and an extra large cluster. But the only difference is that your job went from 2 hours to 15 minutes. So just let that sink in, right? You get faster results, but it's the same cost. So it sounds a bit counterintuitive, but I'll explain that in the slide next. So in this slide, what we have is an example to reinforce this. What we've got here is essentially a job to load 1 billion records. And we've run this same job across different size computing clusters. So we started with an extra small cluster, and every time that we go up in t-shirt size, we're essentially doubling our computing power. And what you notice at each step is we scale quite linearly. So for each t-shirt size, we've essentially halved the runtime. And you can see that as we get to the end, these returns, they do start to diminish. So half of 12 minutes and 58 seconds is obviously going to be a lot bigger than half of 31 seconds, right? So that's the first piece to note. But now we're going to start to layer billing on. So we're going to start to layer the pricing on. So like I was saying before, Snowflake bills per server per second of compute. So what that essentially means is that you're only going to be paying for the amount of time that you actually use something, which is very fair. So essentially using an extra small cluster for 12 minutes and 58 seconds will cost the same as using a small cluster for 6 minutes and 29 seconds. And if we keep using this same logic, we can see that using the large cluster for 1 minute and 39 seconds has generated almost 8 times more compute for essentially the same cost. So now we're able to load these 1 billion records in a fraction of the time, but we still pay the same dollar amount. Okay, great. So the last dimension of scaling is what we call scaling out. And this is what you need to do when you start to deal with concurrency, when you start to have an increasing number of users that need to run more queries simultaneously. So traditional systems, they like to use the same knob as before, which is simply to scale up, to add more processing power, to add more RAM. But this actually isn't very effective. What you actually need to do is scale out, which means spreading the queries across different clusters. So let's come back to our example here and take a look at the top right. One of the common scenarios where we do see scale out challenges is in reporting and BI dashboards and BI workloads, right? Say on a given day, we normally might have about 5 users that are logged into the system, and we size the warehouse as a medium. And this works pretty well for our baseline load during our less busy periods. But let's say at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, we're not going to have 5 users that are hitting the system anymore. We now have about 50 users that are now running queries. And this is where our traditional experience is going to see performance failing because now the warehouse is fully saturated. And it's not that the volume of the data has gotten more complicated or the queries haven't gotten more complicated. It's just that we now have more users that are hitting the system at the same time. So the solution in Snowflake is to scale out using a multi-cluster warehouse. So we instantly scale up additional clusters and we spread those incoming queries across the clusters themselves. So before we only had one medium-sized cluster, and now we've instantly spun up another medium-sized cluster to run that extra workload for the end of quarter demand. And you can spin up to 10 clusters in a multi-cluster warehouse. And when that demand eventually dies down, Snowflake can also automatically remove that medium cluster. So then it just goes back to being one medium-sized cluster. So you're probably thinking, oh, that's going to be very expensive, right? And I also want to talk about that as well. And this is important to understand because it actually benefits you both from a performance perspective, but also from a cost perspective as well. So let's just imagine here, we've got all these different ways we can scale. We've talked about scaling up for performance, and that meant increasing the size of the cluster. But now we're talking about scaling out, so scaling for concurrency. So we're not trying to scale for performance, we're trying to scale for concurrency here. So say if we had 16 nodes to work with, you might think that, okay, it might be good to just spend it all on a single Excel cluster, but that's not how you handle concurrency. That single Excel cluster might be really good at handling a single complicated query very well, but it's not going to handle 8 queries well at the same time. So that's when you should be instead firing 8 small clusters instead. So each of those 8 small clusters can handle a query simultaneously. So I've got another example here, and I hope this will give much more clarity and really explain the concepts of scaling out. So in here, we ran a workload across 3 different configurations. The first workload here being just a single medium cluster. And what we did here is we started with just 1 user at the beginning, and then we ramped up to 30 users at the peak, and then back down to 1 user. So in this example, we've ramped up the number of users, we've upped the concurrency. Each of these users was simultaneously, running their own queries. But we kept the number of servers the same, being 1 medium cluster. And what you see is that the throughput, which is you can kind of think of this as the number of queries that are running per second, that pretty much stayed static as that single cluster couldn't handle more than its maximum load. And you can see that the response time or the queue time, that kind of increased with the number of users. So it just matches the number of users that come onto the system. The more users that you actually see coming onto the servers, hitting those queries, the longer we saw those queue times, and that peaks in the middle with the maximum amount of users that are being active. And you can see with the cost, that just increased in a straight line with a single server being running. So your first reaction might be to just increase the power of the cluster to scale up. And that was one of the methods that we talked about before. And we do see a little bit of an improvement. So we're going to see more queries per second. We do see a faster response time, and we do see a slight drop in queue time as well. But you're still going to be seeing those queue times because using a single cluster is designed for handling a single query. But now it costs a lot more, right? Because now you're using an extra large cluster instead of a medium now. So your cost has shot up. So with Snowflake, there's a different way to do this if you use multi-clustering. So Snowflake can automatically add or remove clusters as your demand scales up or down. And now you can see that with the throughput that we're getting, we get more queries running per second as we see more users that are concurrently running queries. And it falls back down as well because we're not going to see that much demand from users anymore. But what you'll see, the key difference here is now the response time and the queue time have effectively remained consistent throughout the peak of the demand. So we end up paying a lot less than just running a single Excel cluster, yet we get better performance. And one thing to kind of note here with the cost output as well is it's no longer a straight line, right? The gradient has increased during the peak demand because we are seeing more clusters being fired up, but the gradient also decreases as clusters get removed with demand going down. So in the end, you get better performance, and it was cheaper than actually firing up an extra large cluster. So that's the power of multi-clusters in Snowflake. Okay, great. So I'm sure you guys are kind of getting a bit tired of me rambling on a little bit. So it is time for a quick demo. The demo that I'll be following is actually one of our quick starts that you will find on our website. So if you actually go ahead and search Tasty Bites Quick Start Snowflake, what you'll find is a series of quick introductory demos, which will really give you a good insight into how Snowflake is actually being used. Great. So just a quick introduction about our Tasty Bites. So it's an example customer. It's not a real customer. Tasty Bites is essentially a global food truck company, and they're a Snowflake customer, and they store tables like information about their order history, their menu items, and things to do with their business. So things to do with opening a food truck. And the first Tasty Bites that I'm going to showcase and demonstrate to you guys is what we like to call the cost management Tasty Bites. And this essentially shows you guys how easy it is to actually fire up a warehouse, to run a query, and just to give you guys a quick demonstration of how things kind of work in Snowflake. So if we look at, just make this bigger, there we go. So if we have a look at the Tasty Bites demo itself, the first thing we're going to have to do before we run any query inside of Snowflake is we do have to set our appropriate context. So when it comes to context, there's three things that we need to set. We need to set the role, which essentially dictates the objects that we're going to get access to. So in this case, we're going to set the role to TB admin, which means Tasty Bites admin. And you can do this by either running SQL code, or if you want, you can also choose to run your own role in this drop-down selection below. So let's go ahead and just run this. And now you can see that I'm now using my Tasty Bites admin role. And I'm also going to set two more things to the context. So I also want to use my Tasty Bites warehouse, my compute cluster. And I also want to use my Tasty Bites database. So Tasty Bites 101. Now, the first thing I want to show you guys is how easy it is to actually fire up and create a new warehouse. So we can do this once again in the Snowside UI, but in this demonstration, I'm just going to do it in SQL in this worksheet that we have here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to create a test warehouse below with a simple create or replace warehouse, Tasty Bites test warehouse. And there's a few parameters that we can put in there whilst we're creating a warehouse. So we can obviously put in a comment that just tells us what this warehouse is actually going to be used for. In this case, it's just going to be for my demo. It's going to be a test warehouse for Tasty Bites. And these are some of the parameters that we've kind of talked about in the slides before. So one of the things that we can set when we're creating a warehouse is obviously the warehouse size. You can create stuff from an extra small all the way to a 6XL. So in this case, I'm just going to create an extra small warehouse. Now, the next two parameters have to do with multi-cluster warehousing. So by default, if you don't specify these parameters, it's just going to set a default cluster of one. So therefore, it's not going to be a multi-cluster warehouse. But by specifying a minimum cluster count and specifying a maximum cluster count, I'm essentially telling this that it's going to be a multi-cluster warehouse. So you can spin up a cluster of one up to a maximum of two. I'm also going to give it a scaling policy as well. So in this case, when it comes to scaling policies, you essentially have two options. You can have the standard scaling policy, which will fire up the multi-cluster warehouse as soon as we start to see queries being queued. Or you can also have what we call the economy scaling policy, and that'll be a bit more lenient, and it will actually let queries queue up a little bit longer just to save on some costs. So in this case, I'm just going to pick the default standard scaling policy. There's also an auto suspend feature as well. So when you're using a warehouse, that's obviously going to fire up the compute cluster, but you don't want that compute cluster to be running continuously and firing live, because that is going to charge you. So by giving it an auto suspend feature, what this is essentially saying is that after 60 seconds of that warehouse not being used, it's just going to turn off that warehouse. So you're not going to be incurring any charges. And the last parameter that we have here is just telling it that, okay, it's just initially going to be suspended. So it's not going to fire up the warehouse as soon as I create it. So let's go ahead and actually create this Tasty Bites warehouse. Okay, great. So as you can see, that took literally less than a second to run, and you can see all details about performance on your bottom right over here. So I've created a warehouse called Tasty Bytes Test Warehouse, and that created the warehouse in 89 milliseconds, so under a second. So what we're now going to do is we're going to start to fire up some queries. So let's just start running some SQL scripts. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm using the correct roles. So my Tasty Bytes admin, and I'm just going to be using the warehouse that I literally just created. So my Tasty Bytes test warehouse. So let's go ahead and run those two. And then I just need to make sure that I've run this again. And I think we can just go ahead and try to run this SQL query. And there we go. So I've created my warehouse, I've created my role, and now I'm just going to go ahead and run a quick query. So this is a very simple select query. It's just selecting 4 columns. It's also filtering for a specific truck brand name called Plant Palace as well. And you can see that, because it was a very simple query, it only took about 2 seconds to run, and I ran that with an extra small warehouse. But let's say that now we want to run a more complicated query. So maybe let's try to run some queries that have aggregation, that have some group bys, that have some join. So maybe an extra small warehouse isn't going to be the best option that we have now. And what we do is we scale up. So we can essentially alter that warehouse that we've just created, and we can set that warehouse to now an extra large. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to run that. So now that I've set my warehouse size to an extra large, I can go ahead and run the more complicated query. So you can see here that when I altered my warehouse and I set my warehouse to extra large, that took under a second as well. So resizing warehouses, super fast with Snowflake. It doesn't take minutes or hours to actually resize, but it takes under a second to actually resize your warehouse from extra small to an extra large. So now that I've gone ahead and done that, I can go ahead and run my more complicated query. And you can see that, with a more complicated query. Oh, I'm just going to make sure that I'm also using the Tasty Bytes warehouse that I've used as well, because it's actually defaulted me back to my Tasty Bytes data warehouse, data engineering warehouse. So let's just find our extra large warehouse over here, our Tasty Bytes test warehouse. And now that we're using an extra large warehouse, we can go ahead and actually run that query again. And you can see that, because I've set my warehouse to an extra large, even running such a complicated aggregation query with joins, with group bys, that took half a second for me to actually run. Okay, great. So that's all I really wanted to show from this demo before. You can go ahead, and if you guys want to play around more with it, just go ahead to Quick Starts, go ahead to Tasty Bytes and run up this cost management demonstration over here, and have a play around with yourselves. I highly recommend opening up a free trial and seeing what it's all about. But for now, let's go back to our slides. All right. So just in addition to running SQL queries that I've shown you in that demo previously, you can also just as easily run Python code on a worksheet as well. And there's also the same smart state that are built into here that you would really expect from all these other interactive IDEs, such as code auto completion, syntax highlighting. And if you want to use Python or other languages outside of the Snowflake interface as well, we actually do have an option for that, which is called Snowpark. So Snowpark is a set of libraries that help you deploy and process Python, as well as other programming languages inside of Snowflake. You'd essentially use Snowpark to maybe develop these more complicated data pipelines and ML models. And these Snowpark libraries, they can be installed and downloaded from pretty much any client-side IDE or any notebook that you have. So you can code in things like Jupyter notebooks, Visual Studio, and still be running on Snowflake. And when you use Snowflake, you're still going to be using our elastic compute technology. So you're still going to be getting all those benefits of scaling that I previously touched upon. So just using our standard virtual warehouses, our standard compute clusters, you can run Python in, you can run code in Python, you can run code in Java or Scala, and these workflows pretty much go on, rely on CPU execution using our compute clusters. But if you need more computing power, you can use what's called Snowpark Container Services, and that actually lets you execute any language of choice in a custom containerized format and gives you access to CPU and GPU compute options as well. So the Snowpark benefits really include the execution of any language of choice on a single platform, and it does so in a single scalable way without any operational complexity. But most importantly, it's done without any data movement that's ever going to be leaving your Snowflake environment. And that's super important when we think about data security. So there's no governance and there's no security trade-offs from using our Snowpark features. So just as a side-by-side comparison as well, without Snowpark, data had to be moved in and out of Snowflake for processing, and that has several downsides. First, you're going to be getting more complexity, you're going to be getting more cost from managing all these multiple environments. You're also going to require a lot of manual management as well, and you're going to have to tune your clusters outside of that Snowflake environment, and that requires a lot of skilled experts, which isn't cheap, right? But also you've got a lot of loose and inconsistent security as well. So you've lost all these security policies that you get inside of Snowflake should you choose to not use Snowpark. So with Snowpark, all these other languages can now be processed in a single Snowflake platform. And they'll help you build those data pipelines, help you build those ML models and build those apps. So Snowpark really enables all our developers to use a single platform for all their programming needs and gives you native support for pretty much any language of choice. It gives you that elastic scalability without any maintenance or overhead, but now you also have that consistent enterprise grade controls and security. Okay, moving on to our next layer, which is our interoperable storage layer. So like I was saying before, Snowflake really handles all types of data, whether it be your structured data, your semi-structured data, or your unstructured data. Now, when it comes to semi-structured data, your usual formats are going to be your JSON objects, your XMLs, ARVOs, Parquets, or ORCs, and we handle all these formats. And traditionally, what you see with a lot of legacy databases is they would need you to transform all this semi-structured data into structured data before loading them into your data warehouse. Hence the term ETL. And often what would happen is that when you create these ETL pipelines, these pipelines would often break whenever you have a new key that's being added to a JSON column. So Snowflake lets you load all this semi-structured data into Snowflake before you even do any transformation inside. So you can load that purely as a JSON object, and we'll store it in what's called a variant data type. And what that's done is that's given rise to the whole ELT process as well. So to extract, load, transform, and that gets more favorability than the ETL process. And I'll show you guys a quick demo of how we process semi-structured data as well. Another thing to note is micro partitions. So when Snowflake ingests data, we break up this data and we store it in what we call micro partition files. And this is essentially the basic atomic unit of how all data is stored inside of Snowflake. And Snowflake also stores metadata about these micro partitions as well. And it's this metadata that actually helps us speed up query scanning. And this is metadata like the minimum or the maximum of each column. So if I give you guys a good example, in this slide over here, you can see 3 distinct micro partitions on this table that are each separated by color. So let's say that I'm going to be querying a row that equals to, say, $100. Because of the metadata that Snowflake is collecting, all these micro partitions are going to be excluded from scanning because $100 already sits out of the minimum boundary of these micro partitions, which is 150, right? So maybe that query only needed to scan 13 partitions out of the 73 total partitions because only $100, sits within that minimum and that maximum boundary of that amount in those 13 partitions. Another great feature that we have is what we call zero copy cloning. And it's pretty much, as the name suggests, we take up zero additional storage for cloning. So imagine you have a production database and you want to start testing it in development. So we can copy your production database into a dev environment, and as that name suggests, take zero additional storage. And that's because the cloud services layer keeps track of every micro partition file. And when we create a copy of that prod environment, we're simply just recreating the pointers to those same files. So in that way, we're going to be consuming zero additional storage. It's only when we start making specific changes to specific partition files, only those partition files will get recreated and start taking up storage. Another great feature of Snowflake, and that's only possible because of the way we host and create our micro partitions and our micro partitioning architecture, is the concept of time travel. So time travel actually lets you go back in time into a certain point in time in a table or up to 90 days in the past. So let's say that this table right now at T0 represents right now without any changes being made. And let's assume that someone executes an update statement and that changes the value of a single column on a handful of rows. And at some point after that, maybe a ELT job kicks in and that loads more rows. And we can see that with each of these select statements, we can essentially go back in time and select the state of the table before these changes were made. And my favorite feature from this time travel feature is the ability to undrop a table. So you can go ahead and drop a production database. I don't think you've really been a data engineering unless you've accidentally dropped a production database. But worry not, you can instantly have an undrop button. So it's essentially like having a undo button, a control Z for your databases. All right, great. And now we can move on to our second demo of the day, which has to do with transformation. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back to our Snowsite UI and go back to our Tasty Bytes demonstration. And in this demonstration, I'll show you guys how we can do zero copy cloning, how we can actually, add and update a column. And whilst we're doing so, also show you guys that time travel feature as well. And I'll also, as you guys love to do, drop a production database and also undrop it as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we're going to do before we start anything is we're just going to set our role and our context. In this case, I'm going to be using our Tasty Bytes development role and my Tasty Bytes 101 database. Okay, great. So before we start doing any development, we just want to make sure that we're not going to be, doing development onto the production database. So I'm just going to create or replace a table, and I'm going to call it truck dev, and I'm going to be cloning this particular table called truck. So let's go ahead and do that and copy our table. So you can see here, I've copied an entire table with zero copy cloning because it's essentially taken up zero additional storage. And it's also copied an entire production table in under 1 second. So now that we've created that table, we're just going to use the appropriate warehouse as well. In this case, Tasty Bytes Dev Warehouse, which we're already on. And now that we've done that, we can go ahead and query the table itself. So we're querying the dev table that we've just created. So let's take a look at this table and see what there actually is. So I've just selected 4 columns here. This table essentially just has information about the food trucks that we actually use. So we have the truck ID, we have the year of the truck itself, the manufacturer, the make of the truck, so Ford, Chevrolet, or Freightliner, and also just the modem of the truck itself. So P30, step van, names of trucks. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to suspend my warehouse just to stop it from running. And I'm going to run that exact same query that I just ran before. And what you can see here is that if you actually paid attention to the query details, This now runs in a fraction of the time that I took to run the previous query. And the reason that happens is because of our caching feature. So Snowflake actually stores your query results for 24 hours up into, for any query that you run. So you could have a very complicated query that say took 2 hours to run. And if you run that exact same query without making any changes to that context, that's going to run in under a second because Snowflake keeps track of that caching. So it's just one of these features that, makes your life a lot easier. So now we're going to do some transformation in this development table itself. If you have a look at the column of the make, you can see that Ford actually has a mistake, right? It's got an underscore after the D word. So what we do now is we essentially update that development table, and we're just going to set wherever we see the underscore to just Ford. So we're going to essentially get rid of that underscore. So you can see that we've updated 161 rows. And the next thing we're going to do now is we're just going to concatenate some of these columns together. So let's try to bring together the make and the model of our trucks. So let's go ahead and have a look. So we can see the truck ID, we can see the year, we can see the make and the model itself. And we can see that it's combined it together. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to add the truck type column as well. So then we can actually add the column itself, because what we've run previously is just a select statement. And now we actually want to make this change to the table itself. So let's go ahead and add an actual column called truck type to our dev table. And now we're going to update that new table, and we're going to set that column to have the concatenation of the make and the model here. And there we go. We can see we've updated 450 rows. And let's go ahead and validate our work. So we'll go back and let's just select the truck ID, select the year, and truck type. And you can see we have 3 columns. We have the truck ID, the truck year, and the truck type. But what you actually notice is that, okay, we've actually made a mistake here because there wasn't a space between 2009 and Ford step van. So we're going to go ahead and rectify that mistake that we've made over here. And let's just go ahead and see all the past statements that we've run. So we can query the information schema table and a query history table. And that essentially lets us view all these past queries that we've run in the past. So we can see that, okay, where do we make this mistake? We essentially made it here where we tried to concatenate the year, the make, and the model, but we forgot to add a space between the year and the make. So we essentially, it means that we kind of messed up here in this query ID. So what we'll do is we'll set a variable to remember this query ID. So we remember exactly where we made the mistake, and we can time travel back to the point before we made that mistake. So I'm just going to set my query ID to this query ID essentially. This is what this script is doing. So I've saved that query ID now, and now using our time travel feature, I can go ahead and select my development table up into the point before I made that mistake. So I'm just going to add a before clause, and I'm saying that I want to have a look at my table before I made that mistake. And that's my query ID variable that I saved before. And now you can see that, I have my truck ID, I have my make, but I don't have a truck type because that was the point before I actually set the column to my mistake. So now that I can do that, I can go ahead and revert my table back onto that point. So I'm going to replace my table, my development table. And what am I going to replace it with? I'm going to replace it with the same table, but up into the point before I made my mistake, which is the query ID. So we go ahead and run that. And now I can go ahead and rerun my correct statement. So in this case, I'm still going to be setting the truck type, but now I'm going to be concatenating the year and the make, and I made sure that I actually have a space in between my my columns. So go ahead and run that update statement. 450 rows being updated, and now I can go ahead and run my truck development table. So you can see that if I look at my truck type, then that's all looking great. I have 2004 and I have a space between 2004 and Freightliner. Okay, great. So now that we've created our new column, I'm happy with the work that I've done in my development environment. I'm going to go ahead now and just save this onto my production environment. And what I can do is I'll just use the account admin role. And what I'll do is I'll actually do a swap command. So I'll essentially swap my dev environment with my production environment because my dev environment now has that additional column that I want to push onto the truck environment. So I'm just going to alter table. I'm going to swap that with the production environment. And now when we're going to be querying the production environment itself, we can see that we now have this new truck type column. And that's all good and that's all well and good. Okay, great. So now that I've made my changes, I've pushed that onto my production environment, I can now get rid of my development table now, right? So let's go ahead and drop my table. But if you actually look closely, what I've actually done is I've accidentally dropped my production table that I literally just created. So I was meant to drop truck development, but instead what I've done is I've accidentally dropped the truck production table. So, in the past, it would be a massive effort to go ahead and try to, get that data to reclone it, to undrop it. But in this case with Snowflake, I can simply just have an undrop function. And now that that table is successfully restored in under a second. So just to make sure that it's there, thank God, that table's still there. So I literally dropped this table a few seconds ago, but I was also just as easily able to undrop that table as well. So now that we have our production table restored, we can go ahead and correctly drop the development table instead. So drop table, truck development. Okay, great. So that pretty much gives you guys a run through of some of our transformation features that we have. Gives you a good indication of our time travel features, as well as our drop and undrop features as well. Now, then we're going to do a back-to-back demo real quick because I did cover a bit of content in those slides before. So before we go on to our next topic, what I'll actually run through is also how we can handle semi-structured data as well. So just going on to our next demo here, back to our Tasty Bite scenario, we're just going to be running a few queries to actually show you guys how we can work with semi-structured data like JSON objects. So first things first, let's go ahead and select our role, select our warehouse, and select our database itself. And now what I'll do is I'll show you guys a table that we have in Tasty Bytes, but that has the variant column, so the actual JSON object itself. So if I just show you guys this menu table that we have, what that essentially is it's giving a breakdown of the truck brand name, the type of menu items that it has. So in this case, Freezing Point sells ice cream. But in this case, it's also a breakdown of the specific names of the menu as well. So they sell lemonade flavored ice cream, sugar cone, waffle cone, two scoop bowl, bottled water, bottled soda as well. But the last column that you see is our health metrics object. So this is essentially a semi-structured column, and it has a wealth of information stored inside a single column, right? And we store that in what's called a variant data type. So we have information like the ingredients of the lemonade. So we have lemons, sugar, and water, as well as some of the dietary information that's important. Also, whether this is dairy-free, gluten-free, is it healthy, is it nut-free, and what the menu item ID is. So if I just show you guys the columns in that table that I just showed above, you can see that the data types are usually a variation of fixed or text. But in this case, that column that I showed before, that JSON object is a variant column. So that's the key thing to note, and that's the key distinction here with these semi-structured data that we're storing in Snowflake. So whenever you see a variant data column, Snowflake has essentially converted that data from JSON, from Parquet to ORC, from ORC into a variant data type. So how do we actually break down this variant column, right? So we have all this information here, but maybe we want to now separate these into individual columns itself. So we actually use what's called you have two options. You can either use the dot notation or the colon notation. So in this case, in this example, I'm using the colon notation. And what that's doing is that it's taking the variant column that we saw, the health metrics object, and it's breaking it down into the sub columns that we saw. So one of them was the menu item ID, and the other one was the health metrics. So let's go ahead and run this query. So you can see that originally the menu item ID and the health metrics were all in that single variant column. So we've broken down the menu item ID, and now you can see that we've still got a variant column here. And that we can still break it down even further, right? We have more nested objects like the ingredients, like the dairy-free flag, gluten-free flag, healthy flag, nut-free flag. But we used to have a menu item ID outside of this nested object as well. And now we've broken it down, and that's now a separate column. So what we can do is we can actually now, okay, let's get the menu item ID. We'll get the menu item name, the menu item ID, but we'll also try to break out the ingredients nested object as well. So we want lemon, sugar, and water into a separate column itself, and we'll name that column as ingredients. And how we actually do that is we do what's called a lateral flatten, where it's essentially a self join to the same object itself. So essentially, we're going to be taking our health metrics object, we're going to be doing a self join to that table, and we're going to be pulling from that object join the ingredients nested object. So let's go ahead and run all that. And now you can see that I've now got the menu item ID. I've got the menu item name as well, but now I've also broken down that nested object. And now I have in my new table a column that has ingredients of the menu item name itself. So in this case, lemonade has a menu item ID of 10. And I've also extracted the ingredients from that variant column itself. So I've got lemon, sugar, and water. And just as a better example as well, let's break down the entire object itself. So we're going to break down ingredients, all those flags that we had before, all into each separate individual column. So we have the menu item ID, we have the menu item name, we have all those ingredients, and we had all those flags that were previously in a single variant column before. So whether it was healthy, gluten-free, dairy-free, nut-free. And you can see that Snowflake lets you easily break down these semi-structured data and convert them into a structured format. Okay, great. And that's what I really wanted to show from a semi-structured point of view. There are a few more items that if you want to, in your own time, go through, I do highly recommend it. Go into Tasty Bites and just play around with this semi-structured data format yourselves. Cool. So moving on to cloud services. As cliche as it sounds, we like to say that Snowflake just works. And that's because Snowflake is a self-managing tool. We have all these automations that help you get rid of all these costly and complicated resource investments. So you're able to get that fast time to value with minimum initial capital expenditure. And what happens when you automate a lot of your infrastructure management as well is that now you've given your team time to focus on what actually matters to the business. So you're not going to be needing a whole army of data engineers or a whole army of DBAs to maintain your infrastructure anymore. And not only is the platform designed to keep things running smoothly, but it also continuously gets better over time as well. So here at Snowflake, we like to push out releases every week. And these releases and these new features, they all get pushed out with zero downtime. So you're never going to be seeing any service outages scheduled at 2 a.m. We're essentially going to be on 24/7. All our costs are also optimized as well. So the way we charge, our consumption-based pricing model means you only pay for exactly what you use. And this means that all those transparent improvements can immediately translate into lower costs. We offer a lot of cost governance controls as well. A great example of that is our credit resource monitors, and they actually help give a lot of visibility and control to the overall costs and operations of your business. On top of that, our cloud services layer also takes care of a lot of the security items that we have. So whether you're moving your data between stages, all communications are fully encrypted. All our stored Snowflake customer is also encrypted by default, and we use the latest security standards and best practices as well. So we're always going to be using 256-bit encryption, and we have keys that are automatically rotated on a regular basis. We've also got built-in multi-factor authentication as well, and we're always focused on maintaining just really the high standards of customer security. So we've started enforcing multi-factor authentication for all new Snowflake accounts as well. Every query that's being run on Snowflake, every user that's being logged in, every single transaction is fully tracked in Snowflake. So if you have people that want to tinker around with this information, all this data is stored in our metadata schema tables, our information schema, our account usage table. So you can easily query these like any other table. But we also do have more friendly user-based UIs, and that will be more dedicated to making sense of all this audit information. Role-based access control as well. So RBAC, that's also a crucial element to just make sure that you have the appropriate user with the appropriate role that can access the appropriate objects. So as long as you're querying data that sits inside of Snowflake, these policies are going to be persistent no matter how you're going to be querying them. So whether that's through our worksheets or whether that's through your choice of IDE, such as Visual Studio or when you're using Snowpark, RBAC is going to be enforced no matter where you use it. And finally, as I previously mentioned before as well, we also have our time travel and our fail-safe features as well. And that will make sure that you have recovery of your data, in the event of a worst case scenario. What we have here is the Snowflake Performance Index, and this is really just a testament to the performance upgrades that we keep on pushing out. So if you had a specific query that ran in August 2022, and say you ran that exact same query in April 2024, and you didn't even make any changes, the syntax is the exact same, you would still see a 27% improvement in runtime performance. So that's just a testament to all these upgrades that we push out for free. All right, great. Now moving on to our last layer, which is our SnowGrid layer. So as I mentioned before, we host and manage our customers on all the major CSP providers. So on AWS, on Azure, on GCP. And because they are all Snowflake customers, we can connect all these customers together to deliver that seamless Snowflake experience. And that's what SnowGrid allows. It enables that cross-cloud collaboration and lets you use live, ready-to-use data, ready-to-use apps and services, and that makes it instantly accessible to all our customers. And your teams can collaborate over using all the same data, regardless of where they're located. So you're not going to be needing to copy your data or run ETL pipelines just to share data. And this is all backed by our cross-cloud governance available as well. And what that means is that, all these access policies and all your PII tags that you put for your sensitive information, they'll follow your data wherever you decide to host it. With SnowGrid as well, you're also able to maintain that business continuity as well. You can call cross-region, you can call cross-cloud, so that your business can operate without any disruption should a region fails over or even completely goes down. So you can replicate and sync databases, accounts, pipeline in the event of a region failover, and you can also completely migrate between clouds as needed as well. So something I want to talk about as well is actually our data masking features as well. And this is really important when you're dealing with PII data. So what Snowflake does is we actually let you tag specific columns. So they're always going to be using the same masking policy. So for example, you might want to tag the first name column as a name tag, the gen column as a gender tag, your age column as an age tag, and maybe your phone as a phone number tag. And you can create these tags once and then reuse them for any other columns in any other tables. And anything with a tag would follow the same masking policy. So like I said before, we have these tags. The tags follow the same policies throughout your account, but you can also set it in such a way that it will depend on who is actually viewing the data as well. So that's how APAC policies enforced. So maybe the account admin, who is at the top of the security hierarchy, your root admin essentially, they can view that unmasked data, whereas maybe you will want your BI analyst to not be able to see that PII data. So in this case, your phone number, your social security number will be data masked. We also have row access policies as well. So not only do we mask specific columns, but we can also hide rows as well. So maybe you have a multinational team, but you would only want people in specific regions to be able to access specific data. So maybe someone in North America is only able to see North American data entries, and someone in Europe is only able to see European entries, right? Okay, great. So now I'll just quickly run through another demo that we have, which is our data masking demo, and that'll kind of talk about the PII features that we have that I just talked about. So let's go back to our Tasty Bite scenario, and let's go ahead and have a look at this worksheet over here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to once again set our context. In this case, let's just use our root admin, which is the account admin, and our Tasty Bites dev warehouse. There we go. And before we go on, I just want to show you guys all the roles that we've created as well. So you can simply just run a show role statement, and you can see that these are all the roles that I've created in my Snowflake environment. So quite a few over here. But what we'll do is because I've used this account for a while now, you can probably see a lot of these roles that have been created by myself. But let's just look at the default roles that Snowflake actually creates themselves, which is the org admin, the account admin, sysadmin, user admin, security admin, and public. So these are pretty much all the roles that you can see here that are going to be there by default. So these are all system generated roles. And your account admin, if we have a look at the structure itself, the account admin is essentially your root admin. So you don't really want too many of people being an account admin. You could maybe have like one or two account admins, but these are people that basically have control over everything. So they can manage all aspects of the account. What you also have not really stated here is the org admin as well. So they'll actually be the organizational admin, and they can manage that organization and create multiple accounts within your organization. Then we have what's called the public role. So public is essentially something that's automatically available to any user in the account. So they don't really have many features that access that's granted to them. Anyone by default would have access to the public role itself. Under the account admin, we have things like the security admin. So the security admin, as the name suggests, handles all security aspects of the account. So these would be the people that are in charge of actually creating the roles as well, creating the roles itself, and actually creating maybe the PII tags and doing the data masking policies. The user admin would be under the security admin, and the user admin would actually be the one that's in charge of enforcing roles to the users themselves. So they'll be allocating the roles that the security admin created and assigning them to the users themselves. And then we have what's called the system admin as well. So system admin, you can kind of think of these as a database admin. So they essentially create all the databases, create all the objects, and they manage all the warehouses. And you can create custom roles that fall under the hierarchy of the system admin. Okay, great. So now that we have a quick, understanding of all these different roles, let's go ahead and use our user admin role to create a test role. So we're going to use our user admin role. We're going to create or replace a role called the Tasty Bytes test role. And that's essentially just a test role for our Tasty Bytes environment. And now that we've created the role itself, let's go switch to our security admin. So now we can start granting some privileges and rights to this role that we've just created. So I'm going to use my security admin role, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to grant some privileges to warehouse to sysadmin. So this essentially means that the sysadmin role can now use the Tasty Bytes dev warehouse that we created. So I'm just going to grant all the privileges on the warehouse to that sysadmin role. But I'll also grant two things related to the warehouse to the Tasty Bytes role test role that I've created. So I'm just going to let them have operate and usage privileges on that warehouse to the Tasty Bytes test role. And what that essentially means is that they can essentially use the warehouse itself. They can't modify the warehouse. They can't change the size of the warehouse. They can't monitor that warehouse, so they can't look at historical queries, but they are able to operate and use that warehouse itself. So they can run queries on it. And on top of that, I'm also going to be granting a database to that role itself. So I just granted a warehouse usage before, but now I'm also going to be granting usage on the Tasty Bytes 101 warehouse to my test role. And I've granted that warehouse usage, and I'm also going to be granting the schemas that fall under that database to the Tasty Bytes test role as well. And the last thing I'll do as well, so under schemas, there'll also be tables and views as well. So I'll also be granting tables like raw customer, like the point of sales and the analytics table, all to my Tasty Bytes role. So I've granted the database, I've granted the schema, and now I'm going to grant the final layer, which is the tables that fall under the schema and the views. So I'm granting all three of that to my Tasty Bytes role. Okay, great. So I'm just going to make sure that our current user is going to be saved to a variable itself, because essentially what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be granting that Tasty Bytes test role to the user. So the user is me, Raymond. So I'm the user in the Snowflake account. So let's just I'll show you guys what my current user actually looks like. And now let's go grant a role of the Tasty Bytes test role to my user identifier, which is what I just saved as that variable. So now I'm able to actually use that Tasty Bytes test role. So if I go over here and I go to my roles itself, I can see that I now have that Tasty Bytes test role because now I've been granted access to that role to my user. And as a user, I have access to all these roles that have been granted to me. Okay, great. So now that we have access to that role, I can go ahead and use that role. I can use the Tasty Bytes Dev warehouse, and I'm just going to be using the Tasty Bytes 101 database that I was granted access to. All right, so now that I have access to all those tables, I'm using that Tasty Bytes test role. I can go ahead and have select access. So let's just run the customer loyalty table that I previously had a look at before. So essentially, this is just a table that has a lot of these customers. It's a customer loyalty program. But we've also got all this PII information as well, right? So we've got a first name, we have a last name, we have their emails, their phone numbers, and even their birthdays, right? So a lot of sensitive information that we have here. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be creating tags that we can assign to these columns. And we're also going to be assigning a masking policy to this tag as well. So whenever we're going to be assigning these columns to a tag that follows the masking policy, that is going to go ahead and help us hide all this sensitive information. So in order to do that, we have to use a more strict role, sorry. And I'm going to be using the account admin role to do things like this because you don't want anyone to be creating tags and hiding information. You want people that actually are higher up the security line to be able to create PII tags and hide this information. So now that I'm using my account admin role, I'm going to be go ahead and create my schema tag. And I'm just going to call it tags. So I'm going to be saving all the tags under this schema. And I'm going to let everyone use access to the tags. So I'm just going to grant usage on the schema to the public role. And I'm also going to be creating a governance schema to contain all our security policies as well. And I'm going to be granting the schema to our sysadmin role. All right. So now that we've created a schema to house all these tags, what we're going to be doing now is create these tags so we can tag these to our columns. So the tags that I'm creating are name, phone number, email, and birthday, right? So this is all PII information that I don't want anyone to be seeing. And now that I've created these tags, I can go ahead and assign these tags to the columns in the table. So using our customer loyalty table, I'm just going to set the tags to all these columns. So I'm going to modify the columns. I'm going to set first name to name, tag that as name. I'm going to tag last name as name, phone number to phone number, email to email, and birthday to birthday. So let's go ahead and do that. So now that we've assigned tags to our columns, let's just make sure that that's actually happened by referencing our information schema table and have a look at those tags. So you can see that, okay, I've got tags specified in my birthday, my email, my first name, last name, and phone number. So now that we have these tags in place, we can create masking policies. And these masking policies will essentially tell the tags what to do. So the first masking policy I'm going to be creating has to do with any string data types. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll set an exception to the account admin and the sysadmin. So whenever the account admin and the sysadmin looks at any data, it's just going to be showing the information itself. It's not going to hide any of that information. But when it comes to anyone else, let's say that when I get a phone number, I'm going to be hiding any digits after the first three values, which is showing a concat. So a concat and then an asterisk for the rest of the numerals. I'm also going to be hiding any emails as well. So I'm going to be hiding the email address, but I'll show anything that's after the @ because maybe that's useful for an analytics purpose as well. And any other string that we see, we're just going to fully mask that string. So let's create a masking policy for all our strings. Let's also create masking policies for our dates as well. So same scenario here. Let's say we have the account admin, we have the sysadmin. Then we're not going to be hiding those values. We're just going to be showing the value itself. But let's say that we find a column that has a birthday tag on it. Then obviously we want to hide this. And what we've done here is we've actually just rounded off the year to the nearest 5 years. So almost the nearest decade. So anytime we see a birthday, we're just going to be masking that as well. So we'll create that masking policy for all our dates. And let's go ahead and set these policies. So we've created the policies, we created the tags, but we need to assign these policies to the tags itself. So I'm just going to alter the tag. I'm going to set these masking policies. I'm going to set the string masking policy. I'm going to set the date masking policy. Okay, so now that we've set it, let's go ahead and see if it's working. So we'll use our Tasty Bytes test role. We'll use the warehouse itself. And let's go ahead and have a look at the table that we previously had a look at. So hopefully all that PII information is now tagged. And now you can see that everything is hidden now. So the columns that we tagged before, the name columns are fully masked. With our phone numbers, we see that we've hidden all the numerals that are after the first three digits. email. We've still kept the anything after the at, so we can do some analytics on what people are coming from. But we can see that we've masked any information that has to do with their actual email address, to the left of the at symbol. And if you have a look at the birthday as well, we still have a birthday, but now you can see that what we've done is that we've truncated the birthday to the year itself. So everyone's got a birthday of the 1st of January, and we've just rounded off their birthday date to the nearest 5 years. So we can still do some analysis on customer demographics, on generations, but we don't need to know the exact date and month of their birthday. So we're happy with that. We're seeing that the masking is working, but let's try to see if this works in a different table as well, because we only tried to have a look at the customer loyalty table. Let's have a look at some of the downstream tables and some of the downstream views that we see, and let's see if these policies persist. So you can see that even using a different table, because these columns are tagged, and they exist in a downstream format, because we tag them upstream, any column that's downstream is also going to follow the same tagging policies and follow the same masking policies as well. So you can see first name, last name still tagged, everything's still tagged, and we can see, we still don't have any PII information here. Now, the last bit I want to show you guys is row access policies. So this has to do with, maybe you have teams that are working in different regions. They only should view customers that are located in their region. So what we do is we're going to use the account admin role again, and we're just going to create a row policy map under the government schema that we've created. And what we can do here is, let's just say we're inserting a policy map called Tasty Bites role for Tasty Bites role, but we're going to be inserting a policy for Tokyo. So essentially, we only want this role to only see any values that are related to Tokyo. So we're creating a role access policy where what we're doing is we're allowing the role to see anything in that table where that city permissions is equal to the city variable, which is Tokyo. And let's just create that role access policy. And we'll assign that role access policy to the table itself. We'll use the Tasty Bites role. And let's have a look at that table itself. And because we've created our dynamic tasking policy, but we've also created row access policies, you can see that the only rows that we're now able to see are the Tokyo customers that we have. So that's pretty much a quick breakdown of our tasking policies and our masking PI data information. So if you guys do want to play around that, do continue to go on Tasty Bites and do continue to play around with this yourselves. Very, very powerful stuff when you're working with PII data. All right, so we're just going to quickly wrap up here as well and just talk about some of our last features. So when we talk about collaboration in Snowflake, there's actually a different type of collaboration feature that fits each scenario. So the one that everyone's probably familiar with is our Snowflake Marketplace. And you can kind of think of this as one giant app store, right? You can access live data and applications from third-party organizations, but you can also share your own data and apps and also monetize that as well. So when you share on the marketplace, you're generally creating what's called a public listing. But just on top of that as well, you can also create what's called a private listing. And when you make a private listing, that essentially means you don't want to share this to the public marketplace. You're just going to be sharing these assets inside your own business ecosystem. So maybe inside your own partners or even your own suppliers, but you don't want to be sharing this with the public market. Data clean rooms as well, they allow for multiple parties to collaborate on even the most sensitive data. So usually data here is going to be scrubbed. It's PI data that's going to be masked using those masking policies that we saw previously. And it could also be aggregated data as well. And there might even be a situation where you might even want to share your data that sits inside of Snowflake with companies that aren't even Snowflake customers. And you actually have the option to deploy reader accounts so that your non-Snowflake customers can access your shared data. You're not going to have to export that to an Excel file and email them over. They're still going to be accessing that data inside a Snowflake environment. And all these collaboration features, they're all done without any ETL. There's no copying of data. There's no movement of data. There's no transformation. With just a few clicks, you're able to access live and ready to use data. And just diving a bit deeper into our Snowflake marketplace as well. So just as of July this year, we actually have about 630 providers that are sharing, I think, almost 3,000 live, ready to use data apps and AI products. And that data is always going to be up to date. So whenever your provider makes an update to the data offering, that change is immediately reflected for the consumer. Likewise, if you're an asset provider and for whatever reason you decide to stop sharing, that also immediately cuts access for that consumer as well. And as I said before, you can tap into these live offerings without having to build any ETL pipelines, and that's once again going to lower your engineering costs. And just to highlight this example as well, say you're a financial institution, you want to share maybe your data models within your own internal teams on one platform. Maybe you also want to share some other data with your partner ecosystem as well. And that final layer, that final onion would be, maybe you're sharing data with third parties, such as getting financial data from S&P Global or Morningstar. So just in the interest of time, I think we'll skip our last demo, which is collaboration. And feel free to please go to Tasty Bytes and run through the steps yourselves. I highly recommend checking out the Snowflake Marketplace. It's a great way to see some of our collaboration features. But in the interest of time, because we want to do Q&A and potentially live Q&A as well, I'll just skip through this one. And what I want to kind of end here is just a quick visualization, representing data sharing between two Snowflake accounts. Each of these dots is essentially a connection between different Snowflake accounts, and you can see just the difference between April 2020 and July 2024. You can see just the vast amounts of data sharing connections that we have from different organizations today. So what have we accomplished today? So, in this an hour and a half, I know there's been a whole ton of content. We've created databases, we've created tables, we've created warehouses, we've loaded data types, semi-structured data, structured data. We've taken a look at how to clone objects as well. We've done, rollback errors with time travel. We've showed you how to undo a drop production database. But we've also shown you, how to mask PI data as well, security information, how to create new roles and how to create new users as well. So, at the end of today, what I highly suggest to do is to just take advantage of opening up a trial account, do the rest of the hands-on labs as well, do that last collaboration, Tasty Bytes in your own time. And, there's plenty of documentation out there. There's a wide network of resources that you can go ahead and find and go ahead and just, use all those credits in your trial account. So thank you so much for listening to me today in this virtual hands-on lab. I know, we only have a few minutes left. David, is there some time for a Q&A or happy to answer any questions offline as well?
Yeah, I think actually, thanks, Ram. I think we've got through most of the questions today. Just wanted to thank you so much for another great intro session into Zero to Snowflake. We've got another session coming up in a moment. I guess for folks who have started, I'll put you on the spot here. What's your tip? You've just sat through this, you've done your first Zero to Snowflake, you've built a trial account. Where to next? Where would you point someone if you're actually going to say to someone, okay, you've done a little bit, what's the next thing you'd take on just to start to expand your knowledge in Snowflake? Sorry, Ray, did you get the question?
Sorry. I think I cut out there for a sec.
Oh, that's okay. But
Yeah.
where would you advise people to go next? If this is your first experience with Snowflake and you've had some hands-on, you've got a trial account now, where would you point people after here to sort of start the journey to expand their knowledge?
Oh yeah, for sure. I highly recommend checking out our Snowflake documentation as well. Tasty Bytes is a great way to kind of get involved and get your first understanding. But if you actually want to dive into some of the more advanced features like Snowpark, we do have other great quick starts that are Zero to Snowflake. Do check out all the documentation that sits within our website as well. And if you really are ready to take on that challenge, I actually highly recommend getting SnowPro certified as well. So that's just a great way to kind of culminate all your knowledge and understand what you've been doing and really test your skills to knowledge and put those skills to the test.
Yep. Great tips. I might put a slide up in a moment. Great. Thank you so much for guiding us through this morning through Zero to Snowflake. Thank you so much for doing your very first one of these live on our webinar as well. Not your first time doing the delivery, but certainly in this sort of format. So really appreciated it. Most of all, it's the end of the year. Really appreciate your support during the whole year. And we will see you back again in the new year for more sessions, no doubt. So thank
Good.
you so much.
All good. Thanks, David. Thanks for having me. See you guys.
Awesome. Awesome. So I can see Alexi sitting there ready for our next presenter. But just before we go, Alexi, maybe just I'm going to the question I asked them was where to next. So if you're relatively new to Snowflake, if this is a new experience for you and you're just sort of starting out, I've got a little slide here might be useful that I'll just, you can see I'm sharing at the moment. Couple of quick resources that I think are helpful, particularly if you've not had some experience with Snowflake. So go to quickstarts.snowflake.com. A lot of the content you'll see over the next few days I've already built for you. I get questions about where's the script, where can I get this demo? It's already up there. With Snowflake University, these are formal Snowflake resources is there as well. So you can do badges, you can do short courses, you can work all the way up to our Snow Pro certification, beg your pardon. You'll find there's a ton of free resources to help you get there. And maybe you want to look at the full Snow Pro certification one day, particularly if you're new to Snowflake and start the journey. Also in free use resources, there are user groups. We now have chapters, which I'm really proud of, right across all of Asia Pacific, Japan, Korea. There's, I think, 5 in India at the moment. There's 7 in Australia, New Zealand. So there's a great community you can reach out to and join. We do other events like these for free. Apart from Build, we have Snowflake Ascent, which is a instructor-led free badged sessions where we go through at the end of it. You get a badge. You can put that up on LinkedIn and say, "Hey, look, I've got my first official recognized course from Snowflake." We do discovers. We do these free hands-on labs. There is lots of content for you to engage with, and I would strongly encourage you to reach out for those resources. Keep an eye on links that we send out to you from Snowflake, and of course, not to forget, we have a whole week of Build ahead of us. So let's not forget about that. So I'm just going to flash the Registro screen again. You've all seen this because you're registered, but just a reminder, there's a ton of content coming your way over the next 3 days. We're going to get into our formal build sessions tomorrow. Today is really about getting hands-on. Maybe if you're new to Snowflake and you just want to put fingers on keyboards before we go into the other sessions, these are the ones for you. So lots of content coming your way. Now, I'm really pleased. Alexi, welcome to our build for this year, sneaking in one more big series right before the end of the year. Just you're ready if you're for Christmas breaks or holidays, wherever you are in the region. No, not quite yet. We've got some more content to consume. I love this one. This is one we put on you, which is Zero to Notebooks. And I think about when I joined a few years ago, we didn't have notebooks inside of Snowflake. Now to sit here and sort of talk about Zero to Notebooks is really exciting. I know you had to put a lot of content together for this one as well. So I really appreciate you putting the work in to, build out this track as well. So Alexi, welcome. Let's dive into Zero to Notebooks.
This one actually, I believe, David, is 02 PII.
Zero to PII. I beg your pardon. I've skipped a whole session.
It's okay. I'm doing notebooks as well, so David's not far from wrong.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Zero to PII. Well, I should have taken the cue then too, because the session before we had a question in there like about PII and how do we do security. That was actually a question come about 2 minutes before the end of Ray's last session before. So I should have taken that as a segue over. I apologize. We've got a notebook session coming up as well. So this one is also bespoke. We actually put onto Alexi's part of our security group to print a specialist group to actually pick up on something and more as an entry to sort of how do we think about security. We talk about it a lot as well inside Snowflake as, security is endemic in the platform. And if you build the data platform and security right, you're already in a good place for AI and many other things. So I think this is a really strong topic as well. Appreciate you were with us for our last virtual tour event we did recently back in Sydney. So glad that you back on again. And this time now I've got it right from Zero to PII this time. Well, not to be confused with notebooks. So Alexi, welcome. Let's try that one again.
Thank you so much. So just let me know when you can see my screen, guys. I'm hoping, David, that you'll be able to tell us.
Yep, I can see the screen. It's all good, and with a slightly messy intro, we know this thing's all live. We've got two. Also, I should call out two. There's a couple of great resources sitting in the background waiting to take questions. So please do pepper the chat with questions. The whole point of this and doing it live is so that you can ask these questions. And we've got the right people on. So as we're moving through this, fire away questions on topic, maybe even broader questions on Snowflake, and we'll do our best to pick those up as well.
Thank you, David, for that wonderful intro. So welcome to Zero to PII using Snowflake Horizon, everybody. My name is Alexei Delau. I'm a senior solution engineer based out of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. I've been with Snowflake for 3.5 years now. So been around the traps a few times. I work with Victorian government in my role, so day to day, but I also am one of Snowflake's security champions. I take security in Snowflake very seriously. So a few things, some housekeeping tasks before we kind of start off. Have a look at your resources tab, because in there you'll find a little additions document. I created that Friday last week to help us, along with this course. So we will be using that. Feel free to have an open and open that in a text editor. We'll use that as we go. Don't worry, I will tell you when we're using parts of that. The other piece that you're going to use is the quick start itself. You will find that, I believe, in the chat. It may also be in the resources, but I'm pretty sure it's sitting in the chat box. So please feel free to open up that quick start link. I'm just going to show you guys quickly what that looks like. It would look like that if you've actually logged into the quick start, okay? So jump into that quick start, grab that resources, and please feel free to ask any questions you like about Snowflake. We've got multiple people using the Q&A today to help you with that, so feel free to jump on into that Q&A. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump back to my main slide. To understand kind of from zero to Snowflake Horizon, Horizon is basically a Snowflake umbrella term that we use to talk about everything security in Snowflake. So you see we sell it as a similar kind of like a wheel. And on the outside, we've got some security, we've got privacy, interoperability, access, and compliance. So you might be familiar with things like Snowflake Catalog. You might be familiar with the account usage schema, which is tracking everything that's being done in the account, right? And allowing you to have observability and security. Of course, in the very core of Snowflake, we have the RBAC model itself. Who can see what and when, right? So that's all part of Horizon as well. Today, we're going to touch down on two very key aspects of Snowflake Horizon, and they're actually both very, very important to have a secure stance on the platform. The first one that we're going to look at is RBAC and dynamic data masking. A lot of people will kind of put this together as PII. That's absolutely fine. Protecting PII data using dynamic data masking on Snowflake, part of Horizon. The other piece we're going to look at is actual classification of PII data. So we're going to look at that as well closer to the end of the lab. So let's just jump on in. Okay, so a few things about page one. Don't worry about reading any of the words that are here. You don't need to do too much reading today. Not only can you do the recording in your spare time later if you're feeling that you're falling a little bit behind, but I'm also going to explain the concepts using kind of natural language, so we don't have to read too much that's on the page. From page one, the most important part that you can take from this is just the links that are here, right? These are the reference links that teach us how to use the actual things. I'll give you the foundations today. Have a little bit of a read of those after the quick start today, and you'll actually get an idea of what we're trying to cover. So the first thing we're going to do, you should have a trial account ready to go. So this would have been set out as pre-work. If you don't have a trial account yet, that is absolutely okay. Just head over to trial.snowflake.com and you can actually set up a trial account. You will need to use an enterprise account or higher. So please choose Enterprise Edition or Business Critical Edition when you create a trial. For those of you that are using your own Snowflake account, be it a corporate account or you pre-set up a trial, that's fine. Just make sure that you have enough privilege to do this exercise. Again, if you don't, that's absolutely okay. You can take this offline and watch the recording and do it later, okay? So don't stress too much if you can't do it today. But with that, let's jump on in. So the first thing we're going to do for this exercise is we're going to create a series of users. And for those people that are actually having a look at the usernames here, Roy, Moss, Jen, Denham, Douglas, and Richmond, you might actually realize that this is from the IT Crowd, which is a television show that I quite love. So feel free to have a look at that. It is hilarious. Unlike the IT Crowd, Snowflake actually works. So there is a key difference there. This is what we're building today. So I'm going to show you guys. I actually whipped up a diagram to talk to how the quick start hangs together. So at the top, we've got Snowflake's basic RBAC, so the basic roles. At the top, account admin, which can do everything. We then have security admin, which is responsible for dealing with all of our global grants. And we do use the security admin account during this quick start. We then have the sysadmin account, who's responsible for the creation of objects like databases, schemas, or tables. That ownership will be passed around later, but we always start here. So the goal of the quick start here is we have a series of business users, all of which have different requirements on the Snowflake platform. So you're going to look at Richmond, and forgive me if I laugh, tying parallels back to the television show it's based on is very funny if you know who Richmond is. Richmond actually spends most of his time in a dark closet. He also is our ITC admin, and he's responsible for actually setting up all of our kind of databases and the tables and schemas that live inside it. So he owns the actual data, right? Then we've got Moss, who's a member of two roles, right? So the info security role, one near and dear to my heart, obviously being one of our security champions. He's actually going to be setting up the rules for who can see which rows and columns of data. But he's also a member of IT. Now, what you're going to find is these three roles have got differing levels of privilege over the data that we're going to create. So the data lives inside the customer's table, and each of these roles is going to have a different view of what that data is going to look like, okay? Now, the rules are actually being built through what's called a mapping table. So we've called the table row access mapping, and inside that table, you're going to have some basic rules of which roles can see which data elements. So it's broken down like this. Now, a little bit of an inside joke before we jump into the code. This particular role here, and again, if you've seen the TV show, I think it's hilarious, does effectively nothing. So it's an equivalent of the individual here, Denham, from season 1. Does nothing, right? We do create the role, we create the user, we put the user in the role, but then we effectively don't give the user any grants whatsoever. So effectively, he does nothing. And I think that's actually kind of funny. All right, so let's move back over to the Snowflake platform, everybody, and we can start by building this solution out. So if there's any questions on how this solution should look or run, please pop them through the Q&A, and our panelists will get right over to you. So jumping back to Snowflake, what we're going to do is we're going to copy this code right from the quick start, and we're going to paste it over to the Snowflake tab. So what we're doing here, let's just break it down. We're actually going to create the series of roles that you saw in my diagram. So that's here. And we're also going to create the series of users as well. But before we do this, I want you to grab, this is optional, but it will help you if you do. Go ahead to your little additions doc that I put on the resources. And what I want you to do is grab this chunk of code right here. So this is the create users code. And the reason why I want you to grab it, I want you to overwrite the quick start users just here, right? You'll notice it says must change password equals true. I actually want you to change that. So it says must change password equals false. It just makes the logins a little smoother later. It's optional. You don't have to do it. It will work if you actually don't make that change, but it'll make it a little smoother if you do change it. So you'll notice mine all say false now. So feel free to grab all of that code and you can click the play button, or another way of doing it is click this drop down and just say run all. All things being good and equal, this should run through without any errors. And there you go. You have a series of users that have been made. And that's kind of it for the first step. So let's jump back over to the quick start. We've now got the roles and we've got the users. We're not actually going to do this section here today. So if you actually wanted to have a look, just be aware we can actually log into Snowflake using a password, but we can also use key pair authentication. So in the summit that this is based on, you do see the user or the presenter go into Snow CLI and actually log in using key pair. I didn't set that up today, but be aware that we can use key pair authentication. So now that we have roles and we have users, we need to pop some grants through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all these grants through. And again, paste them over into Snowflake. So let's have a look here. The first section is we're granting a series of roles to a series of users. So we're binding the users to the roles. And then the next one is we're actually grabbing a warehouse and the actual owner of that warehouse. So what I'm going to do here, you'll notice I have a warehouse called Demo Warehouse. And if you're on a trial of Snowflake, you'll have one called compute_WH. That's the default name for a Snowflake trial. All you need is an extra small warehouse for this exercise, okay? So if you don't have one just yet, that's okay. You can go over to the warehouses tab. I'll just show you where that is quickly. Here we go. It's in admin warehouses. Make sure you're set up as account admin or sysadmin down here at the bottom left, and you can actually create a new warehouse just using this. An extra small is more than fine, okay? So going back to our worksheet, this one here, I'm going to use sysadmin because that's the one that actually owns my warehouse. And I'm going to change this by copy pasting and doing a find replace. Something like that should work. There you go. So again, yours will be a little bit different than mine. So just make sure the warehouse owner, typically it's sysadmin, but not always, is set here. And then just do your grant usage and make sure your warehouse name matches a warehouse that you have in Snowflake, okay? And once you've done that, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to create the database called Renum Industries Data, or Renum Ind Data, the official name. But here's the most important part. Snowflake actually uses discretionary access, right? So, or DAC as it's called. And so be aware that the role that owns an object has the ability to actually grant privilege to other users. So this is a way that we can delegate getting privilege grants put out. So what we do here is we've said, look, we've created the database for you, but we don't want to set up the grants and stuff. We want ITC admin to be responsible for that. Okay, so if you have a look at our demo again, our ITC admin is Richmond. So we're basically saying we'll set up the database, but after that, Richmond is the owner. Richmond does all the grants. Okay, so again, let's just do a run all through this one. Oh, in my case, I already had the database. That's okay. I'm just going to change the syntax very slightly to say create or replace, just to make sure that we actually start fresh. Give me 1 second, everybody. I will be right back. Home data. Who owns this? Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's quite strange. Bear with me a second, guys. I've actually left a share in place, it would seem. I thought I dropped all this, but apparently I didn't. So give me 1 moment and pretend you're not watching. We're just going to do a couple little drops along the way. There you go. Now I'm going to drop my database. Done. Okay. Sorry about that distraction. Let's go back to our little worksheet and we'll continue where we left off. So I'm going to run this through one more time. Much better. Okay. Again, sorry about the distraction there. So the ownership of the database called Renum Ind Data now belongs with ITC admin. So let's jump back over to the quick start. Now, this is where things get a little bit interesting. Have particular attention or pay particular attention to this right here. If you don't see this line that I've highlighted, and you're going to see this in every step we do from now on, we're going to have a little bit of difficulty. So before we jump into step 4, I'm going to add a couple little steps to the quick start, and they're in my additions file that I added for you. So if you guys can make your way over to the additions file, it looks a bit like this. What I want you to do is copy and paste this chunk of code here. I've left it highlighted. You'll find it near the top of the additions file. Paste that into Snowflake for me and run that through. This is optional, but it will actually make things a little bit easier. What it means is that the sysadmin role can actually assume any of the other roles that we've created. Okay. So I'm going to run these through just by highlighting them and clicking play. We've already done this one. So we did that one in step 1. We just wanted to make the must change password equals false. That's fine. This is the next one, and this one is absolutely optional, and I want to talk to why I've added this to the quick start. So security is paramount at Snowflake, and one of the things that we're introducing today is we're making multi-factor authentication a more enforced kind of method to log into Snowflake. And that's fantastic from a security posture point of view, but from a quick start point of view, we've got 5 users that we're setting up from memory. All of them are going to have MFA set up, which is going to be somewhat time consuming. You can do that, and that's okay. If you want to set up MFA, it will still work. To save time, however, I've actually written this so that we can bypass that requirement for the quick start. So when I log in as Moss at IT Crowd or Richmond at IT Crowd, you'll notice I don't get MFA prompted. It's because of this chunk of code that I have highlighted. So if you wish, it's totally optional. You can run this in your account. And what this will do is it will create an actual policy that will allow for MFA to be optional. And this is something that just makes the logins a little faster for the quick start. It's temporary, but it was something that I wanted to add. Okay. With that, we can jump back to the quick start code. It actually has specifically said it wants us to log in as Richmond. So that's actually something that's a little bit unique. I'm going to go slowly for the first one so everyone can see how it's done. There's a few ways you can achieve this, but I'm going to show you the cheat way. So what I want you to do is open a new tab, and we're going to say app.snowflake.com. By default, it's going to go exactly where the other tab is. It'll be the same user, the same login. What I want you to do, and I'll leave it highlighted for everybody to see, is I want you to click this. Click sign in to another account. So for me personally, it's actually, and I'll show you how to get the link for this before we jump, but this is how we're going to jump. The link is actually available just here. It's called the account identifier. So in my case, it's SFSE APAC _ AU _ demo 14. So you'll see me type this out when I do sign in to another account. I'm going to give everybody about 5 minutes to sign in to all the accounts. So work with me. I'll move slowly and we'll log in as Moss and all of the other users that we're going to use. Okay. So the first thing you're going to do in your new tab is click sign in to another account. Your account identifier, which I showed you how to get earlier. You can also see it in the URL if you look up at the top of the URL. So I'll just leave that on the screen so you can compare my URL to my account identifier that I typed, and you can see how I got from one to the other. So SFSE APAC -AU _ demo 14, you can see them just up here. Okay, so pop those through and go ahead and click sign in. And you should get a sign in screen. which means we can now put in our new Richmond user. Just go grab his password. I thought I knew what it was. Dun, 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 dun. That's a little bit better. So for those of you that did my little quick fix, you're going to see an optional MFA that looks like this. It'll say, you really should do MFA. And I fully agree with that statement. But in the context of a quick start, especially since the data we're using is entirely fake, I'm not as, I'm more comfortable with MFA being turned off for this particular use case. But it will remind you every 3 days. We are actually making this more and more less optional, put it that way. I'm going to say not now for this one. So this tab is actually Richmond. And what I'm going to do with this tab, I'm just going to make a new worksheet in the project tab. I'm going to call it Richmond. And the reason why I did that is so the tab at the top reminds me who I am. So if you can do that again for me with Moss, please. Open a new tab, go to app.snowflake.com. And then we're going to click sign into another account, which is just here. I'll leave it hovered for a second. And again, pop in SF, your account identifier, SFSC APAC for my case, -AU demo 14. Again, you can see it just up here in the URL. Sign in. This one we're going to do Moss at IT crowd. And there we go. Again, I'm going to say not now. Go to the projects, create a new worksheet, and rename it Moss. So I have a Richmond, I've got a Moss, and I think from memory we have to log in as Jen as well. We'll do Roy next, actually. So open a new tab, app.snowflake.com, sign into another account. And again, look at your URL. If you've forgotten this value, it does show in the URL. With this one, I'm going to log in as Roy. Go. And one last one, and you guys will have all of them. And that last one is Jen. So one more tab. I don't think I renamed that one. I've got a little thing just hiding here. Give me a second, guys. That's better. I'm going to just do a quick rename on this one. Projects, worksheet, Roy. And then last but not least, we'll go in as Jen as well. So feel free in your last tab to sign into another account, just like we've done. And if you're falling a little bit behind, please don't worry about this. You can watch the recording and pause it later and take your time. There is no rush. So I'm just making a worksheet for Jen as well, just so my tab at the top has that name, right? It'll make it a little easier for me to actually jump from one section of the quick start to another. So as we saw in the diagram, and I'm just going to leave a couple minutes, I'm just going to talk for a couple minutes so people can catch up. As we saw in the diagram here, there are several individuals, all of which that have a role to play at Renham Industries. So Richmond basically owns the database and the tables in the schema and is responsible for providing grants to those objects. Then you've got Moss, who's our InfoSec god, and will be creating the actual row access policies and dynamic data masking for the columns. Jen and Roy, both present here, are basically consumers of the data, and we're going to see the effects of this security on these consumers. So these individuals versus I've forgotten this guy's name actually off the top of my head, but these ones versus these, oh, Douglas. Jen versus Douglas are going to have very different results when they query the same table. And like I said before, denim doesn't get used, which is quietly hilarious. So with that, I think everybody should have multiple tabs open effectively. Give me one moment. I'm just going to move this out of the way. That's a little bit easier for me. Okay, so you should have the quick start. We've got the main Snowflake page, which has, account admin, sysadmin privilege, because you're logged in as your trial user. Then we've got the users we created, Richmond, Moss, Roy, and of course, Jen. We can do one more, actually. We'll pop Douglas in there. So let's go app.snowflake.com. Again, sign into another account. FSC APAC-AU demo 14. And this one will do Douglas. All right, so now everybody's logged in. What I might do is create a worksheet for Douglas and just name it Douglas. So this way, all my tabs at the top, I won't get confused. I know where to go for each section of the quick start. So let's carry on. Now, Richmond owns the actual database, and by owns, I mean the role of which he's a member, ITC admin, actually owns this database. So let's grab this code. And what we're going to do is paste this into our Richmond tab. So what you'll notice straight away, just here on the top right, Richmond's default role is ITC admin anyway. So just at the top, it says use role ITC admin. Technically, that line's redundant because it's already using it, but that's okay. It'll still work. And what you're going to see here is Richmond's going to create a schema for us. We saw that on the diagram. And they're going to create the customers table and populate it with fake data from the Snowflake sample database. Okay. And then finally, what they're going to do is they're going to grant usage, because remember, we have discretionary access control in Snowflake. So the ITC admin role has the ability to push grants outward, right, to other roles. So we're basically saying that all of the other roles that we created today are going to have usage and select privilege. They're not going to be able to write, but they certainly will be able to read these assets that we create. So feel free to run this script all the way through using your run all command. If we're successful, and I'm hoping that we are, basically the last statement on the bottom will select data from the customer table that we create. Please be aware it's going to be a little different for everyone because it's just randomly choosing rows from the actual customer sample data. It's okay if it looks different. As long as you see data just like this, that's all you need to do. It won't look like mine, and that's okay because it's totally random what it's picked. Okay. So as long as you've got something like this, you're good to go. You've got a data set. So let's just jump back to that quick start. We now have roles, users, and data and privileges. So you're starting to use the role-based access control for other users to actually see and use that data. So moving into step 5, what you're going to find is we're going to start the next piece of RBAC, which is called a row access policy. This is actually easier to describe when you see it working, which will happen later in the quick start. But a row access policy basically filters data on an attribute in the rows. So you might say, for example, you can only see data from the USA, or you can only see data from the UK. right? So we actually use a filter. And indeed, this one is doing exactly that. It is actually doing it based on country privilege. So we're going to create a mapping table, and we're going to put roles and countries into the mapping table. And that's what this row access policy will consume, okay? So remember, as I said before, this is the most important part of the quick start, and I've left it highlighted for a reason. This tells you which role needs to run which part. All right, so it's basically saying I need to do this as Richmond or any user that has this role, ITC admin. So I'll pop in as Richmond. I'm okay with that. Let's copy this through and jump over to Richmond. I'll do a second worksheet. And I'll just paste that. Okay, so we're going to create a row access policy, and then we're going to put the table ownership over to the role infosec, and then we're going to allow infosec role to basically create the dynamic data masking policy. So let's just do a run all. Yep, and if you actually have a quick look on my additions, that error is expected. So I'm going to show you what I mean by my additions. It's just here. I'm going to scroll down. I actually made sure to leave it in the notes so everyone knows that this is expected behavior. We actually can't grant ownership in a managed access schema to another role. So the managed access schema is owned by ITC admin, which means all the objects inside it also are driven through that same role. So we can't pass ownership of children objects in a managed access schema. So fix 5, as I called it, is basically to just comment that line so that we can do a run all. So I'm just going to jump back to Richmond, and I'm going to comment that line just like that, right? And then we can actually run just the bottom line in isolation. There you go. Okay, so the quick start itself does talk about that. For more kind of information on that, please search managed access schemas in docs.snowflake.com, and you'll see how that works with discretionary access controls. Now, because that grant that I showed you sort of failed, it'll basically say we have to use elevated rights to do this. And what you're going to see, I'm going to do this on my screen, but don't follow along because this is going to fail. Okay. It even shows you here. It says, no, it's blocked. It's not going to work. So even with a hammer using the security admin, this should still fail. I'm just going to run it. You guys don't need to. I'm just going to show you. Okay. So you can see here, I've gone up to security admin. And if I run this grant, it should literally say you have a managed access schema. This is not going to happen, right? So this is a really, really strict security result. So in order to make this work, the quick start does talk to this, but I'm hoping that the way that I'm explaining it makes it a little bit easier. You have to be ITC admin in order to change grants because that's the owner. But what you can do as a workaround, or the correct way or best practice to do this is actually here. This person doesn't need, or this role, InfoSec, doesn't need ownership of this object for RBAC to work and for dynamic data masking to work. They only need to be able to insert data and select data from that table. That's it. So instead of doing this grant ownership, which is not the right way to approach it, we can grab these ones. So make sure you grab these 2 lines. These will work. And make sure that you run them as Richmond or ITC admin. Either is fine. It's the same kind of concept, right? So go ahead. I'm going to make a new page. I'm just going to grab those 2 lines and do a run all. So at this point, what we have a database, a schema, we have a table, we've got a user, users, and roles, right? So we have all the moving parts. We've just created a row access mapping as well. Sorry, the table, which is good. Let's carry on. This is where it gets fun. All right, so there's a lot of moving parts here. I know it's challenging when you first start working with security. It's really code heavy, but what we're really doing here isn't that complex. So when we look at the select statements and how they work, you'll notice that it's actually a really powerful technology, and it looked harder because of code than it actually is. Okay, so again, take a note of the top line. This is the most important part, and if you don't use the right role, the script won't work. So this one is saying, I need you to run this as MOS or use the InfoSec role. Some of you will be using, your trial account login, your default login, which has account admin privilege. You can actually jump from role to role. I did a little workaround that allows you to jump around, right? So if you want to use role jumping, that's okay too. I'm doing it exactly like the book says, right? So I'm logged in as Moss. I will use the Moss user. So just make sure that you use Moss. I'm just going to grab this code. There we go. And I'm going to jump over to my Moss tab. Now, a giveaway to make sure that you're on the right page is this first statement says use role infosec. And if you look up here, it's definitely the right user because I've already got that role actioned. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to insert data into the mapping table. We gave privilege to the infosec role to select and insert on our mapping table. They can't actually do anything else with the table. They can't do any outward grants. They don't have discretionary access, but they can drive the business rules of who sees what, right? So in this case, we're basically saying account admin, it doesn't apply. I just noticed there's a tiny little typo in there. So that actually should say account admin. Make sure that you have an N in there. The other roles here, these are the ones that are actually important. These are the ones that are part of our quick start today, right? So ITC admin or Richmond basically doesn't have this applied to him. So when Richmond logs in and does a select, there's not going to be any filtering, right? But what you're going to see is the ones that say true. So these ones here, as well as denim, we don't ever log in as denim, which is kind of funny. But these will all have different countries applied. So marketing will see the UK, IT will see the US, InfoSec doesn't actually have anything applied, and executive will see France. Okay. And then basically, so that's your mapping table. This is the row access policy that enforces that rule. So what we're going to do is create the mapping. We've got the mapping table now. We're going to populate it, and then we're going to actually build this row access policy. So feel free to do a run all for me. Here's the actual thing that's interesting, just at the bottom. And I love the fact that it's commented in the quick start at this point. It actually is reinforcing for us discretionary access control. If we basically say grant apply on row access policy, the one we've just made, makes no sense is what it's called. It's not going to work, right? Because we've got a managed access schema. So it's commented to show you we will be doing this a little bit differently in the next step, right? Okay. Here it is. Grab these two lines, but you cannot run these as Moss because Moss doesn't have security admin. So we're just going to copy these two lines of code, go back to our initial Snow site, which does have that security admin privilege, and just run those two lines. And you can do that just by selecting the code and then clicking the play button. And that should work through without too much issue. So now basically what we're saying is the ITC admin role, i.e. Richmond, can apply these rules. Richmond just can't change what's in the mapping table. Okay, so we're actually putting delegation of authority across, making sure the right individuals are applying the right security principles. So InfoSec will drive the business rules. ITC admin will apply those rules to various tables across the organization. Okay. Next one is we're going to jump into Richmond, right? Or any role that has ITC admin. And we're going to run this code through. And what we're doing is we're binding that access policy to the customer table. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab that. Back to Richmond. I'm just doing the different tabs for separation. It's totally optional. So here we go. We should be able to run this through, use role ITC admin. Yep. And alter table, apply the actual access policy to the table. You'll notice as well, we're binding the policy to the country column of the table. So that's how the actual access policy is working. We have a mapping table which shows the countries which each role can see, and then we bind it to that column. Now, if this worked, I'm pretty sure it did because I haven't had any errors, but if this worked, we're actually going to start seeing some interesting results when we select from customers. So let's have a look at this together. I'm going to grab this select, and we're going to run this as various people. All right. Let's start at the top with an account admin privilege. You'll notice here, this is a fully qualified table name, which means no matter what role I use, so long as I have privilege, it's going to work. So account admin, when they run a SQL select against the table, is not getting a result. Okay. Now, if I change this to, say, sysadmin, run it again. Same result, right? But let's jump over and I'll show you my diagram again, just so you realize who we're talking about here. So here's our owner. This is the one sending out all of the grants and making sure the right people see the right tables. This is the role responsible for doing the business rules in the mapping table that we created. These are the roles that have differing countries, right? So IT, marketing, and executive all have different countries when they select from that table. So let's start with IT and run this through. What you should see, and we saw that in the row access policy, is we should actually see just US data coming through, nothing else. If we change this to marketing, I think from memory, this was UK data. Let's run this again, but as marketing. Yep. And you should see UK results coming through with marketing. And last but not least, Denham's role. The quick start doesn't ever use it, but I'll jump across to Denham's role, which was executive from memory. Let's run it through as executive. And there you go. So you can see that Denham has been stuck, right? Or the executive role is stuck to France. So this is how row access policies in Snowflake work. But the most important part about this, and Snowflake Horizon is an all-encompassing package. You are going to see later in the quick start that everything that we apply centrally applies to every use case in Snowflake. So if I push this through as a data share, for example, you're going to notice that the consumer has these rules applied. If I actually push this through any kind of generative AI use cases like Cortex AI, again, it's all the same central security model. These rules are applied across the platform, no matter the use case. So once it's set and it's working the way you expect, you can rest assured that it works with every workload and every use case on the Snowflake platform. So you define it once, use it many times. So with that, let's jump on to the next section of the quick start. We're almost there, guys. We're doing really well. And I'm sure the questions are coming in hot. So this is the next piece. We've done row access policies, which is filtering those tables based on row privilege, right? So in this case, the country attribute, which is what we're using. For column level security, this is where you start seeing some really cool principles in PII, right? So an example here is talking about a marketing campaign, and it'll make more sense when we see it in use. It's hard to read as code. But what's going to happen is we're going to take this email address, and based on who you are and what role you are, you might see the email, or you might actually see masked as a result. So quite often you'll see this used with sensitive or PII data. Things like credit cards come to mind, email addresses, home addresses is another one that's sensitive, right? Things like salutations like Mr. or Mrs. or Ms, not as sensitive, right? But column security is typically used for these types of attributes. So with that, I'm going to highlight one more time just to stay consistent. Please make sure if you're running with me on this, you do this with the MOS user or the InfoSec role, okay? So again, I'm going to grab this code and I'm going to create some masking policies as MOS. I'll call this one MOS2. There you go. So we should have the InfoSec role in use by default anyway, but that's okay. I'm going to say use role InfoSec. You can actually do a run all if you wish, exactly the same as before. We're just creating two masking policies. So go ahead. You can actually create the two. That's all right. Jumping back, we're going to do the same thing that we did with the row access policy, and we're going to use the security admin, the elevated privilege, to allow Richmond or ITC admin to actually enforce these on columns, okay? So the InfoSec team will actually create the rules, and the ITC admin team will actually apply them to various aspects. So we have separation of responsibility. All right. This one, we're going to jump over. I'll just make a new tab for it. There you go. So this is in my main account, not Richmond or any of the IT accounts. The giveaway is always here. Up at the top right, I can see account admin. You might see sysadmin. Oh, that's fine. As long as you can get to security admin, you're on your way. So we're going to allow ITC admin the ability to apply masking policies to objects. Okay. And then we're going to apply this as the table. So with this one, notice it's saying use role ITC admin. That's our Richmond user. So make sure that we actually do this as Richmond. It's showing at the top there. Make sure you do this as Richmond. So Richmond is going to actually do an application now for your dynamic data masking. There you go. I'll just do a run all. Excellent. So I'm seeing a lot of successfulies, which is really good. Again, if you're not seeing success, you can always go back to the beginning of this recording and just pause and work your way through, okay? The steps are actually definitely going to work as long as you don't miss one, because there's quite a few interdependencies along the way. So here you go. We've got Richmond has now actually set the masking policy, and you'll notice it's been tied to the email address and opt-in columns of that customer table. Let's have a look at what the result of this is. So it's basically saying, let's have a look at this select now as marketing or Douglas. I'll jump over to Douglas. That's okay. So you'll notice Douglas default position is marketing. Let's have a select star. Give me 1 second. There you go. So what you're going to see if you run this as marketing is we now have column masking put on. It's called dynamic data masking in Snowflake terms, but you can see it just here. So basically the rule said, if the opt-in is yes, you can show the email. If the opt-in is no, mask it. So this will prevent any kind of automatic marketing campaigns emailing people that have unsubscribed. Okay, so you can see here it just says masked on anything that says no. So you can tell straight away that it's working for the Douglas user. You've got your dynamic data masking in place, which is fantastic. Now, this part of the actual quick start, guys, I want everybody to just have a quick pause, take a deep breath. We're almost done. I want you guys to watch me do this one. Please don't follow along unless you have 2 accounts in the same region. So if you have an account based in Sydney on AWS and you have a second account in AWS Sydney, you can follow along because you can actually do a share between them and feel free to jump in. But you may learn more if you just watch as I do it with my 2 demo accounts. So one of our Q&A resources on the call today has kindly offered to allow me to use their demo account as the consumer. So I want to show everybody the results of using Snowflake's secure data sharing with other Horizon elements like row access policies and dynamic data masking. So let's take a look at that. So what we're going to do, and this is the most important part if you do choose to follow along, is I need you to use this name. This is the most important part. If you don't have this exact, this isn't going to work. Now let me show you why that is just quickly. I believe it was Richmond. Sorry, Moss made them. There it is. It's right here. So the quick start's quite clear, and it does say if you're going to share this out and test this out, please make sure that your share is called Renum Ind Data Share. And the reason why is because in the code here, we basically call for that name, right? So we basically say if the share name is this, we're going to apply this rule, right? And you can see the actual rule that's happening, right? So let's have a look at the results of that through a share and make sure that you actually keep that name. Okay, so I'm going to copy that as well, just to make sure. I'll open up a new tab. And what you're going to do is jump over to the data products section. And then you can do this two ways. You can either do it through private sharing or provider studio. Either is fine. I'm going to use private sharing today. Make sure that you, oh, sorry, my apologies. We need to make sure we have enough privilege, otherwise we can't do this at all. So I've got to jump back to my main tab to do this because it's the only one logged in with privilege. Okay, so jumping back over to that direct share area, private sharing. If you're account admin, it is by default, the only role that can create shares. You will see a blue button at the top right to create a share. What I'm going to do is say publish to specified consumers. Okay. The first thing we need to do is give this a title. I'm just going to be funny because I feel like it today. That's the kind of mood that I'm in. So give it a title. The title is not the most important thing, but this is what your consumer will see on their screen as you're going to see. Okay. Now, this again, Horizon is a lot of security things. We've talked about discretionary access control. We've talked about RBAC. We've talked about row access policies, dynamic data masking. The other part that comes to play as well is with secure data shares, we can actually elect who sees the table that goes out. It can be a single account, which is what I'm going to do here. We can actually publish to the marketplace as well. So if we have data that we think other customers can value from, and that data is obviously deemed insensitive enough to publish in a public way, we can actually pop it on the marketplace as well. We're not going to do that today. That's not the point of our quick start today. We're going to go direct because I want to show you the impacts of a share going through dynamic data masking and row access policy. We're going to pick one consumer. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to select what's in the listing. So using the select button, make your way down to Renum. In the basement of Renum Industries, you should find a table, and we're going to share the customers table. Mostly because the row access mapping table isn't that interesting. Okay, so feel free to send that customer's data out. So I'm just putting a little description for our consumer to have a look at as well. Now, the most important part for this is we need to actually put this to a consumer. So we need to make this available, right? In this case, as I said, one of our Q&A resources has volunteered their account for me to target. So thank you for that. Basically, we're going to pop that thing out just like that. Now, the most important part, and I almost forgot to do it, is that this has to have the name that is in our actual mapping policy. Otherwise, it won't work. Nothing will show up, right? So if I don't have a match in a mapping policy, the table will be queried, but you'll get no rows. So we always security first. So I made sure that this matches. This all looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy to publish that through. So let's have a look at that. First and foremost, one of the things about sharing which is unique to Snowflake is it's immediately live because no data moves. Okay, so the moment I've set up the share, this is live. The other account can immediately see it. So I'm going to actually jump across now to the other account. And I'm going to show you what it looks like from the other side. Oh, there he goes. I'm about to get hit with a prompt. There we go. So making sure that on the consumer side, we are account admin, I should be able to see straight by going to private sharing. I'm hoping that Alexa is epic. Apparently I am. But you can see the description I've put in, the title that I've put in. I can click on get. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to say anybody that logs into this account successfully will be eligible to query this share. So I'm going to allow the public role to query it as well. Okay. Go ahead and click on get. And let's have a look at what happens when we share data from a provider that has got PII controls in place. We're just going to query that data. Okay. There we go. I think I might have a small, I hope I'm not stuttering. It seems I've got a little bit of a lag. That's okay. We're here. We got there in the end. So I'm just going to say select star from. Yeah, it looks like my internet might be slowing down just a tiny bit. Bear with me, everybody. I'm hoping everyone can still hear me. Okay. So it looks like that. What you can see here is the actual rule, and if you saw carefully, I'll put it back on the other account and show you again. The invoker share said, if you come in and the share name is Renum Ind Share, I think the name was, I'm going to force you to see UK. I'm also going to make sure that the dynamic data masking is applied as well. So you can see it's masked even though it goes through a share, and it actually is filtered just to the UK. Okay. So that's basically it from a data share point of view. Now, one last thing I want to do, and I'll do this one a little bit later. I'm going to log out of my consumer account. Good. Good. I'm going to jump back to my main. Now, one last thing about sharing before I jump into the final part of Horizon for today. The other piece you need to be aware of with sharing is it is a two-way trust. And what I mean by that is the provider needs to actually create the listing or the share, and the consumer needs to choose to read it. If either party terminates that agreement, so the consumer decides they don't want it, they can drop the database. That is true for the provider as well. So at any time, as the provider, which is my pink screen here, I can drop the listing, and that is immediately effective on the consumer side. So that trust always has to be there for the share to work. Security is paramount at Snowflake, and this is another example of that. So in closing, we've got two last pieces. We've got some tagging that we can use. The reason tagging is interesting is it is actually a very scalable way, not only to put tags on assets to describe what the assets might be and use that metadata for things like cross-charging in an organization. We can also apply these rules that I've shown you today to tags. So in the quick start, we've actually applied our column masking directly to the column. For a more scalable approach of that, you can apply the rule to a tag and then apply the tag across columns across the Snowflake instance. And what will happen there is if you actually change the rule to the tag, it will actually affect every column simultaneously. So it's much more scalable as a solution to apply this stuff to tags than directly to columns. But both work, and the quick start still does the column version. So I'm going to show you guys how to do some tags. It's pretty simple. Notice that it actually starts with security admin. So I'm going to start with that main powerful account where I've got account admin. Otherwise, I won't be able to get to security admin. So I'm going to grab a new worksheet and just paste that through. And I'm basically saying allow create tags to InfoSec. So the MOS user should be able to create some tags. And I'm actually going to give Richmond or ITC admin the ability to apply it. So InfoSec will create it. ITC admin will apply it. We're still keeping the two roles very, very separate. So let's run this through by doing a runoff. Excellent. Now, using Moss, we're actually going to create the tags. So jumping back over to our Moss account, InfoSec can create them, InfoSec can't apply them. Okay, so separation of duty there. I'm basically going to create two tags. One of them is called Peter and the other one's called Calendar. They're interesting names, and if you're IT crowd fans, you will understand the joke. You need to watch the television show for it to be funny, I'm afraid. Moss is basically creating the tags. Richmond will apply them. Okay. So going over as Richmond, there we go. I'm going to create a new Richmond tab. There we go. So Richmond is going to take that table called customers and going to apply two tag values at the same time. Peter's going to become file and calendar is going to become geeks. Now, obviously with tagging, you're going to be looking more like which business unit is an owner or things like that, or maybe usage of the data. These are just examples, okay? So let's have a look at setting the tags first. I'm only going to run these, and then I'm going to run the get tag in isolation so you guys can see it. So it's been done. The tags are on the table. The impacts are immediate. Let's have a look at that. We have a built-in function called system$get_tag, which will allow us to actually get a tag value for an object. So in this case, I want to know what calendar tag is for customers, right? And it basically has responded geeks, which is correct. That's what we've said here. So we can tag, I believe the number is 150, up to 150 discrete tags per object in Snowflake. That may have grown since last I looked, but I'm pretty sure it's still 150. Okay. So using tagging, we can actually tag attributes multiple ways in meaningful ways. Now, the last thing that I want to show everybody is classification. As part of the Horizon offering, classifying data to look for things that might be sensitive is a really good way to approach PII, okay? So Snowflake has a list of dictionaries built in that basically will look at your data, it will sample your data and say, I believe this is a gender, or I believe this is an email, or I believe this is a license number, for example, right? And using this information, we can actually start putting dynamic data masking on these columns. So if you have a look here, and again, it's being quite specific about who it wants this run as. It's typically anyone that can run the IT role, but we'll do it as Jen. I'm pretty sure Jen's one of my logins. Yep. So it basically says use role IT. And you can see the default is IT for Jen anyway. Now, this built-in function called extract semantic categories. Bear with me a second. Copy. There we go. This built-in function called extract semantic categories can be used in data pipelines. So we actually have a tool, and I'm going to show you how to get to that in just a moment. The extract semantic categories can be used to actually automate this through tools like dbt, as an example. Okay, so extract semantic categories still has a place. It does actually respond with a JSON file, right? Or a JSON response. It's actually a variant, as we call it in Snowflake terms. Now, in my little additions text that I put, I created some things for everybody. I'm going to go grab them now, right? They're just near the bottom, just here. We can use Snowflake's built-in capabilities to flatten that JSON and actually look at various elements of the JSON. So in this particular case, I'm going to have a look at the privacy category, the semantic category, and the probability. But this is slightly fixed. If you run the quick start version of it, you'll get a blank. And the reason why is the output from semantic categories, extract semantic categories, has slightly changed over time. So I fixed it for you so that it would run. Please feel free to grab my code from that quick fix or the addition file in the resources. And you can see here, for example, I've said where the F key is CD gender. You can see here it says it's a quasi-identifier. The semantic category is gender, and the probability is high. Now I'm going to run this through again without that where clause. Here you go. So you can see all of the columns inside that customer table, and you can see here that it's actually identifying. This looks to me like it's a gender. This looks to me like it's a country. And you can see the probability is relatively high. It's confident that these are true, right? You get to email address and it says, I think this is an email, but I'm not positive. Okay. So be aware that if you get a low, you're not going to want to auto classify that later in a pipeline. You're going to want to look at that with human eyes and intervene and make sure it is an email address, as an example. Now, one last thing I want to show everybody before we jump off the call. We do have a cleanup and conclusion, which will drop the database, the schema, the table, the users and the roles, all of that. Please feel free to run that when you're done your quick start, and it will clean up everything that we've done. But there's one more thing I want to show you, which is a more kind of advanced way of doing classifications. So we have the extract semantic categories function, which is good for pipeline automation. But maybe you don't want to approach it from a code level. You want to do it a little bit more automatically, as it were. So let's have a look at that. If you actually go over to the data section and you have high enough privilege, right, you're going to be able to get to the auto classification tools in Snowflake. So I'm going to make my way down to Renum, which is just here, basement tables, customers. And actually, I went too far. I got too excited. Let's go back up to the schema, right? So I'm going to go to basement. Now, Snowflake actually has the ability to classify and tag sensitive data using built-in capabilities. We give you a UI which lets you review those tags and make sure that they're correct before we apply them, which is really, really cool. This can be done on a schema level. So every table in a schema, every view in a schema, or when we first put it out, we could do database. Yeah, we actually got rid of database level because it was too wide scope, right? So grab any schema that you like, and you should be able to do a tag of select objects. I'm not going to tag or try to look for extracting semantic categories on row access mapping. It's not consumed by the business. So I'll have a look at customers. I'm going to turn off auto tag, and I'm just going to classify this through just so everybody sees how it looks. So the same technology that runs extract semantic categories actually runs this UI version. And this allows business users, right, with the correct privilege to classify and tag assets without the need to know coding in Snowflake. So extract semantic categories, right? Classification will actually run automatically. And when this is ready, the cancel button will actually say review classification results effectively. So you just see here it's a blue button. And it says there's one of two tables ready for review. And you can see here that I actually have your customer table name. So you've got the actual results coming back. They didn't come through as cleanly as the extract categories, unfortunately. But what we can do here is we can actually override these, say for email address, for example, choose an email, and we can actually apply the tags automatically. So extract semantic categories is a coded way of managing this. And then we have a UI method as well, which allows us to apply these tags and then drive dynamic data masking off those tags. So with that, everybody, I am going to leave myself open to some questions. I believe David's still on the call to jump in. David, are you still with us, sir?
Hey, Lexi, I don't think David's at his desk at the moment. Maybe he's getting a refill of a coffee or a drink.
That's okay. While I've got you, Phil, do you have any Q&As you can read to me, boss?
Let me take a look. I think the guys, Leon, Syed, and Gary have done a pretty good job.
Oh, so they're all cleared up.
They
Okay.
are, yes.
If anybody wants to ask a question, we're at the conclusion of the quick start. We still have a little bit of time. I'm happy to answer them live. If there are no outstanding questions sitting in the chat, I'm going to throw a quick thanks for everyone to come to the virtual hands-on lab for Snowflake Build. Thanks for joining us. But in the meantime, I'm open to questions, and I'll give it a couple minutes, then we'll throw it back to Phil and team. Okay. So no questions popping through yet, Phil?
No questions. I guess if we can give it like a couple of more minutes.
Yep, I'm happy to actually do a couple more minutes. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit I'm seeing. Never mind. Not seeing anything actually. So just let me know if you do get any questions through there, and I'm more than happy to jump all over them.
Yeah, and if we don't have any questions that come in, we can give everyone like a 15-minute break or so, since the
Absolutely.
next session is at 1 p.m. Sydney time or 10 a.m. Singapore time.
It doesn't look like any more are going to come through, Phil. So let's give everybody 15 minutes. We will see you all, as Phil just said, at 1 p.m. Sydney time or 10 a.m. Singapore time for the next hands-on lab for Snowflake Build. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Lexi. Everyone, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Hello, David. Welcome back.
Hey,
All right, I'll give you the share screen back.
thank you.
Okay, that looks good.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the Best of Build APJ. Maybe you've just joined us. If you're up in Southeast Asia, where I live in Singapore, it's coming up to, where are we, 10 o'clock in the morning. So you might not have been with us for the first few sessions. So if you've just joined us, welcome as well. My name is David Wakeman. I'm the PMM and Evangelist Lead for Snowflake here across APJ, and it is fantastic to be with you today. We have got an amazing week. We've already started off with a few hands-on sessions, but we have an incredible week coming up for you, and I'm so pleased for those of you who could join us today. So just before I welcome our next presenter up, Kamesh, I'm just quickly going to share with you a little bit of what we've been up to this week overall. So this is all about build and builders and you. It's about creating incredible solutions and incredible things based on the Snowflake platform. We're really excited to not only have had the recent Global Build Conference. If you haven't seen that, you absolutely need to go back and have a look at that content, and you'll hear from our CEO and from our product leads and our experts and our developer relations teams, lots of incredible talented individuals bring the latest and greatest. But we wanted to bring to you a live version where you can engage with some of our, best of the best inside the technology community, and that's exactly what we've got ahead for the week. Now, you've probably all seen this because you signed up to get here, so I'm sure you've seen the landing page, but just in case you haven't, this is the week as it's unfolding. Today, we're bringing you a hands-on lab session. Now, if you haven't touched Snowflake, we just did 2 sessions this morning, a zero to Snowflake, zero to security. You can see those sessions repeated this afternoon if you're in India or Southeast Asia and missed them. Perfect if you've never laid fingers on keyboards on a keyboard for Snowflake and you just want to get a feel for what the platform can do. We're going to sort of continue that theme and explore notebooks in a moment with Kamesh, and then look at zero to GenAI. So all of this is really just about prepping you if you're in the domain, but maybe don't have a lot of background to Snowflake and you want to try it out and talk to our experts. As we go to tomorrow, you can see here, we get into our main build sessions. I'll open with Natalie Mead tomorrow for our opening session, along with Kamesh and some other all-stars. And then we're going to go through a whole section of topics here. These are hands-on sessions. We're going to do a lot of demos, and each of the sessions has not only the presenter, but we also have either one of our system engineers or principals or field CTOs online in chat to take advantage of that. So there's a really good opportunity to go and engage with the Snowflake team and get your questions answered. So it's a packed week. We have 4 days of content, and I'm sure there is something for everyone out there in the builder community, whether you're a data analyst, whether you're building applications, whether you're interested in generative AI, ML, there's something for everyone. Just a quick shout out to, while we're in here, is a couple of things that might be worthwhile to note that I will call out as well. I'll put this slide up, which I think is really, really useful as well. If you are new to Snowflake and you're wondering how to sort of engage with us, there's a number of different tracks you can use to get a hold of content. We have 50 plus quick starts. You can go to quickstarts.snowflake.com. They're free. A lot of our demos are based on that. There's Snowflake University. There's a series of free badges, content that you can consume. We have our Snow Pro certification as well, which is our premier certification. We would love to see those starting the Snowflake journey today to eventually get up and be a Snow Pro. We also have other free content. There's user groups, there's chapters right across Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, and India. We have dozens of them now, so there's a great community network to engage with. We do a lot of other free events like Snowflake Ascent. Ascent is an instructor-led free live online seminar series that we do, which will give you any badges. We do Snowflake Discovers. Maybe you've seen me presenting those. So keep an eye out on your email, keep an eye out on the website. We have lots of different ways for you to engage, for everything from quick demos to these hands-on sessions to lots of specialty content as well. So lots for you to go and consume out there to really bring your skills up to speed with Snowflake. Now, what I'd like to do is actually welcome our next presenter up into the stage now, the virtual stage. And I'm really pleased, just while Kamesh is coming up, I'm really pleased to introduce Kamesh. Kamesh joined us in our developer relations team this year. You're going to see more of Kamesh actually during this week. And I'm going to do a shout out now for those who have joined. In the past, we've sort of used lots of different groups to help put build and content together. And this year, Kamesh shared, I would love to own this, as he took on the developer relations. And really this week is all courtesy to you, Kamesh. So I'm thrilled that not only have you put the content together, but also made you present as well. So like, it wasn't an easy ball. It started from, hey, can you help me put some content to now you're on screen. So Kamesh, welcome. And I'm so thrilled that you can be with us today here at Build.
Hey, thanks so much, David. I think it was an awesome experience putting things together, right? As I used to love putting content for developer, being a developer for a long time, like I always love that we get the best to the developers and then give them all tool resources for them to get started.
Yeah,
I think thank you so much for that. It's my pleasure working with you all and looking forward to this week. Yeah.
So just a quick before we cut over, we're going to do zero to notebooks in a moment, which is great because I can only just announce sort of our first notebooks in private preview a year ago, and now we're doing a deeper dive into them. So it's an exciting topic. But I just want to call out, you hit a key point then. Please utilize the chat. You know, Kamesh has put content together. Hey, drop something in chat and say, Kamesh, or, you know, I'd like to see this. If you want to connect to me in LinkedIn, give us some feedback. The great thing is about this, we make this here in APJ. We make it with our own team. We've got a great team over here across Asia Pacific, Japan, India now. Give us some feedback. I mean, if you don't like it, want something different, we would love to hear the feedback, and we'll just build it into the next session. So thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Zero to Streamlit. We're doing Streamlit or notebooks in this session. Streamlit, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, it's a Streamlit. Yes, that's right. I think.
So I introduced the last one as Zero to Notebooks too. I'm obsessed with Zero to Notebooks. I don't know where I got that from. Sorry.
Yeah, I think in a way, like I could say that's also a valid point, because like we are also going to bring in show notebooks inside this whole session as well, and say, hey, how we can do Streamlit in notebooks, in Snowflake notebooks. I think that's going to be a little part of this whole labs as well. So which means that in a way, what you said is perfectly right. No worries on that. Yeah.
Thanks for saving the grace. Sorry, Zero to Streamlit, beg your pardon. You'll see Streamlit come up in a number of sessions during the week. You know, be given it's a sort of one option for front end. You're going to see it in some of our chatbot sessions when we build chatbots as a way to interface with them, and some of our other demos as well. So it's a great product to go and engage with. With that, I'm going to stop talking. Kamesh, over to you. Thank you so much, and take it away for Zero to Streamlit.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. And let me go share my screen first and then get started.
I'll just make sure that comes up for you.
Yeah. You see my screen? Yeah, see my desktop right here.
It's perfect. I can see all your desktop now, so perfect.
And maybe like I need to share my presentation. I think it's a usual morning. Sorry guys, like from India in the morning, 7:30, like you know what happens, like you get your machines up and running on a Monday morning. So excuse me for that. I think I'm just going to share my screen and then start the presentation.
It's all part of the beauty of doing it live, so everyone knows we're live. I think I've introduced Zero to Notebooks twice because it's early in Singapore too. So, at least everyone knows we're live here.
Okay, you see my slides, David, now?
Yeah, I'll second see your slide and I'll drop off camera. So thanks, Kamesh.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah. Morning, everyone. Again, I think it's another morning from Bangalore, as I said earlier. So I'm joining pretty early, not so early there, so from Bangalore. And you should see the little technical pictures shows that like I'm a little off my sleep and I'm getting off the things. But don't worry that I'll make the sessions going to be super interesting, and we're going to have all hands on this session. I'll just give some little introduction to Streamlits and other stuff for just to set the context up. And then probably we'll move on to the labs. I'm going to give you the links for the labs. The links are there in the resources as well. As David said, keep popping your questions on the chat. We have beloved colleague Ismail on the chat answering your questions. And we can also take the questions if you have time at the last. This is going to be a 90-minute session. That's what we plan for. So obviously, there's going to be Streamlit fundamentals. People are already know Streamlit is going to be a repeat of this, but we'll show you like how do we actually transition from the actual Streamlit open source into Streamlit in Snowflake. It's a little tongue twister, like I just keep misspelling it many times. Streamlit in Snowflake, or in short, we call it SIS, right? So that's what we're going to see. Like we'll make an application. It's going to be a ML-based application. That's what we're going to see. But I think the focus is not on what's the algorithm we use for ML, what's the machine learning, other stuff. The focus is going to be more on what things we use in Streamlit to make this application more interactive, developing similar applications for thing, right? I think that's the thing. So in case if you see me dropping off, my voice dropping off, my screen got cut or something like that, please do call out so that I can make sure it works. I'm also probably like at times I just need to shift my head this side to see the chat on this so that like if somebody calls me out of the chat saying, hey, your screen is not working, I'm able to pick it up. All right. So who am I? So that's the next question. David gave me an introduction about myself. I joined pretty new to Snowflake for the developer relations team, working out of India, Bangalore, and covering most part of APAC for now. So people who love to connect to me, like there is a QR code which gives me the handle to my GitHub, my LinkedIn, wherever you want me get in touch with. If you want more questions or more discussions about this session, happy to chat on that, on anything Snowflake, right? I'm happy to answer those questions, or I can connect you to the right people who can get you the questions done, all right? So that's this QR code again. I said, if you want to connect me, please do. And then just drop a note saying where you met me so that I know how to connect with you guys, all right? Great. So what's going to be in the agenda? So obviously, this is our pretty small agenda that we have today. So we're going to see like, okay, Snowflake trial sign up. I think that most of them you would have already done. In case if you have not done it, I think we have the trial sign up link on the Zoom resources. Please do click and get yourself signed up and activated. Maybe we might not need for the initial part of your thing, but at the final of where you're going to move your application to Snowflake in SIS, that's where you're going to use this one. So please do sign up and get your account activated. I'll just walk you through those things a little bit in a moment, and then we'll take it from there. All right. Snowsite overview. I feel this is very important. People who are coming new to Snowflake, I like to take a little, maybe 5-10 minutes to kind of walk you through what's Snowflake and how do you go, what all things that you're going to see as part of this lab. Though I'm not be doing the end-to-end Snowsite overview, I'm just going to cover the parts that is most important for today's lab, which you want to go there, find out where is my things kind of thing. That's where you're going to do. So the lab, we are going to have two labs. I mean, I'm going to say, I think it's one single lab, but I split it into two. One is like basically we start with a Snowflake on your laptop, getting started, doing everything done, and then we push it to GitHub, and then you use Streamlit Cloud, Community Cloud to kind of deploy applications. And then we'll see what it takes for you to move from there to secured Streamlit in Snowflake. So that's going to be the one that I'm going to have that there, right? And then probably we'll notice that, okay, I've not closed my bracket, right? The open parenthesis. So there's a reason for that, because this journey will continue. It's not just I'm just starting moving it, because I'm going to be keeping updating my applications. So you'll have a lot of things. So it's not just a closed bracket, it's an open-ended bracket. We can do lots of amazing things once you are in Streamlit and Snowflake. So we'll see what all things we can do. I'll cover a bit of use cases. Those things, use cases and new features, I'm going to park it at the at the last, because mean to say like if we have time, we'll cover these things, because it's just going to say what all the use cases get applied. But obviously, since you're coming here, you might know what all the use cases that you might need Streamlit for, Snowflake for, etc. So we'll just cover those things when you have this last 5-10 minutes where we'll take Q&A. I just want to rush you through those slides. Otherwise, like we'll see like how we can get those things up to you. All these informations are available on our website. You can just go see that there. All right. Great. So why Streamlit, right? Streamlit, it's as a whole caption says that it gives you lots of stuff that you can get started and done in a fraction of seconds. Like Streamlit gives you data teams a quick way to build their own apps. Mean to say like I don't need to rely on somebody, a third-party organization or somebody like that to build me beautiful apps like what you see on my screen. With Streamlit, if I know Python, if I'm a data scientist, if I have a company which has people to know work on Python, that's all I require for you to write apps, right? We can create impactful apps. You'll see one in an example when you do our labs. So it works on three principles. Embrace Python. Python is for everything. So we're going to talk to Python with the data in Snowflake. Obviously, that's one thing which you already do. Any data scientist will do, or anybody who is working on a data application. The natural choice is to use Python. So we are embracing Python, treating widgets as variables. You'll see what I mean by this when we actually do the labs. We need to say we'll say set a variable x equal to, let's say, for example, text box, which means that x captures a value from text box. We don't need the other magic to basically take the value out of the text box. All right. And reuse data and consumption. We have all the principles that to cache the data, cache the resources so that you don't need to go back, improve your network calls, go overthink, making latency more and all these things. So you don't need all those stuff. So we keep using the data, keep using the computation. Whenever we change something within the data, so it's going to change all the look and feel of the widgets that you see on the screen. All right. So that's other things like embrace Python, treat widgets as variables, everything is going to be variables, and reuse data. So these are the very core three principles with which Streamlit was developed. Another one before I go to the next slide, I usually talk a little faster. In case if you feel that I'm going too fast, just call me out. Like my friends will let me know that I'm talking faster so that I can slow down. All right. So so this is what I said by embracing Python scripting, right? If you see on the screen, like you are going to see that live when you actually do this lab. So we're just going to do something like that, what you see on my screen on the black side of the left, and you're going to see whatever is coming up immediately refreshed on the thing. So this is local one, but we are going to see how we can do that, even getting things hosted on GitHub, for example, and then getting things changed first. And similarly, when you move to Snowflake, we'll see how Snowflake makes it even easier. The next one, like it works with all your favorite Python libraries. There is no block to any of those libraries. You can do scikit-learn, you can do plotly, TensorFlow, all these stuff. So we're going to see scikit-learn, and probably we'll see some amount of Atlar today. So, but all of the pandas, obviously, which is the base to play with any of your data science things. So, but all of the things comes naturally for you. You can just add those things into your application and start working with it, right? So treat widgets as variables. This is what I said. For example, we are having a slider variable. As you see on our screen, I can adjust the value. The value naturally gets onto X and the next displays the value, right? Which means that it's so easy for you to process it. I don't need to bend my minds to kind of go find out how do I extract the value from my widgets, all right? Great. So intentional layout and theme, we are talking about these things. Interaction, we'll see about interaction. That's what one of the focus of this, because when I'm doing machine learning prediction, which is going to be an example app today, without interaction, there's not going to be anything in it. So we'll see how we are going to add widgets, how do we do interaction and every other stuff, all right? Reuse data, as I said, singleton, memo, and then we also have a few other things in Streamlit like called caching, cache resource, cache data, and all these stuff, which allows you to cache all the stuff within there so that you don't need to go call them again and again and again, right? So that's what we do with all these things, okay? Great. That's what I saw. Like I remember with this Go Crazy thing, like the game that I used to play a few years ago, like it's called Plants vs Zombies, I think. So there's a person called as Crazy Dave, and Dave, it's not a mention about you again. So you always say that whenever you do something great, like it's a go crazy, right? That's what you're going to do right now. So we're going to go crazy, start with something, understand what things done, and then the imagination is limitless, right? You can go wherever you want. All right. I'm going to stop talking with this particular slide because that's an enough introduction. We'll get on to a labs to see what we want to do. So we are going to have Snowflake's commitment to open source. We are still committed to open source. That's the reason why I say, how do you bootstrap from open source into Streamlit in Snowflake, right? That's what the path I'm going to say to you so that you'll always see you can quick to be production. I mean, prototype and everything on open source and move to production with Snowflake, Streamlit. So everything is going to work as good as in open source, even in Snowflake, Streamlit in Snowflake as well, all right? So let me stop my screen sharing, and then let me go to, my slides here, and then get to the thing. This link you should have. This is going to be your instructions link. I think my screen is pretty clear for you, I guess. In case if it's not, just let me know. So this is what you're going to take, like the bunch of stuff you already talked about: Streamlit local application journey, deploy to cloud, connect to Snowflake, go native with Snowflake, right? You're just going to follow all these parts one after another. So before I get to the whole stuff, right, I just want to call out a few things that will help you to kind of make your things a little faster and with me. And I say, like, if you're not up to speed with me, don't worry about all those things. These instructions are available. It's there on this public link, which you can go and try out with your trial account that you're signed up. Don't worry that you missed up. Hey, I missed this command. I missed this instruction. I missed this module which was doing. So don't worry about that stuff. We're always good with that. All right. So that's what we're going to do. So all the instructions, if you see, there are a few things which I'm going to use VS Code for all my demonstrations, but please feel to be comfortable with whatever thing you are. But just to stay with the same thing helps us to kind of be consistent with the labs so that like you don't have any instructions mismatching. All right. And then other one is like you always have a little copy icon here. So you can just do copy and paste and update these Angular ones that needs to be updated whenever you do this stuff so that like it's easy for you. This is another one which we added, and we have a bunch of notes to make sure that like what is important in this section or something like that. And also like most of the sections we'll be doing something like this, as I said, the code pieces. And let me share you one other stuff. So all the code things are highlighted. For example, let me go to an example to say what I mean by that, so that like I go back to my instructions. So whenever you move from one chapter to another chapter, and I say, hey, you want to update this code, I will highlight this updated code because we are going to copy paste the whole code piece, just update the file right there in our local. So which means that just to avoid typing errors and other stuff, right? Make things a little faster and cover stuff within the time we have. So whenever you go on to these, I would have highlighted the sections that are undergone changes from the previous version of your thing to this version, so that like you understand what changes we are making. For example, in this case, I'm importing pandas. I'm kind of reading data from pandas. All right. So these are the three things which I want to highlight to you. And probably I think you can also navigate to everything from here, right there, and go to overview. This is where we are, and I'm going to get started. So probably I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes pause or a few minutes pause to see like if we have everybody's on. You can just ping on the chat saying like everybody's signed up, so that like we can get started with doing our demonstration. Probably I'll just give a few more minutes for us to watch stuff like just put a thumbs up or something like that on your screen saying, okay, we're all good with Snowflake signed up and everything, so that we get started. Alrighty. I assume so. In case if you're still stuck up, like we got our friends on the chat who could help you out, or otherwise like you can call out, like we can pause somewhere, like and then get started. In the interest of time, we keep moving. We just got like what 1 hour and 9 minutes for us to cover this whole stuff. Mostly we should do it even before that. We can take more questions. So if everybody is on signed up for a thing, I just want to show you. This is what is called a snow site. When I call snow site, this is something which you get logged into Snowflake. After you sign up for an account and activate, you get a username and password. You can put on a username and password and get signed. And then this is where you land in. So there are a bunch of navigation menus here. You have an home menu, which takes you to a bunch of other places. And there's going to be a projects menu, like which you're going to see today. I'll talk about that in later. There's going to be a data menu that we're going to have all our databases that we're going to create, etc. The data products, marketplace, and other stuff. You'll not see about that, but you'll be seeing about this in other sessions in this week or other labs that you might be doing. And we have an AI ML studio. That's where we're going to see this. And finally, like monitoring, where I can see my query performance, my copies, the dynamic tables, traces and logs, etc. The last but not the least, the administrative section, where you can go change your thing, add new users, add new accounts, etc., etc. So for today's session, mostly we'll be doing only with worksheets. So when I say create worksheets, just click on this and create a worksheet here. You can create 2 Python and SQL worksheet, but we'll stick to SQL worksheet today. The another one that we'll be talking today is about notebooks. I think most of the things, I don't think so we might go into worksheet, but just in case, if you want to do something, if you want to explain something based on a question, then I'll shift to a worksheet and tell you what it is. If you still want to go play with your queries directly executing on Snowflake, just go do the stuff right here, okay, on the thing, all right? And then that's going to be the notebooks thing. This is what we're going to talk about. So where you just click notebook and import. We'll come back to that when we get to that section on the lab. So whenever you want to go find out your notebooks, all your notebooks gets listed here. You can also create it from a repository and import a PNB, IP or NBF file, right? We'll talk about that when we actually have an instruction where we will be using notebook. So I'll call that out there. And today's topic, Streamlit, this is where all your applications is going to land. We'll see how we are going to get to these applications and then open up the application and access the application, etc., etc. All right. So there's also an instruction if you go to your thing. I think mostly there is an environment setup. We have this little tool called a Snowflake CLI. I think probably like I would allow you to kind of install that locally as well. So if you go to Snowflake CLI, because we'll be running some commands from this, you can have this installation guide. How do you install Snowflake CLI? You got this package managers. We'll prefer the package managers for most of your tool. Download this and install this parallelly when we do this. Because some of the instructions, I'll tell you how the CLI makes your life much easier and quicker, right? I'm just going to paste this link on the chat so that like my friends can share this with you guys as well on the thing. So just go there and then install this one. So that will make your life much easier when you do a few of the commands. So this one is, I think it's a kind of, you can call like you have been using SnowSQL. That's going to sooner or later it's going to get deprecated, and this is what we're going to use for upcoming things, right? Probably that's what we prefer people to use. If you're starting to use CLI with Snowflake, just get started with this, right? Great. I think these are the main things I want to just let you know before we get started, and let's get started. Okay. So I already have CLI. So once you install CLI, and then if you say snow dash version, then you should see the version of this. I'm been using 3.2.0. That's the latest release. I think 3.2.1 is the latest release that we have. So never mind, even 3.2.0, this work for you as well. So let me put my thing like this here so that I can show you copy paste for the commands that I'm doing. The very few things are all CLI ones. So what are you going to do? So the very first thing we're going to do is like, there is a starter kit that we already designed for getting started with Streamlit applications. That's what we're going to use. If you can go to this link here, so that's going to show you the starter kit. We can just kind of use this template from here, fork it and use it. That's one way of using this. The other one is what you're going to do today is like, I'm just going to use GitHub CLI to kind of basically create this stuff. So I'm a big CLI fan. I'll kind of use most of the stuff from CLI. So either you can use any way you want, just use a starter kit, use a template repo, clone it to a particular template and get it down, or you can just use the clone thing, right? If you have GitHub CLI installed on a local, then you're going to use that one. So I'll leave the choice to you. You can use any way you want. But let us get started here with using a CLI app, right? So I'm going to do one thing. I'm just going to go to a folder called Snowworks. That's my lab for Snowworks. And then I'm going to call this as build 24. I'm going to go to this folder. Let me say where I am, okay, right here. And then I'm going to paste this command right here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it, okay? So if you're wondering if you want really interested in getting GH repo, I think the link is there on the overview section, the setup tools. If you saw where I clicked Snow CLI, you'll see the link for the GitHub CLI as well. You can just click and download so that you can use the same thing here as well. Okay. So that's what I'm using right now. So I'm just going to say create this repository and then do the stuff. Start here. Okay, all right. So we got this repository created. If you see here, so let me go refresh my GitHub repositories here. And I should see the HTML app created here. So which is right there. This repository I'm going to use for all my demos. So I think one little thing I want to notice, if you're forking from GitHub directly using a template, so just mindful that there was a little space that I noticed yesterday on the container path. We are not going to use dev container, so don't worry about that. But in case if you want to use dev container, make sure that you delete the path. I mean, the space from the path. There is a pending PR which needs to be merged to kind of take this out. Okay. Great. So this is where you're going to stay for all this entire lab for the open source stuff. Okay. So the next one, what you're going to do once you're done with this. So I'm just going to clone this particular app locally. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Copy this GitHub repo clone. So as I said, this is going to make your life much easier when you are using GitHub. So that's what I said. You see GitHub repo clone, and it clones from your default user on the GitHub, right? It's going to be a username. So this is going to clone this repository right here. So it's going to go there. I'm just going to give it a little authorization because I use SSH to sign my code. There you go. And oh my gosh, so I think there's a little glitch I did here. So I did not make the directories to do this here. I think there is an instruction to make the directory. I'm going to do this again. I'm sorry about that. Cd dot. Oh, I'll make this directory again. 34. Sorry guys, I bumped an instruction. This is what happens if you don't follow the instructions. In my hand, I'm just going to create this directory here first, and then cd. I just have this handy variable tutorial home because that helps you to kind of navigate from anywhere. Even in instructions, whenever you find what is tutorial home, you can just do echo $tutorial home. That's going to give me the whole path from where this particular directory I'm currently in. So this is very useful when you're developing, when you're writing something or building an apps. I always have this habit of having these variables. So this helps you to kind of make your application more easier, even if you're writing instructions for somebody else, right? So now I'll go do this one. So I'm sorry about, I think I already did this. So the repo is ready. I'm just going to do the clone alone. And that's going to clone me into this repository, okay? There we go. I have everything here. And what I'll do right now is to just do code and then open this directory right here so that and then I can close the other one. So I don't need this. So I'm going to move this side. So we have all the applications from the template right here. We have a little Streamlit app. We have the dev containers. This is what I was saying to you. I think there is a space here. If you want to move this out, you can just move this out. That's what I was saying. You should see the little icons here, which I'm using here. It's the dev container so that I can open stuff with the dev container here. Okay. So, and then let's open the terminal again because we have some more things to do. So as I said earlier, you can use locally with all tools installed. That's what we're going to do right now using VS Code plus other stuff. You can use dev container, which has everything inside. If you're very proficient with the dev containers, go ahead and do with dev containers. Or in case you're going to use code spaces, you can also use code spaces. So choice is yours. But for this whole demonstration or tutorial or whatever we call as, so I'm going to stick to using everything from local within VS Code. Okay, I'm going to create a virtual environment. I'm going to start doing stuff from there. Okay. Great. I think let's go back here to this little more stuff that I need to do. So the very first thing that we are going to do is deploying to Snowflake, right? We are right there. We're open this code. The very first thing that I need to do is kind of open the requirements and install everything. Okay. Copy this requirements.txt and paste it here. Okay. And then we are also going to create an environment.yaml. I'm going to use Conda. You can also do right within VS Code. I know that's a much easiest way, but just to stay with the instructions, I can also go with Conda here. And then I'm going to copy paste this environment.yaml on here so that I get it from right channels. Let me make it a little bigger so that I can be right here so that it's easy. I'll just shift this and this. So it's not so obstructing for you, I guess. And then I'm going to create this environment, copy this one and put it here. And then say, yes, everything is going to be done here. It's going to install a bunch of packages for me. So while that happens, it takes a few seconds for this to install and create this environment. Okay, it's verifying the transactions. So these are the old stuff that we do, or you can just do pip install requirements. I think that's what I'm doing here. I'm just calling it from pip. I'm using 3.11. So just stay with this particular stuff for the whole demonstration if you're trying it out personally in some other place, because you're just going to use 3.11 as Python for this entire demo. And then that's the, I should say the one that is most recommended as of today. Will be moving to 3.12 sooner or later. Just watch out for the announcement that comes from Snowflake officially. But right now, we're just going to stay here. We're just doing some pip installs. While it does that, I'll also tell you another way is just if you go to your VS Code, I can also do a select interpreter, create a new environment. For example, let's say I want to create a font VNVR. I can do a Conda create as well from the current thing. You can do it in your UI GUI way as well. That's up to you. You can click on this and then you can select the path for your thing. And then if you follow the instructions, it'll ask you to choose the requirements file and you're done. Okay, you don't even need to create this Conda and everything. But I just want to stay with Conda because just to be consistent with Windows, Linux, and Mac, whichever machine you're using, I want to be a little cautious about these versions that you get installed so that your whole lab is smoother. All right. So I'm going to go activate this one right now. Make sure everything is there. I'm on a Conda environment. If you see right now on the bottom of my screen, All right, let me clear the screen for now. You should see that right here, it says my conda environment is activated. So that's what you see here, right? So, and also like to give you a little tip here. So there is another nice tool I always love to use. It's called as DARENV. You can find the link there. That makes your life even more easier when you're kind of working with Python or VNV or anything. You don't need to do all these installs. Just add this little layout Python on env.rc file. It creates a virtual environment right within your directory and you can start working on it. All right, great. So here we go. So here is the first thing that we're going to do. Let's open our Streamlit app that we have. I'm just going to close this for a moment. We don't need this for most of the demo here after the CLIs. I'm going to stick everything to GUI right now. The very first thing that we're going to do right now is we have this app name and everything. We're just going to update this to this little thing. So as I said earlier, just copy and paste it here on your thing. Okay. So just going to say import Streamlit and then Untitled and thing, right? If you're activated your environment properly, you should definitely don't see any errors here. Otherwise, you will feel errors. In case if you're seeing errors even after activating, just close and open your thing, right? I think you can also have the Python interpreter saying, okay, I don't find you, right? So probably that's all because that it takes some time for this to kind of activate the whole stuff. Okay. So don't worry on this. So we're all good here. So so we're just going to say Streamlit here. And we have a bunch of changes. So the pattern, just listen to me for a second. So the pattern that we are going to follow for each of these labs is that whenever we do a code update, we're going to commit the code update and we're going to push this code update to Streamlit. I mean, your GitHub repository, I'm sorry. And then we'll create an app in Streamlit. And going forward, any updates or pushes that you're going to do to Git is going to refresh your app. You'll see that in live in action in a few seconds, but that's what is going to be the pattern. So there's not going to be an explicit instruction saying, hey, commit this one, right? After you make the changes and you want to refresh, see those changes, just commit and push your code, and then your code should be refreshed and live on Streamlit Cloud. Okay, that's going to be the pattern for maybe next 3 or 4 chapters that we're going to do. All right. So let's go and do this one, and I'm going to call this as first deployment. I'm going to copy the same thing here. Let me pull this down so that it's easy for thing, and then commit it here. And then I'm going to sync the changes to my repository. All right. So let's go to my repo here. So we'll wait for a few seconds for this to be refreshed. There we go. And then if I refresh my repository, I should see the first deployment thing here. There we go. And then how do I take this to, let me hide this floating panels. Okay. Hide floating meeting controls. Okay. So that it's easy. So if you go to streamlit.io, let me go there right from start. And then you can just do, if you're not signed up, sign it up. You can use GitHub, you can use other things to sign up, but I already have an account there and just going to click sign in. So that's going to take into my account. I have signed it using my GitHub. All right. And then what I'm going to do right now is kind of create an app. Click on create apps. That's exactly the instruction says to you. Go to streamlit.io, sign in and create. If you're not signed up, do this one. Give a repository name. The pattern I usually do is like give you a name because it might be missing something. I mean, the name is already there. So probably we'll do that in a second. And then I'm going to give a branch, and then I'm going to give a main path, and I'm going to give an app URL. Okay. So the little thing before I do that is I just want to go change my branch name. So I just rename this branch to be main. Okay. Just to stay consistent with the latest thing that that Git does. Okay. So if I go back to this thing, I should see this as a main branch. I'm just going to copy these instructions and then make it update locally. So otherwise, if you don't want to do this, you can just do with master itself. So just to stay a little consistent with that instruction, I'm just changing this up. So everything right now stands on main. I just updated this one to main as well. Okay. What I did right now is like it was using master. I'm just using the latest GitHub conventions of using main as your default branch just to make things easier and stay consistent with your GitHub. All right. Great. So then what I say, follow these instructions right here. It says like go to the GitHub repository name, take your ML app. That's what we have created earlier, the branch, the main file, and then app URL. Okay. We are going to give that a try right now. I hope everybody is with me. Probably after this, it will take a few seconds. I'll probably pop in to see if there's any questions that needs something in my attention. Okay. Click on this app, choose deploy public app from GitHub. That's what I'm going to do. Click on this. It's going to ask my thing. I'm just going to say HTML app. hopefully this picks it up, or I can just copy paste the URL. I think it's going to say give your username. Okay, yeah, there you go. It should pick it up. Otherwise, you can just copy paste this GitHub URL and give it like this. For example, copy paste this URL, give it here, it should take it up. Okay. So I got main Streamlit app.py. This is my main file that it needs to run. Usually Streamlit starts with a particular, what you call a boot file kind of thing, right? Probably I call it as a boot file. That's where the whole stuff starts from. So here we're going to use a boot file as our Streamlit app.py that we created, that we updated in a second ago. So that's what I'm going to use. So I'm just going to get this thing right here. And then I'm going to go back and then click deploy. Okay. So you need to wait for a few seconds. I just gives you a generated name. Leave with that because the name should be unique. So if you give HTML app, that's already been created, so it will not pick it up. So didn't give it to any name you want. Don't worry about that for now. Just make sure this URL is there. It will be coming up right now for you. Okay. Let me go and see if there is any questions that I have that I need to answer. Let me see if I can do this thing. Okay. All right, Kanan, I think I expected this. I'll go a little slower. Sorry about that. It's more of a natural instinct on this, so I can go slow. Okay. I was a little cautious on my time, so that's the reason. Okay, so we'll wait for this to happen. So I think that also gives some lead time for everybody to follow. As I said earlier, probably you don't need to strictly follow with me like pen to pen. Just follow with me like what I'm doing, just to understand the flow. How do we take stuff? Since these instructions are already available public for you to consume, you can go back and try it out whenever you have time, in case if you miss some of the instructions. But at times I have to go a little faster just to be conscious of time. I need to have 90 minutes, which is given to me to kind of do the session. Okay. I'm extremely sorry if something has popped up, but I'll definitely make sure the upcoming things I go a little slower. Yeah, we'll talk about deploying on command line soon, Yuri. I think that's what we're going to see as part of the Snowflake side of sections. So we do have a CLI that we can do. We don't have Ashim, like we don't have a way to kind of deploy it using Streamlit app editor, at least for now. We at least need the basic GitHub repository for this to get started. So that's the reason why I showed you how to do that. And that's one of the precise reason we also made those little things right there, like the starter kits, which will allow you to get started pretty sooner or quicker and easier. All right. So, and there you see, so we just got our app deployed, and you see this one right here. We just made this little update here. I'm just going to move these ones, close these ones for clarity. So we have the machine learning app, and then we have the ST right, the machine learning world that's updated. You can just try to see, make some more changes to that, and then try to see how it works. For example, let's go and do machine learning app. Welcome to, I'm just going to change this to best of build 2024. Okay, and then okay. And then I'm going to save this one. The moment you get this, let's say another update. Okay. It's going to comment this, and then I'm going to sync the changes, and you should see that update coming up in a few seconds. That's what I see. I think there you go. There you go. So it's so instantaneous. So after you set up your what do you call your GitHub repositories and connect your app to it, then it's all fine, right? And I think Ismail, to answer your question, I forgot. Sorry, I'm misspelling the name. there was another question like who was asking like how can you do the editor? I think you can also, once you connect it, you get the editor here. You can just directly edit the application right from GitHub. So you don't need to go in to do this stuff. But at the fundamental thing, we need an editor. Okay, we need a GitHub repository to be backed by this. Okay. I hope everyone is here properly. Like I'll just give few more seconds for people to come up, and then while that happens, I can also go see this. I think probably go back to the instructions. So we are up to here. We have deployed an application. We see how doing a change to the application is refreshing you directly. This is what is called as a Streamlit in cloud, right? So this is what's a community thing. You can deploy any number of public apps you want. The private repositories are restricted. So that's where you're going to see what all other things that you want to see with Streamlit in Snowflake, where you get more privacy, more private things before you can make it public. All right. I don't know why. Do you still see my screen? I think for some reason I'm getting my screen sharing as paused. I should resume. Okay. I'm sorry. For some reason, like my screen got shared. I hope everyone is seeing my screen again. I think I'm sorry about that. I think some glitch again. Okay, great. So just to summarize what you've done right now, we created a GitHub repository and then we kind of hooked it up with our Streamlit account and deployed an application, installed a bunch of our local, created a Conda environment. Typically, we created a Python environment, virtual environment. You can use whatever way you allow to create it and kind of install the dependencies that is required. And then finally made a little change to the skeleton application and then deployed it into Streamlit cloud so that we see this refreshing happen the moment we update and push the code back. Okay. So that's pretty much we have. So what we're going to do next is going to go to the actual demo application. So where we're going to explore how do you do little processing with data using pandas and other stuff. So don't worry about too much into the depth of this application. It's a very simple penguins dataset application that's going to predict the penguins in a particular island based on their flap size, the body mass, male or female, etc., etc. So we already have the data set available for you. So you don't need to worry about that. So what you're going to do next is going to basically pull this data set to local. Okay. So if you see this command right here, I'm going to make a directory called as data. If you want to do it separately, you can also do it separately and then curl this particular one into the data directory. So that's what you do. So we got our data set added. So penguin data set, the CSV. So as I said earlier, so this is going to be a data set that we have here. Let me open that on a thing. So I'm just going to flip this between little things so that I get more space to show it to you. In case if you feel a little comfortable, uncomfortable, let me know. So we're going to have species, island, build length, and then build depth, flipper length, etc., on this data set. This is the data set we have. So we are going to take this data set and then you're going to predict the penguins based on this data. That's going to be the whole exercise that you're going to tie up building a Streamlit app for doing this work. Okay, that's a crux. So we got our data. So we just make a data directory, curl this particular application. I mean the data set. I think you can also, if you don't want to do a curl, manually make a data directory, go to this particular GitHub URL. I mean, download this file and put it in data directory. It has to be in data directory because that's where your code is going to refer to. Okay. So now we're just going to start with the very basic thing, just to go display the data, right? We're just going to see, like, read it with pandas. I'm going to import pandas here, read the CSV file that we have downloaded and displaying a data frame. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this one and update my file. Okay. And then I'm going to go back here and then say, call this as commit as display data and do a commit. Okay. Just do a sync changes. The moment I go here, should start to see this one right within this. Okay, in a fraction of seconds. There you go, it runs. And we got our data test parsed and displayed as a data frame within Streamlit. So as I told earlier, so what you did, we downloaded the data set. So it's going to be penguins data. So don't worry too much on data. Don't worry too much on machine learning and other stuff. Or just concentrate on how we are hooking this up with Streamlit. So that's going to be the focus of this whole labs, the bunch of labs that you're going to do. Okay. So that's what you're doing right now. So we just pulled it up, got the data down and cleaned and then this data. And then if you want to manually pull it down, make sure that you create a data called as data within your the GitHub repository folder locally, and then download the file here, right enter data. So if you're going to be in other places, then you have to adjust this path as well. So let's stick on to the instructions, just create a data and then do it. Otherwise, if you're on in any of those machines that we can do curl, just do a curl and put it here. Okay. Awesome. And then we used pandas to kind of read the data and then kind of just displaying the raw data frame, right? That's what we saw in our Streamlit app. The online app that I have right now, which I created earlier, automatically refreshes this stuff and shows this to me, right? I don't need to do any change, just commit my change and push it to GitHub repository. So as I said earlier, this is the same pattern that you're going to follow for the rest of the labs. Commit, push the code, and go back to your app and see the app getting refreshed. It may take a few seconds for the app to refresh, but just wait onto it, okay? Great. We did this one. Next one is what we're going to do an application overview. Just read about that. So we are going to add our very first widget. Okay, this widget is basically what it's going to do. It's called an expander widget. You can find the documentation. All the sections wherever I refer to any widget or anything from Streamlit, I've automatically put this link to the documentation so that you can go see the documentation, see what are the properties it supports, and then how it suits your needs when you're going to do this stuff. Okay. For now, what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to add an expander called as data, where I'm going to display this raw data. You see this raw data here. I'm just going to little update here. I'm going to push this into the expander section. Okay. So I'm just going to add an expander section here, and then I'm going to show this raw data inside this rather than on the root, right? Right now it is on the root. So I'm just going to move that into expander. I'll tell you what expander looks like in a second. You'll see that. Okay. So let's do this. So I'm just going to commit back again. I say add expander. Commit it, and then do a sync change, right? So you should see this thing updating here. This section is going inside the expander. Expander, you can imagine like a section, right? This is what we call as an expander, so that your browser space is saved, right? It's not expanding and showing all the things unless and until you need it. So by default, it's collapsed. I can also make it uncollapsed. There's a property for the expander. For example, if you go here and then say, I think I need to go back and then say unexpanded, I think false or something. I think if you can go here, let me see if it's getting the documentation here. Okay, I have to open this again. Code-R so that it picks up my interpreter and everything. So go here. There's a whole VS Code thing, right, that you have here. And you should see HTML app here. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So now I should start to see all this documentation and everything, right? So I think there is an expanded thing here. If I make it a true, so what happens is it will expand this one. For example, I'm just going to say expand data expanded. Okay, it's a funny name, right? Funny commit message. So I'm just going to give this. So when I do this, what happens is, so it's going to expand this whole stuff here. And when I kind of refresh it. So right now it is collapsed. Right now we see this get automatically expanded and occupies the whole space. So that's the reason probably like what I try to do is like I just don't want that to be there. I'll expand it like I call this as revert auto expansion. Commit, and then I'm going to sync the changes here back here so that like it doesn't expand it automatically. Okay. So one thing I did a little earlier is that sometimes your VS Code doesn't pick the interpreters. So I just probably need to go set the interpreter manually. So you can do that using select interpreter option from here, point it to your Conda environment that I already have here, right? That's what I did right now. Okay. So that like your IntelliSense, your documentation and everything comes when you're kind of working with the application, right? Great. So we expanded the stuff here. So the next one, what you're going to do, as good as in any machine learning, we have this X and Y variables that we need to define. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I'm just defining an X variable that's going to be the then that I'm going to drop off, which is going to be used as my features because species is what we're going to predict. So from my data, I'm going to drop off everything from my X. All the features is going to be everything other than the species. Okay, that's what I'm doing here. And then kind of like for Y, my target is going to be species. So this again, people who are proficient in machine learning, you know this naturally. So that's what I'm going to do. Define my X and Y. All right. So I'm just going to call this commit display variables. Okay. And then do a commit, sync changes again. And you should see the changes reflected in a short second, right? You should see another expander added here. Within the expander, you should see the X and Y added here. So let's see if that's done. So yeah, there you go. So you should see X, you should see Y. Okay. X is like everything other than species, and Y is species. So we just defined our variables, just preparing our application to define the features and the target that we're going to do using the machine learning stuff. Okay. All right. So next is where the things start to get even little interesting. What all the other things that I can explore with Streamlit right out of the box? So what you're going to do, Streamlit out of the box gives you scatter plots. You can plot Plotly thing. You can plot Seaborn. You can plot Atlair, and then there's also a bunch of out of the box charts that is given by Streamlit, which you can use directly. In this example, I'm going to use a scatter chart, which is available out of the box. It uses Altair behind the scenes to go and do this stuff, but that's not something which is very interesting for us right now. But just imagine that, just have that information for you. So what I'm going to do right now is going to plot this whole data using a scatter plot. So I'm just going to do that, copy paste the code, and then I'm going to call this comment as add scatter plot. Okay, and then plot this one up and sync changes. Okay, so your applications will be refreshed. I'm just going to collapse this so that like I know this one. We're adding another expander here where we get the data visualization, and your scatter plot is right here, which plots all your your dolphin species, your penguin species here. I'm sorry, not dolphin. So penguin species here, the blue ones, dark blue ones are Adelie, light blue ones are Chinstrap, and the other red ones are Gentoo. Okay, so this is again the versatility that Streamlit brings you, right? I can not only add widgets to expand, I can also add charts, which gives you greater visualization of data much easily, right? Because I've not wrote much lines of code. I already wrote less 20 lines of code, half of which are just information, text information. And then if you see my code, it's just 4 or 5 lines where I was able to get the data visualization. All right. So I'm just going to take a pause here, just give others to catch up here, and then like we'll move forward. So just take a tab of time. We just have 35 minutes more. I think it should be good with the time. Right. So I guess everybody is on chatting this, getting this thing done. Okay. Great. Okay, the next one is where the more interactive stuff starts. Me to say like what I'm going to do in this one is I'm just going to add a sidebar. So where we have all the variables, we have features decided right now. I'm going to allow users to choose which features he want and then make the prediction based on that. That's going to be our final target. So what I'm going to do right now, use Streamlit to kind of add a sidebar, a select box, slider, radio buttons. You can check all these things, the links to this documentation. Click on this. Don't worry, it will not refresh your page. It will take you to another tab onto the documentation. All right. So I'm just going to do all these things, add a sidebar, select bar to pick up the features, slider to adjust few things like your bill length, bill width, flipper width, etc., etc. Checkbox to see if it's a male or a female, and radio buttons. All right. Awesome. So I'm just going to do this, build a sidebar, copy this whole stuff. So that's the reason why I dumped the whole code. If you go down after a scatter chart, I've added this sidebar here. One for islands, one for bill length, each feature, right? One for bill depth, one for flipper length, and one for body mass, and then one for gender. Okay. So just look at this code. This is very straightforward to understand. Nothing in there. So I'm just going to copy this code, whole code again. Update my thing right here. And then say, I call this add widgets. Okay. Or what is the section name? I usually say use the section. Okay. I'll just say build sidebar. Okay. And then comment this figure. Okay. Go back, sync the changes here. And then like you should see the changes synced here. Let's go back to our stuff. And there you see the sidebar comes here. So this was missing in the earlier app. If you refresh, if you revert the commit and see, you'll see the changes. This was refreshing there. We can pick the island from here in one of these drop boxes. It's not that interactivity is not added yet. That's what you're going to do next. Just added the widgets here. Like you can just do the thing. You can adjust the length and width. You can adjust the bill and depth and width. Okay. And then you can adjust all these flipper length and flipper width, etc. And body mass and everything. Choose everything. So this is what the interactivity that I'm bringing in. Usually when you're going in for predictions or any other kind of visual data visualization, we want to adjust few parameters to see how the whole data visualization performs. Okay, that's exactly what you're doing right here. So I'm just kind of doing that. We just did that, add this sidebar to our whole view. This is where the next interesting thing starts. That's where you're going to actually do the feature processing. So We define the widgets, right, where you're going to capture the data. But how do we actually capture this data, right? So that like I can apply onto my machine learning algorithm so that it uses these parameters when I choose my predictions, right? So that's the whole intent of us. So that's what I'm doing here. So this again is straightforward pandas code. It's not nothing to do with Streamlit. I'm just displaying this on another expander so that we know what is getting chosen by when you kind of adjust this, right? So let's do this. So I'm just going to add, copy this one, paste it back here. So, and then let's say if I get a commit, I'm just going to say commit here, and then say feature data sync. That's what my commit is going to be. Sync changes again. You see this? How easy is this for us to go interact with this, right? Make some changes, visualize this, make some changes, visualize this, right? That's what we say, like go to prototype and production in fraction of seconds, right? So I'm going to toggle this down so that like we can see this one. So right now it shows you like we just chosen this island as Toggerson. 41.46 is my build length. Build depth is 16.08. Fill per length is whatever we chosen here, right? And then there's going to be male or female. I'm just going to change this one. I'm going to change to Biscoe Island. You see this change here. I'm going to go to female, increase the stuff a little bit more so that you see this value is changing here, right? And then we are concatenated that data right here on top of this so that like when I send this data for machine learning, it's going to be processed in a consistent way, all right? So right now we added interactivity, capture the data out of an interaction, which means that we have two things ready to feed it into our machine learning program, right? That's what you're going to do next, okay? So that's exactly what we did here. And then we are going to use scikit-learn to kind of do a data preparation, like doing all this kind of encoding and everything, and then take the data out, all right? So is everyone up here? So any questions? Any pressing questions here that I need to answer? I don't think so. I hope my speed is okay right now. I'm not rushing too fast. I mean, I'm not speaking too fast. I don't rush, basically. I hope I'm not speaking too fast. Still, if you want to slow down, we can slow down. We just have half an hour more, but we have quite a good thing to cover. So we have a good space and time for more questions. Okay. I'm going to let me go next to the next thing. I'm going to go back to my data preparation stuff. Park all your questions, as I said. Ismail is there doing a great job answering all the questions. So making things much easier for us. So in case like we want to take some questions at the end, obviously I'm happy to take those questions as well. Okay, great. The next thing, what you're going to do as part of the whole exercise is that we're going to do a data preparation. So we have two text columns, the island and sex, which is kind of like male and female, and then island is all textual thing, right? In typical machine learning world, we kind of change them to kind of want not encode those data into different things, right? So that like is easy it's a numerical format for the machine learning to process. So I'm not going too much into probably, I assume most of you are machine learning experts than me. So which means that these are all straightforward stuff. So what I'm doing here, I'm going to go a little update to this code. I'm just going to add encoder. So if you see here, like I've imported the thing here, like we're just going to use the encoding right here. Penguins got get dummies. We're going to use get dummies from pandas to kind of do this encoding for us. And then we're defining a target mapper to map our islands to the encoding values. And then I'm going to apply these two things. Again, as I said, this has nothing to do with Streamlit. This is more of a pandas kind of a code that we use here. So we're just going to do a little update here. This one. And then go paste it here. And then I say, call this commit as data prep. Okay. And then come it back here. Okay. And then sync the changes. So that's not going to be a big change on your application as such, but only thing is that you should see the encoding value changes here. So once this one comes up and refreshes, you will see this whole stuff get changed for you. Okay, let's wait for that. If we go here, the data preparation, if you see this one, the island is kind of become 0 or 1. Same thing with sex, female and male, island Toggerson, island dream, island Biscoy. Your encoding is done right here, right? If I go change to Toggerson, if you see Toggerson, it gets toggled for Toggerson here, and then you can change to male. Then you should see this one toggle to male. Okay, the encoding is done right now, which means my data is ready for me to feed into scikit-learn's regression algorithms to kind of go and get this stuff done for me. Okay. All right. Let's go here, do the next one. That's where you're going to do the last step of our Streamlit and deploy cloud of making this application ready. The final thing, where we're going to predict this whole stuff based on these input features that we chose. Okay. So obviously you don't need to do this. This is an extra instruction that I gave here. We already have everything done here, updated to the latest one. So you can just skip this particular section that talks about here, doing pip install, because we've done the install already here. Okay, you don't need to do it again. So this was just for a thing which is added. I think probably there's a version mismatch here. I just needs to be 135. Okay, 126 also works, but 135 is the latest one we have in Streamlit thing. We'll talk about this a little in a second. So, so once you're done with all these things, you should have everything done up and running for you here. Okay. Let's go here and then kind of go back. I'm adding an import to scikit-learn, which we already have on our requirements, which is installed. And then what you're doing right now, if you go back down below, we're just going to do a little probability using random forest classifier, fit the whole stuff, predict thing, and then kind of display the prediction. That's all we are going to do right now. Okay. And then we are using the few of the Streamlit features to do the prediction. For example, we are using ST subheader, ST success to do. I'll show that once I do the prediction, what it means. And then you're also going to have something called as a column config. We're going to do a neat display of what the data we're getting here. So these are the ones where ST data frame allows you to display your data frame, pandas data frame inside Streamlit. So that's what ST data frame does. Column config basically allows you to configure each and every column with few properties. For example, most of the things which float formatting, I'm just using a float here. I'm defining a width. Okay. And then kind of like other ones, I mostly have the float thing, and then I'm also adding the index, right? Usually when you display a data frame, the index gets displayed always. So we're just going to try the index, hide the index as well. Okay. So nothing big here. So we're just using a subheader here for prediction probability, using random forest classifier, classifying this, doing a prediction, taking out the prediction probability, and kind of just doing this is kind of like swap between your encoding and decoding, right? That's what you're doing here. And then we're kind of getting the probability into a prediction probability data frame. Call values, I'm kind of renaming that the calls to the calls, because like it will be 0, 1, 0 kind of thing, right? I'm just kind of swapping this out and then finally displaying the data. Okay. So let's go here, copy this one again, and copy, save this. I'm just going to call this as train and predict. Go here. It's going to call. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Commit, sync changes. Changes are synced. Let's wait for this to complete. Just going to collapse this one as well. And there you go. So with Torgerson as an island, the prediction for us is Adelaide. Let's try to change this. Let me change a different island to see what happens. Still Adelaide comes. And even on Biscoy, I'm just going to increase this one a little bit and make it a little bigger. See if now I get Gen 2 as my prediction. And then let me go to a different island, a dream island, and then say Chinstrap is what coming for the same prediction values. I'm going to change to female here. Gen 2 comes back here. So this is kind of interactivity that Streamlit brings to you when you're kind of doing with these kind of predictions, right? Because I want to visualize the data and do the prediction at the same time, and it is done so seamlessly, right? For example, in less than 30 minutes time, even though you guys, most of you are new to all these stuff, like you are able to get a little running machine learning app with Streamlit, right, deployed on your cloud, right, with this much effort. That's what I call. There's a long way to go. You can do a lot of other beautiful stuff, crazy stuff, as I said earlier, but this allows you to get started displaying a data frame, how we can display a data frame more usually. And then we did the scatter plots to kind of visualize the data. And then we kind of added the interactivity to multiple widgets, and then kind of put these values here so that your data are coming there and then kind of getting used. Finally, we also did this data preparation where we use scikit-learn. As I said earlier, Streamlit is not standalone. We can bring in any libraries, Python libraries you want. We bought scikit-learn inside to do this encoding and thing. And finally, we use the regression forest algorithm to kind of go predict the species based on the values that you choose here. So all these things in just a matter of 37 minutes, if I do it right from the time I started with this thing, right? It's going to be similar. I think probably most of you would have accomplished the same, like maybe back and forth, but don't worry. All these instructions are there. You can also read through these instructions, because I made sure that I give the proper explanation of why I add this, etc., etc. All right. So I kind of going to take a little pause because we have almost come to the close of the thing, the next step is what you're going to do is deploying to Snowflake. Okay, so that's what our next step is going to be. So I'll just take a little pause here to see, make sure everyone is there with me before I go next. And also, like, I want to be cautious about the time. So let me see if there's any pressing questions we have. Okay, I think my friend Ismail is doing a great job covering all my questions. So which means that we are all good. So I'm just going to take a little, give a minute thing, just grab some water before I go to the next thing where you're going to deploy into Snowflake. Just play around this application. As I said earlier, the whole stuff is available for you public online on GitHub, which means that you can just go try it out any number of times you want. And I'll also share the completed solution and this whole application, which is also given in the resources section of this whole tutorial, which means that you can go refer this application if you want to see what all things which you have done, right? The copy paste thing that we done earlier. I made up everything into a record, I mean, what you call a completed solution, so that like you can use a completed solution as well in case if you wish to do that. Okay, great. So what is that we're going to change that you're done right now, right? As I said earlier, when you're deploying to Streamlit in cloud, which is open source, and the whole model says, okay, you can deploy any number of public thing. But ideally speaking, when you want to go to a little enterprisey stuff, right? What I want to do is like I want to deploy something internal. Okay, so just going to have a couple of slides here just to say what we can do with this. I'm just going to put the slides in the same manner as you see on my screen. So I'm just going to go to use cases. We saw about these use cases here from prototype to production. That's what we saw right now. And Streamlit in Snowflake, right? So which means that we have it on all clouds, fully managed deployment platform within Snowflake infrastructure, which means that I can get the data from Snowflake. We're going to see that, how you load the data, ingest the data, and get the data into visualization. Build, deploy, and share it in Streamlit apps, which means that I can put that in Marketplace as well. I have a video. If you're not subscribed to Snowflake developers, I just publish a video where we can use VS Code extension to deploy the same app using into Snowflake Marketplace, which means that you can make an application reach a wider audience. I'll share that link of the video by end of the session so that you can go watch how we can convert the same application using native apps and deploy to Snowflake Marketplace, which will make your application much wider. And all other stuff like Snowflake is known for, like security, governance, and all of the things that comes naturally with you when you kind of move this application into Streamlit in Snowflake. But from a code perspective, I'll tell you there's going to be super minimal change you're going to see right now. The only change I'll tell you when I walk through the code, I'll tell you what change we are going to do. And that's all is required. And as Yuri was asking earlier, we're going to use Snow command line to kind of deploy this app into Snowflake. So you don't need to go back and forth with your UI and other stuff, right? Sometimes people love to just stay on command line or stay on GUI. I'll show that piece also, like how to use Snow CLI to kind of go deploy this application into cloud. Okay. So that's what we have. And why Streamlit, as I said earlier, fully managed governance and security integrated with Snowflake. These are the main points that you can take right now. And then like it's available on all the major cloud providers that Snowflake is available, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. Private link is also coming and getting added soon. Deeply integrated with Snowflake ecosystem, right? We have Data Lake, Unistore, Snowpark. It gets work with all the ways that you want, okay? I just stopped with these slides for now because let's go back to our instructions and kind of see how we can do this. We need a bunch of stuff before we do, right? So what all things I need to do? As I said, we're going to use the data from Snowflake. We're not going to use the CSV file that we have, but the thing is that we already have the CSV deployed into a stage. That's what we're going to do. And then you're going to use a schema. And as I said earlier at the start of the session, we're going to use notebooks to use this setup, right? I'll tell you how to use notebooks to kind of help you to kind of set these things up so that you don't need to run tons and tons of command. You can just use notebooks to kind of go do this stuff, okay? And then we'll come back to deploying an app once we have the setup done, all right? So I assume you have Snow CLI installed. And then like if you also see that in the requirements, if you follow this requirement, the CLI, it's also installed the CLI labs, which means that your Snow CLI is naturally installed in your environment, or you can use a package manager to install, as I said earlier. So I assume that everybody has Snow CLI there. The first thing I'm going to do, I'll just explain this. Snow object create. I'm going to create a database named SDML app. That's the ML app that you're going to do. That's going to store our penguins data set. Okay, I'm just going to ingest the data. You'll see that in a second. Okay, that's what you're going to do right now. So this is what the CLI power comes in. You can use DevOps. You can put it in GitHub CI/CD to kind of automate all the things that you need to create within Snowflake. So this is DevOps stuff. If you're in tomorrow, If you're coming for the keynote, I have a keynote demo that I'm going to do this. Okay, I need to get the my private key password. I'm going to say get password. Get. Okay. Need to authorize. Sorry, guys. So, okay. I got. Stop share for a second. Excuse me about that. Should have done this morning. My token has expired, so I just need to do it again. All right. I think I'm in. Okay. Let me see if I'm able to get this one done. All right, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm just going to do this. Just copy. Sorry about that. Give me a few minutes while you are out with something else. I just need to fix my private key password issue. So let me do that. So I'm just going to go back to this and then add a DRENV. Okay, let me see if my connection works right now. I hope it works. Okay, your everyday things, right? The security comes first, so I need to do something on a Monday morning, or maybe like that's what has happened right now. So I should have done this just before this call, the session. Okay, let me see if all good. I hope I'm good. Okay. Export. These are the usual features that you get. You don't have your things configured prior to this. I guess all good right now. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm getting back to my sharing again. Sorry about that little thing that happened to me. Okay, I guess you see my screen back. So kind of like I got a little bunch of stuff added to my envrc, like my local environment. I use a private key file to kind of do this. I have this local thing created here, all my connection configurations. So I think probably like you have a default ones. You can use no connection add to add those things. I think I'm not going to into the detail. Probably your Snowflake zero to Snowflake session would have covered that. So what I basically did right now is like I have a connection test, making sure that my connection works. This is the very first thing that you can always do. Make sure that your connection works. I'm getting connected to my Snowflake account that I have. So what next I'm going to do, I'm just going to go create this database, I think, which was the step that we are on. Right? I'm just going to create a database. Yeah, ML app is created successfully. Then I'm going to create a notebook schema where I'm going to import my notebook. Okay. The rest of the instructions, you're going to take it from notebook. I'm just going to walk through that. It's going to be very simple, straightforward, but I want to show you how to use notebooks as well along with your setup task, right? So that you can document it and use it. So when you go to your instruction, there is a section called as using notebook. And then I have a notebook downloaded here. You can just click this to kind of see this notebook that is there. This is called a sys setup. So kind of like you can just click download to download this raw file. Okay. I'm just going to download. I already have it downloaded here. I can download it to any other thing you want. And then going to say here, right? Once you're downloaded, go to the notebooks. So how do you go to notebooks, projects, notebook section here, and then click import from IPNBON file. I'm just going to make this a little bigger so that because of this few minutes, I'm going to be on this screen. So I want this to have more space here. So import here and then go to downloads where I download this file and then open. Okay. And then I'm going to call sys setup. This is what your setup thing. You can name it whatever you want. I say Penguins app. I'm just going to give a name. You have to choose a database. So we're going to use STMLApp if you remember. Sometimes it doesn't get refreshed. I think as you see, I purposefully did this because sometimes after you create a database, the database list doesn't get refreshed. So the simple thing is that just refresh this whole window. Yes, no slide basically. And then go back to import file and then select this one. Now choose a database. STML app. You should see this app coming up. And then if you remember, we created a schema called as notebooks. And I'm going to call Penguins app setup. Okay. That's all. Select a warehouse. You should have compute WH or any other warehouse that you're using and click create. That's it, right? In fraction of seconds, you should have the notebook opening up for you. And then it should get started right here. Just click on start for this to start. So it has a bunch of sections, it is very few sections. I just give some introduction to see what we are doing here. We'll create a bunch of schemas. The power of Snowflake Notebook, as you already know, is that I can execute Streamlit, I can execute SQL, I can execute Python, everything from all one place, right? Just like that. And then I can schedule them, run them all, everything. So probably you would have got more information and you did your notebook session. But that's what you're doing here. I'm using this for setup because I need to do a bunch of setup for moving this app. I mean, we are currently technically transforming your app from open source into Streamlit and Snowflake. That requires few changes that we're going to do. So the very first thing we're going to do is like, we're just going to create a bunch of schemas. These are all straightforward SQL code that you're also going to do here. I'm just going to click this one, run the schema stuff. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an external stage. The Penguins data is also available in the external stage, even if you want to do it, play with it or something. So which is public S3 repository that we have put down here. I'm kind of creating that external stage here where I'm going to get the data in. And then once I did this, I'm kind of creating the Penguins table. Instead of the CSV file, I'm going to ingest this data. If you remember the Penguins clean.csv that we downloaded, I'm kind of ingesting the data into Penguins table. That's what I'm doing here. That's the next one which I'm doing. And then so as I said earlier, within this, I can execute Python codes, Streamlit code, everything, right? I'm just kind of doing this session.table and then kind of doing a df.show, right? We'll go to more Streamlit stuff here. That's where. So you got all the data that we already have got loaded into this. I'm just kind of moved the data from a thing. That's going to be a typical moving path, right? From raw CSVs to move something into the cloud, into my Snowflake account so that the data is there. I can configure my pipelines to get the data inside. Okay, that's a usual typical pattern that we follow. All right. So the notebooks, this is what we do with notebooks. What we did right now, if you go to this section, we downloaded the notebook, use the notebook here, and then kind of imported the data into the notebook, and then follow the instructions on the notebook to create all the data. And we got all the data loaded into our table right now. Okay, the data is right now on the table. So let's go back and see what is the changes that you have to make to use this data so that we can deploy this file inside Streamlit. Okay. Streamlit in Snowflake. Just a correction. Okay. So I'm going to do this one. So what the update we're going to do. So already, as I said earlier, you can also use random forest classifier. And then we are using a bunch of things here. These are called a Snowflake Snowpark library that allows you to get connections, right? Active session and everything inside Snowflake. I'm going to use a variable name, or I'm just going to use a particular thing that allows you to connect me, or I can go use to get session, right? So what idea of this one is that your application right now, this file works both locally as well as within Snowflake. That's the idea of whole this get active session here. So the first piece is going to be up right there, which means the st.connection will automatically check if you're running locally or outside of Snowflake, and then connect accordingly using the credentials that you provide here. Okay. Then Everything is same, nothing, no big change. The only change that we are going to do from the app that we deployed at open source to the app that we're deploying here is just instead of doing thing right from using what you call in the thing, right? Let me go open that thing right here so that we can see what we have done, so that it's clear for me to explain. So if you see here, all we are doing is that we are going to explode this data from our go up, penguins data.csv file. I'm not doing from CSV file here because you already ingested the data of the CSV into it. I'm kind of using the penguins st.ml app.data.penguins table to kind of import the data into this one and then kind of converting that into pandas. On the way, I'm kind of doing some little bit typecasting on all this formatting and everything, right? Float and every other stuff that we need to do. Okay. And if you go back and watch this code, nothing else has changed from that. Only thing is that how I get the data is what I've changed from an open source Streamlit application to moving the application into Streamlit in Snowflake. That's all you require. I think even this is not mandatory, but I thought this will be a better way when you're moving into Snowflake, get the data within Snowflake and start using within Snowflake to make things easier. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this code again, paste it here, and we're all ready. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is that's where the things get a little interesting. So I need to, I updated this code. I think probably I don't need to do this one here. Probably I updated the wrong place. Still, we can have the reference for this code. Let me go back here. Okay, let me revert this change to this one. I don't want to do this change. Okay. I missed a little step earlier in anxiety to explain the stuff to you. So the very first thing that we do here is go to command line client and create a Streamlit project. Okay. So this is called as a sys project. I call this folder as sys. It's going to create a sys folder here with a skeleton of everything. Okay. I'm going to leave everything to default. Streamlit stage. I call this as, I'm going to use my thing, my warehouse. Probably you can use what the warehouse that you want to use, compute WH or something which you want to specifically use. It creates a folder. I'm going to close all these stuff here. I'm just going to open this one. Okay. So the bunch of file that is very important for us here is this is the actual code app. It doesn't have anything else. We're just going to copy paste the code here. So that's where I need to copy. I just copied on the wrong open source version. Still have the open source version asset so that you can compare the changes between these two things. I copied this one, copied the application. The next thing I have to do is like I have to update this environment .yaml to have all the things that we need, right? Right now it doesn't have anything. So I'm just going to put all the right versions that we used when we're developing at local, scikit, pandas, numpy, everything. Okay. And then what you're going to do, the other one is to keep track is that in this file, make sure that you update the query warehouse. If you change the streamlit app.py, this file within CS, then make sure that file is updated here. Otherwise you'll throw an error and everything rest of the other things remain same. I'm not going to use common pages, everything. I can delete these ones. I'm not going to use these ones right now as part of my test. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Okay. So these are, you can just go explore this one. If you want, you can add pages and other stuff. But for this demonstration or tutorial, we don't need that. I kind of go delete this one as well because that's not going to be there. Okay. That's it. So we made 3 changes, updated the app with the latest app that we did. And then I kind of updated the environment YAML to use the same version that we have on my requirements.txt file locally. Finally, make sure that my snowflake.yaml, which is the manifest file, that needs to be updated here. Okay. And then the little thing that also I want to do is like you can also log in here, basically using Snowflake. If you're having Snowflake extension, you can log in that into Snowflake extension so that you can also get your IntelliSense and other stuff right away from here. Okay. I'm going to skip this one right there. And then I'm going to go to the command line and go to our last step of deploying this application into Snowflake. Okay. So I need to be there. So the common mistake that everybody will try to do running from there, this command has to be run from within the folder where we created sys. Okay. I'm just lasting a little bit because I'm on top of the hour. Excuse me if we go a little 5 minutes extra. But this is what happens right now. The Streamlit app is getting deployed into Snowflake right now. So make sure that you run this command right within your sys folder, not outside on the root. Okay. If you remember, I've navigated here right to the sys folder. and that's where you need to run. And then you get the URL also to access the application. And bear it in mind, this URL is not accessible outside of Snowflake. Even if I try to access this URL outside on a new incognito window, which means that it asks you to authenticate, and I have to get within Snowflake for me to do this. Okay. So this URL is very, very specific for Snowflake. You see everything that we have here. I think I made a little mistake here as well. That's what I want to show you. How do you actually update this? I missed to import pandas. So I'm just going to say import pandas as PD. Okay. And then I'm going to do one more post, right? I think this is an error that is because pandas is not defined. So how do I update that? I purposefully had this error opened because I want to show you what it takes, right? It doesn't take you anything like what we refreshed outside. I'm going to do the same stuff. Since I'm doing a deploy replace, I'm going to run the same command deploy replace again. This is going to refresh my sources into Streamlit. I don't need to do anything else. So let me show you what I need to do. Creating this app, pushing it back here. You can open this one. So if you go here on the app menu, right, on Streamlit and Snowflake, you should see a reboot option here. Just click on reboot. So it will basically refresh the whole app and then bring the whole stuff for you, right? Or you can also click edit here. When you click edit, so this basically has a run option. You can do any changes here and click run. That will pick up the changes. So these are the two ways that you can do a deployment, like exactly how we did with committing from VS Code and pushing it to Streamlit and Cloud and GitHub and then getting refreshed. You can also do the changes right from here. For example, let's say welcome to machine learning with sys. Okay, and then I click run. You should see the changes here. So which is instant next thing, right? So that you usually get with the option called as run here. Okay, I'm just going to do a reboot so that I can get the whole screen right up here. So I'm just going to delete this one. I mean, kind of close this one as no edit. Okay, and kind of push this one here. It's exactly the same application that you deployed here. If you remember, this and this are same, except that color are a little different. Okay. For example, let's go to Biscoe and see if they are getting this different one. I'm just going to change this one to female. See if you get another one. So at least still leads the score. And then I'm going to change the stuff. You got Gen 2 here. I'm going to go to Dream Island, see if I can get Chinstrap here. So you can, it's exactly the same application. Nothing changed. Data got moved. We used Streamlit and Snowflake to deploy this stuff. More secure. We also see that I can also do the edit from here, do the changes up. If you don't do edit, whenever I have to do any changes, I have to click reboot. Okay. Whenever you do update here of this thing, that's like what we had. We had a pandas error induced, and then we kind of change the stuff and then kind of reboot it. Okay. I think if you want to do a refresh, I can just do a refresh. I probably can take this edit off from here so that like it gets in the old screen. Okay. And I think that's all I have. Let me do a little fun for if there's any question that we want to take, I can take, or just do st.snow. And then I do a run. There we go. We got things done, completed the end-to-end lab of bootstrapping stuff from here. So we just got the whole stuff running there. And then I hope there was something for you to take away from this lab. A little called extra ground here, but I hope it was useful for you. Yeah. Over to you, David. David, are you on mute? I'm not able to hear you.
I just got worried there. I thought you were going to, when you said I'm going to be 5-10 minutes over, I thought, oh, he's off and running, but you're right on time, a minute over. Look, really great session. And look, by the way, if you had some questions that you didn't get to, I mean, Kamesh is going to be back later in the week. Ask any question about Snowflake. So even though we have that all the time, where people come on to a session and just ask various questions. So there's lots of opportunity to reach out for us. Join us later in the week if you've got some more questions. Great walkthrough, Kamesh. I really appreciate it. It's such a cool utility, right? I mean, we had a user group recently, a new user group for Streamlit up in Korea, and we had an amazing turnout for that one. And it just, the feedback from particularly those who've used the open source version are just, what a great tool. There's lots of simple use cases to use it for. So I always get excited when I see Streamlit in use. So thanks for walking everyone through it today. And hopefully it's inspired you if you haven't played with Streamlit before, or Snowflake for that matter. It's inspired you to maybe to try yourself.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I think the whole thing, I always find people, I think many of them, like they'll be always looking for this little transition path, right? How do I move from open source to enterprise? Because open source is always good when you are kind of doing stuff for your local thing, POCs, POTs, but real-time production application has to be a little stable. That's where they go for the enterprise version of the open source thing. That's how I call us. In fact, I love to call this not Streamlit in Snowflake as enterprise Streamlit. Like we have an open source Streamlit and we have an enterprise Streamlit. I think just a little thing that I thought to add to that. So like, but if you saw on the whole, there is no difference to the code that you wrote except for the way that how we loaded the data. So that's simple change that you have to do. Other than that, your code can still remain exactly same as an open source. So I just want to call this out. And yeah. And also like the notebooks makes the things much easier for you to follow as well. Yeah.
Perfect. So with that, Kamesh, I'm going to let you go. Thanks very much. We'll catch up with you tomorrow morning, actually, my time, to speak then. And I think actually tomorrow morning we'll speak then. So looking forward to having you on the sessions tomorrow. And with that, I'm going to sort of ask our next presenter up because we're a few minutes over. So I want to make sure we give them some time. So I have been desperate to announce the delivery of a notebook session. I've incorrectly announced it twice. But I'm pretty sure, Alexi, that I've got it right this time. We are going to do zero to notebooks. I mean, I'm not sure if it's like a Freudian slip that I just really wanted to talk about it, but I've got or just not enough coffee because it's Monday morning and it's early in Singapore. But we are doing zero to notebooks. I was hearing the guys talking about it early this morning, actually, before they came on, and one of the other folks who was supporting the chat was going, "Oh yeah, I did a demo to a customer recently and just dumped it all in a notebook. I could show everything really quickly." It's a great interface. It's got a lot of traction already. You know, it was one of the most asked questions 12 months ago is, are you guys ever going to do a notebook interface, given that, you know, with the launch of Snowpark, and here it is and in use. So Lexi, for those who haven't walked through notebooks with Snowflake, I'm going to turn over to you and let's dive straight in.
Thank you so much, David. It's good to be back as well for my second one
you.
today. So welcome everybody to Zero to Snowflake Notebooks, as David has correctly introduced. So this is my second virtual hands-on lab for today. This one's a little bit lighter for those of you that have been, with us the whole day. Congratulations. This one's a little bit easier. It's a little bit more fun, and it's easier to digest actually than the one I did previously. So basically what we're going to do today, we've got a quick start. You will see the link in your chat or your resources section in Zoom, so feel free to have a look at that link for me. It's also showing on my screen. Let me just get that share happening. Bear with me a quick second. There you go. You should be able to see my screen at this point, and inside there you can see the URL just showing here. Now, there's only two real things that we need to grab from the quick start, because I will walk you through this kind of step by step. We need to actually grab the notebook itself. We're going to download that from the internet, and we're going to upload it into your Snowflake account. And then everything from that point forward is pretty much in the notebook experience. So we don't really need the quick start itself. I'll be walking you through it step by step. So with that, we've got a couple people on the Q&A for us. So if you have any questions as we go, please feel free to type those in the Q&A section of Zoom. We have some amazing snowflakes in the background answering questions for me as I go. So keep the questions coming. And with that, let's get started. So Snowflake Notebooks, just from a starting point of view, basically is an experience built entirely into the Snowflake UI called Snowsite. Okay, so for those of you that are familiar with notebooks, if you have a background with, say, Jupyter or Hex or any of the other notebook tools that are out in the community, the actual user experience is not dissimilar, right? So you'll be quite at home in Snowflake Notebooks. The key differentiator here, and the reason why Snowflake Notebooks are so powerful, and we're going to see all of these during the quick start, the first and foremost is it's readily available in the product. So no installation necessary, no configuration necessary. You basically just make your way to the Projects tab, and you can see notebooks are readily available here. There are two ways to get started with a notebook. One of them is creation of a new blank one. And the other method is the one that we're going to use for the quick start today. So we're going to actually import a predefined IPynib file. So to grab that file, feel free to hit that page 1 of the quick start. And I apologize, I believe it's on page 2. So what we're going to do here is we're going to click just link right here. It's called Snowflake's Notebooks Demo Repo. So click on that link. It will open a GitHub. From here, there's a couple things you can do. The quick start will download the file directly. That's what we'll do today together as well. But be aware, you can also clone the entire repository if you wish and have a look at the other examples that are there, okay? But the notebook that we want today is right here. It's called My First Notebook Project. So feel free to, I'll leave it hovered here just for a quick second so everyone can see it and catch up. So My First Notebook Project will have an IPyNib file inside there. And from there, we can actually download the file. For those of you familiar with Git, please feel free to clone the repository. That is perfectly acceptable as well. And you can grab the IPyNib from your cloned repository location. So I'm just going to drill into that folder. And there's the file that we need to download just there. So feel free to click that file. And then there's 3 dots just here at the top right. Click those for me and just select download. Okay. So that will give you the actual IPyNib file in the download section of your computer. So feel free to download that file. And then over to the Snowflake side, if you've just logged into the Snowflake experience, this is what you will see. Now, for those of you that don't yet have Snowflake, there may be some of you on the call that don't. Please feel free to go to trial.snowflake.com. You can actually spin up on AWS or on Azure or on Google Cloud, trial Snowflake instance. Please choose Enterprise Edition or Business Critical Edition if you're just joining us with a trial now. Either of those editions is capable of running what we're doing in the quick start today, okay? So trial.snowflake.com will get you a trial account so that you can actually keep up with the class. And please feel free, if you want to watch this recording later, you can do that too. Nobody has to do this perfectly on the first try. You can always pause and resume and do this in your own time when the recording becomes available. Okay, so with that, we've logged into Snowflake for the first time. The experience looks like this. This is called Snowsite. We basically are going to click the Projects tab, and then we're going to click Notebooks next. So with the Notebooks tab, just on the top right over here, you're going to see a little arrow. Click the little drop down, import an IPyNib file, and find that file that you just downloaded from GitHub. Feel free to click open. So the defaults that are used here are going to be okay for the actual quick start. Couple notes that you need to be aware of, and I'll talk to these because they're not really in the quick start itself. Okay, so let's work our way down. The top is the title. We don't really need to change that. That's fine. It does need to have a home. Okay, so you're going to need to put the notebook somewhere that you have access in the system. So I'm just going to use a test database and the public schema. Perfectly fine. There's 2 options to run a notebook. The first one is running on a warehouse, which is Snowflake's built-in compute. For those of you that have used Snowflake before, if you run standard SQL queries using a worksheet, this is a typical warehouse that you would use. They're actually really good at being agile for development in notebooks, but where they actually start to stumble is if you're doing a lot of really advanced machine learning and things like that. So if you need really big and really large use cases in notebooks, where you're training large machine learning models comes to mind, we actually are in preview the ability to run on a container. And what this means is we give you the ability to run CPU, GPU, or a combination of each, right, in a container. And then that way you have access to those resources. For the quick start today, running on Warehouse is more than suitable. We're not doing any extreme lifting. We're just going to do some simple streamlits and some charting. So let's keep it simple. We'll run it on the Warehouse. I'm going to choose Demo Warehouse. But for those of you that have just spun up a trial, you'll probably have compute_WH. That's perfectly fine too, okay? We just need any warehouse that's extra small in size. That's what we're looking for. So I've got Demo Warehouse. That's more than fine for me. Find an extra small warehouse. And if you don't have one, you can create one just on the left over here where it says admin. Go to admin warehouses and you can create an extra small warehouse there, okay? So your query warehouse is where the notebook's kind of compute will occur, but there's a special warehouse here that we're not going to change. This warehouse will keep the notebook alive, but it will actually do so without consuming credits, right? So that basically it doesn't do any computational power. Its sole job is to keep your session alive and keep your session variables mapped and things like that. So it remembers where you are, but with no cost to yourselves. So we don't need to change the special built-in warehouse. That one can stay as it is. Go ahead and click on Create. And welcome to Snowflake Notebooks. So one of the most important things that you're going to need to do with any notebook is make sure that you import the packages that the notebook needs to run. Now, this is especially true if the notebook has been pre-built for us. So I'm going to show you guys how to actually import some packages before we start the notebook. And then I'm going to talk to the different cell types next. Okay. So from a packages point of view, just at the top right here, you can see there are two packages that we need to bring in. So it's in the instructions. It's actually pretty straightforward. We need matplotlib and we need scipy. I like to call it Skippy. But yeah, we need matplotlib and scipy. So drop down that packages button at that top right and just type mat. That should be enough to bring up matplotlib. Just add that. And what you'll see here is it'll say matplotlib latest, which for this use case should be just fine. Now for scipy, basically the same thing. You're just going to type scip and you should get it as the top option here. Just feel free to add that. You should see matplotlib is the latest and scipy is also the latest. So with that, we can click on start. The packages are here. The notebook is ready to be run. So while it's starting, I want to talk a little bit about cell types in a Snowflake notebook. So for those of you that have come from Jupyter, or if you've come from, say, a Databricks UI, or if you've actually come from, say, Hex, you'd be familiar with some of the concepts that I'm talking about right now. One of the ones that actually you should be aware of pretty much straight away, and it's very prevalent in this quick start because it has a lot of cells, is this concept of bookmarking just on the right side. So I can jump around the notebook just by clicking on the references on the right side quickly and easily. So be aware that that's there. That leads me to the next piece that I want to talk about. So I'm sort of deviating from the quick start and doing my own thing to teach you stuff that may not be there. So be aware that with those bookmarks, we can rename any cell just by clicking on it, right? So these cell names are not the most useful. So maybe I call this Markdown 1 as an example. A simple rename is all it takes, right? So obviously I'm not going to rename every cell in the notebook, just to give you an idea that they can be renamed. It will help you find your way, especially if the notebook is really tall. So the next part that I want to talk to is cell types. Notebooks in Snowflake are unique in that they actually allow us to interoperably use Python, SQL, and Markdown cells hand in hand. So Markdown cells are used to kind of give a pretty front end to, a Snowflake notebook. It actually supports all of the Markdown language, so it's not hard to learn. There's actually some resources on the internet. You can just Google Markdown language, and it allows us to do things like put simple imagery, do things in bold, create lists, simple formatting. It's similar to what HTML was all that time ago. So this is using Markdown here, the very first cell. The next cell type that I want to talk to is Python. So most notebooks actually use a Python UI, right? That's bread and butter for a notebook. You really can't separate those two. But the next one that's of interest is SQL. So Snowflake actually will interoperably use the two cell types, depending on what your workload is and how you want to achieve your outcomes. So if you have an SQL background, please feel free to write SQL cells. That's perfectly fine. If you have a Python background, the same applies. Most notebook users will use Python as a native choice, but we don't judge. Feel free to choose whichever one, suits better. So with that, I think we should probably start working our way down. The quick start actually goes top down. Before I jump into cell execution, one last thing I want to show you is this thing called display options. So I'm just hovering over that for you now. Each of these cells, especially if it's a Python cell, will allow you to see the code, the results, or it will be completely collapsed. So you can actually use the dropdown, or I believe you can double click these as well from memory when we've executed them. So with that, let's get the notebook started. We're actually going to start with a series of imports. So just click on the play button here. What you'll notice straight away is you should get a green line running here, and you should also see a green line here. Now, for those of you that want to basically run the quick start in hyperspeed, you could click run all up here. The whole thing will run. You probably won't get a great deal of value out of it because you won't know what you did, but be aware you can actually do every cell. That is typically used when you're looking at data engineering workloads. So you're transforming data, you're writing those results back out. Maybe you're training a machine learning model, you're actually writing the model back out. So those type of workloads are automated, and we would use the run all button or the schedule. But for the quick start, we're going to do cell by cell, right? So we're going to use the play button on each cell. Now, to start us off in any notebook, we always import the libraries that we need. That's typical to a Python workload. Once it's been run, I'm absolutely happy to just collapse it. It can just go away. I don't need to see it, right? So we'll start with some SQL querying. Using the SQL language in notebooks is as simple as clicking a SQL cell. This one's been done for us already, and just running it. So you'll see the result will come back straight away, and the actual outcome that's shown here is using a Streamlit library. That will make a little bit more sense later. This is actually a Streamlit table. The reason that this is powerful is I'm able to use Streamlit elements in an interactive application, and I can actually do that inside notebooks, which the bottom of this notebook will do for us. So you can see here, I've got some SQL language. I've actually visualized the results. Anyone with an SQL background can actually write some SQL for us. Now, you might want to work instead in Python. Obviously, most people in notebook world will actually do exactly that. So you'll notice you can actually access cells as well just by using their names as a reference, right? So my snowpark df equals cell 5 to data frame. So I've said, take the results of that previous cell, that SQL cell. We're going to create a data frame out of that, and we're going to make turn that into a pandas data frame. So feel free to run that cell.
Alexei,
Yes.
it's Phil. Sorry to interrupt. We've got a few of our attendees saying they're receiving an error. If you could click the Q&A just to open that up.
Yeah, I'll see if I can see
quick.
it. Let me
Oh, you've seen it?
No, I can't see Q&A from here, I don't think. Let me just
Okay.
see if I can find it. Yes,
Yeah, I can read it out to you.
I'm just having a look at the Q&A now, guys, to see if I can find the error. Ah, okay. Okay, yep. For those that are stuck, we can move back. Let's fix that up. That's an easy fix. All right. So the quick start actually does make the assumption that we have a database and a schema in order to actually put this notebook. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wind it back a little bit, guys, and I'm going to jump up to the top, and everyone can join me. That's fine. We haven't lost anything by doing this. So click on that snowflake just at the top left, okay? And that's going to start us over up at the top of the UI. I want you guys to make sure that the role that you see down here is account admin or sysadmin. Either is fine, but in my case, I'm using sysadmin. If you don't have that role, I need you to switch the role using this role switcher. So click the role switcher for me and change to sysadmin or account admin. Either will work, okay? So from a sysadmin point of view, click on data. And you'll notice straight away here, I have a series of pre-built databases. For those that are getting an error, you won't have any. That's absolutely okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the database icon right here on the top right and create a new database. Just call it Quick Start. You can call it whatever you like. As long as you know what it is, that's all good. Click on Create. Now, by default, inside the Quick Start database, if you click on Quick Start, you'll notice it made a schema called public. That's automatic. So there's a schema there for you to use. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a new one. So say Quick Start, and up at the top right, just do a new schema for me. New schema. Let's call it notebook schema, and then click on create. So that's the piece that you would have been missing for the quick start to import the file. So let's do that together. I'm actually going to go back to projects. Okay. Notebooks. And then from here, drop down this arrow and do an import one more time. Now on that import screen, we just made a database called Quick Start. And actually, if it doesn't show up like what you see here, this is common when we first create a database. This is how to fix it. Click on cancel and just refresh your screen. Click that refresh right there for me. And then when we create an import IPynib file, the database should be there for us to use. Okay. There he is. So we'll put it in Quick Start notebook schema, and we'll call it my first notebook project. So basically, we're putting it in a new home, new Quick Start notebook schema, and you'll need a warehouse here. Everybody should have a warehouse by now, but if you do not, let me just quickly show you how to do that. I'm going to click cancel. Warehouses are created here in the admin section. So you click admin, warehouses, and then you basically will create a new warehouse up here. So everybody should have one already, but if you don't, just create a warehouse, give it a name, and make sure that it's extra small. Okay, I'm going to click cancel because I've got plenty to choose from, but this is how you make a new warehouse. So when you actually import a notebook, it needs a database, a schema, and a warehouse. Those are the three dependencies. And typically in a Snowflake instance, you would have those three already. So go ahead and click on my first notebook. And special thanks to Phil for jumping in and telling me that this was happening. If you're still listening, Phil, thank you for jumping in. So I'm going to actually call this Quick Start, and I'm going to put it in notebook schema, and any warehouse that's an extra small will do. I'm happy to leave mine as demo warehouse and click on create. So because I've created a new notebook, I'm actually going to import the libraries again, right? So go up to your packages. And remember, we need to do matplotlib. They're just showing on the center of my screen, just here. Matplotlib and SciPy. So matplotlib and SciPy, just like that. And then once you have them in, feel free to click on start. So that should resolve the issues that I saw in the Q&A. Some people didn't have a database or a schema. I apologize. The Quick Start does assume that you already had one. Feel free to play along as we go. Hopefully, at this point, all of us should be able to click play and get these imports working. And then we did that SQL cell as well. So feel free to run those two. And that puts us back to where we were effectively. So you can see the SQL result just there. So with writing in Python, as I was saying before we, kind of jumped back and came back to where we were, we can actually reference a cell, a previous cell, just call it by name, cell 5, right, to pandas. And if you actually print df directly like this, it's actually going to spit the result straight out to the screen as a table, right? So you can see this is a Pythonic way of doing the same thing. You can actually see the result coming through. Now, we also can visualize data in notebooks, and we can do this using Altair. So for those of you that are familiar with st.chart in Streamlit, that's actually a wrapper for Altair. Streamlit is actually making references to Altair. So it's pretty cool. This one's using Altair directly, but if you have a look at cell 9 and click on play, you'll see we have the ability to visualize that data set. It's pretty cool. Now, we can use matplotlib to actually do distribution as well using plot and SciPy. So for those familiar with Python, especially if they've been using notebooks in the past, this is a common kind of use case for notebooks, is using matplotlib and SciPy to actually print results. I myself like using Streamlit for a lot of the charting. It's a little bit more modern looking, but at least we're fully compatible with those that are familiar with doing things a certain way. So Altair, Matplotlib, SciPy, all these libraries like NumPy and all, they're all available in your packages ready for use. Okay. Now with that, I want to talk a little bit about Snowpark. You can't do notebooks without talking to Snowpark to some extent. Okay, at the end of the day, Snowpark came first. Snowpark in itself is the ability to run Python in Snowflake natively. Okay, so natively and securely. Snowpark provides a series of Anaconda libraries, of which we've seen in the packages list. But the thing that makes Snowpark unique is that it executes server side. So instead of bringing your data to the execution engine, right? So say, for example, SageMaker, you're bringing the data out to AWS and then you're pushing it back to Snowflake once it's processed. Snowpark runs in place. So it brings the logic to your data. Therefore, it's very efficient and very quick. But at the same time, it still uses the same language and terminology that you know from data frames today. So if you've worked with Spark data frames in the past, Snowpark will not be a stranger to you. It's almost identical in syntax to Spark, effectively. So with that, what we're going to do is we're actually going to start up a brand new Snowpark session. But the most important part is, and I love this about Snowpark, we already know who you are. You're already logged into Notebooks, right? So we know your login. We're aware of your session. So we can actually natively pull that in using the get active session command. We don't need to do a login. We don't need to do anything like key pair based, nothing like that. We can just basically log in exactly who you are right now. So the login is actually down here at the bottom. We're going to use a query tag. So a lot of the things that Snowflake uses natively, we have available through Python libraries in Snowpark. Query tags are no exception. So basically, if we look at the query history later, you're going to see that every SQL query or data frame query that Python and Snowpark are actually pushing out are going to have this is quick start tagging on it. You'll see that in the query history. So one of the most powerful use cases for Snowpark, and again, it goes back to this run all button that I was talking about, is we can transform data. And once the data is transformed and we're happy with the result of that transformation, we can write that back, right? So this is a simple ETL pipeline that we're seeing in play right now. And you can see here, session write pandas, and it's actually created a table for me. I've actually made a temp table in this case, but if you actually look in your table catalog in Snowflake, there will be a temp table sitting there. So we have a table called Snow Catalog, and now we can actually load it up, right? So you can see that here, picking up a table to use with Snowpark is really easy. You just use session.table and give it a table name. So you can see that right here. I want a data frame just from Snow Catalog table. So go ahead and click play. And if you want to see the results of what that data frame looks like, there's a couple ways you can do that. One of them is we can actually add just the word df like that. Go ahead and click play, and it'll spit it out for you and you'll visualize it. But there's other ways as well. And we're actually looking at that a little bit now below. When you see here, once we've loaded the table, we can use describe, right? So let's describe the table and see what's available to us. So you can see here, it actually has a little bit of detail around the table, count of records, the mean values, standard deviation, min and max. And this is where things get really powerful. Now, I'm not familiar with this capability in other notebooks because I've never done it myself. So this was new to me with Snowflake Notebooks, and I think this is really powerful. If anyone could jump in the Q&A and tell me if this is in Jupyter, I'd love to hear from you because I've never tried it. But what we can do in Snowflake Notebooks, not only can we refer to other cells which have been processed, we can also use Python variables using Jinja syntax. So basically, we just surround these variables with curly braces, but it's a pair of them on each side, much like you see just here, okay? So you might say threshold equals 5, select star from Snow Catalog where the rating is greater than, and you can see the variable's been set, threshold. So let's have a look at what that looks like. I've actually set two variables here, mean and standard deviation. Make sure that you run the cell. You always have to run the cell for the values to stick in the session. Now that these are set, you'll notice here, they're actually being used right here in my SQL syntax. So even though that was a Python cell and a Python variable that we set, this SQL block can actually use it as input, right? So feel free to run that cell through and you'll be able to see some variables being used inside a SQL context. Now, again, I've done a create or replace table snow catalog. If you guys wanted to see snow catalog, there's a couple ways of doing it. One of them is a SQL cell where you just say select star from. The other one, again, was just up here. We can use a snowpark data frame as well. So you just say session.table snow catalog df. Either will work. They're pretty much the exact same thing. In this case, I'm going to run the SQL one that's been given to us. Let's have a look at it. You should have something that looks similar to this as a result set. Okay. So another thing that makes notebooks exceptionally powerful and unique to Snowflake, because I don't think anyone else does this, is this concept of using the cell output in another query. So for those that have an SQL background, you might actually be familiar with writing subqueries. As it gets more advanced, you might have nested subqueries, which become more and more complicated to read, right? Now, CTEs, or common table expressions, are a way of kind of addressing that in a SQL context. It makes it a little bit more legible. There are some downsides to those, but at least they actually make it a legible experience. With notebooks, we can actually use a cell reference and it will act like a subquery. It'll actually inject the results of one cell into another. So we can use values from one cell to filter a different cell, for example. So let's have a look at that. So you can see here, I've actually just got a rating, an average rating above 5, which is 7.5 if we're rounding, right? And in the next one, I'm basically saying, what is the average rating from here where the rating is greater than 5? So let's have a look at that. And there you go, the response is the same. You can see the legibility between the two is much different. So cell 23, the one we're referencing, is actually this one. This is the one we're reading from. So when you actually look at it, there's one with a subquery. This is one without the subquery, just referencing the cell. Much more easily read. And it uses that same Jinja syntax that the Python variables use. So it's pretty easy to remember. Now, the last thing that we cover off in the quick start is this concept of an interactive application with Streamlit. Now, before we jump into Streamlit, in the notebook sense, I just want to talk a little bit about what Streamlit is. Okay, so let's jump over together to streamlit.io as a website. And if you don't want to jump in, feel free to just look at my screen. That will also work. Now, Streamlit is effectively an open source framework, application development framework, if we want to be specific, for Python, right? So the app gallery is a really good way to have a look at what Streamlit is capable of. There's a whole bunch of iconography that you can use. There are table widgets, chart widgets, sliders, inputs, controls. There are a whole bunch of things that you can do. And a lot of the app gallery things that are present to us on streamlit.io are interactive, and you can learn Streamlit just by playing with these. So the point of the quick start today, to bring this back to notebooks, is that everything about Streamlit, there are two key things. Streamlit is integrated natively into Snowflake, so we can create full Streamlit apps in Snowflake itself. I will actually quickly show you one of those. So if I go to app.snowflake.com, you would have seen it when you clicked projects. There's a Streamlit button. So I can actually create a Streamlit app. I'll just pop that into quick starts, the database we just created. It's not technically a notebook, but I'll do this. And you can see what a Streamlit app looks like. I don't have to write any code. It will actually work out of the box. So this is your next starting point to using Streamlit. The website's a good start. This is another way of learning how to use it just by using it in Snowflake. You can see we've got some interactivity here in the application. Yep, just with a simple slider. We've got a simple chart, and then underneath we've got a simple table. This is a very simple app, just a little balloon icon. But everything that's here, we can embed natively into a notebook, which is what the quick start is trying to show us. So once you understand some of the concepts of having a Python native application, which is sitting right beside your data, it's very efficient. We can actually pop that directly into your notebook. and use that natively in your notebook. So let's have a look at that. Starting with cell 29, I'm actually going to show you what this looks like. So if you actually have a look at this, these sliders are actually going to change the result sets that come through as we run our notebook. So move the slider and watch the results update. I'm going to keep on going. There we go. Because I need some results to actually change, right? Yep, that's good. All right, so let's slide. And you should see the results change. Now, it might be changing the ones above it, not the ones below it. And if that's the case, we can actually look up there. But give me a second. No, it is changing this one here, the one below. So if we look at that chart, as we actually move these sliders, the results should actually change. Oh, I see what we're doing here. You have to keep running the cells. Okay. Every time you run the cell, the chart's going to be different, right? So that's basically the slider piece going through. Okay. Now, the last thing that I've got to cover in the quick start is the keyboard shortcuts. Now, I don't personally use these. When I use the notebook, I'm very mouse driven, but be aware that there are a series of keyboard commands available in notebooks. Running this cell and advancing one is Shift Enter. Jupyter's got the same one for those that use Jupyter. Running this cell only is Command Enter. Again, I think Jupyter has that too. If you want to run the whole notebook all the way through, so that's the equivalent of running this, you can actually do that with Command Shift Enter. And then obviously adding cells below, B or A, will actually create a cell. And I believe that's by type. Let's have a quick look at that. Okay, so either will actually, above and below is basically it. So they're both Python by default, and you can change them to SQL or Markdown just by clicking that. And then deleting the cell is just D and then D. So it's like VI, basically. So D plus D. So with that, there's a couple more things, and then we'll move over to some questions and answers, if any remain. The first one is the sample notebook gallery. There's just a link here. Feel free. The quick start itself, by the way, if you've cloned the quick start, there are tons and tons of IPyNib files that you can upload and have a look at some of the different use cases that are available. And then, of course, we've got the documentation there to learn some more. So basically, the quick start itself is quite simple in nature. Just follow each cell step by step. But the most important part to learn from today's takeaway is ease of use, built into the platform, readily available. And if you want to enable your teams to use notebooks, there's no installation necessary. They basically just need a simple privilege in Snowflake's RBAC, and then they can start creating notebooks. So with that, I might have a quick look at the Q&A to see if we've got something that we can answer live. So the first question I can see up here, I'm just going to grab this one live because I don't see anyone typing. Dr. Tamal Mondal says, what's the utility of cells? Can you please explain? So that's a really good question. And if you've not used a notebook before, it won't make a great deal of sense as to why you're breaking your work into these cell-like pieces. The idea here is when the cells have interoperability and you're referring to other values from other cells, you can actually use the cells to drive it's like a quasi application, right? So without building a whole front-end UI, the notebook itself is the UI. So each cell basically acts like a step in the process. Some steps will be rerun, other steps will not. But the idea is you can quickly jump up and down the notebook and run the pieces that you need, and you can hide them when you don't, right? So contrast that to, say, a SQL worksheet or a Python worksheet where you have all of the code as one big blob and you're using the mouse wheel to just scroll up and down a block. It's much easier in a notebook to label the cells, click the actual location, and rerun the cell that you need. So that's why notebooks run the way that they do. Private links and notebooks for Jan Lee. I'm happy to report that that's going into preview now. So the short answer to that is yes. It absolutely can be done. So please get in contact with your sales representative if you want to get put on the private preview. Might be public preview now. I always forget the stage when it comes to private link, but if it's still in private preview, please contact your sales rep and they can get you on that most likely. Okay. If it's in public preview, you can already do the steps now to set it up. I'm pretty sure it's public, but yeah, contact your sales rep. So are there any other questions that we want to cover off? Don't be shy. Feel free to jump some questions in. I'll give it a few minutes, and if we have none in a couple more minutes, I'll hand back over to Phil and team. Okay. From what I can see, Phil, it's looking like we've got all the questions covered. Welcome back to the call, David.
Yeah, it looks like you've just about got through everything, and thanks for a couple of questions that came through just about access and around as well, which is good. Mate, this is your second session today.
It
I
is.
appreciate it. So that was a huge call so late in the year. Really appreciate your support once again, as well as with the virtual world tour recently. It's always great to have rock stars like yourself back on. So look, I might just do a quick wrap here if it's okay. Alexi, thank you so much for presenting today. We've still got a couple more sessions coming up in a moment. So in about 15 minutes, we're going to dive into generative AI. So zero to generative AI on Snowflake. So do wait for that one. Just a couple of, because I've got time, a couple of quick shout outs for other resources that you might find useful here as we move through our build event. So I mentioned before that we have an incredible community. We start off with 1 or 2 chapters, but we now have them right around the whole region. This is led, and I guess the premier of our community, the data superheroes, are recognized as our leaders inside the community. If you are, starting the journey with Snowflake and you want to engage with others and kind of get the real story, not just speaking to folks who work for Snowflake, but other folks who actually build and use on it, this is a great community to be involved with. So you can reach out if you have a look on our community section on snowflake.com. You can find out where the chapters are with you, the leaders post, the dates, but there's pretty much one across all the major cities right through Asia Pacific. So really worthwhile at the moment. They get a lot of attention from Snowflake. It's certainly one of the, I guess, best communities that I've been involved with over many, many years, which is awesome. We are also looking all the time for new leaders inside that. So if you do think you maybe want to step up to one day or find out what it takes to be a superhero leader, we had a number of them over at Summit in San Francisco earlier in the year, which was amazing. So I met a lot of the community leaders from right around the world. You can now, apply for that. We're looking for next year's data superheroes now. We continue with these virtual hands-on labs. Though we're doing a bit of a lab session this week, they run all the time. If you're looking to perhaps get involved and come back, maybe you did one of the labs today and you'd like to come back in a few months and sort of just ask a few questions, or a few weeks and ask a few questions, have a look on our hands-on labs landing page. There's a small gap, obviously, over the Christmas period, but we run them consistently live here in APJ right through the whole of next year. And they're great opportunities to come and join more of these, as well as the ones we've got coming up for the rest of the day if you'd like to get more. I'd also like to do a shout out. This is all part of the Global Build event. The Global Build event was an on-demand webinar. We featured our CEO, featured Christian Kleiderman. It featured a number of our senior product managers and technical leads. So we're sort of taking a highlight of that, I guess, over this week, and giving you a chance to answer some of this live. But do go back and check the original content. If a week of content wasn't enough for you this week, then you can go and look up another week of content. Just grab the QR code there and go and have a look, or just Google up Snowflake Build and you will find the landing page to our global sessions. I mentioned before the start of the session, other resources, Snowflake University. This is sort of more of our formal track. We run a lot of, I guess, informal, if you like our build events or our discover events. This is the formal track. These are a series of free courses that ultimately lead up to the paid for certification, which is Snowflake Pro, Snow Pro. And we'd love to see those take the journey. If you really want to sort of have this badge on your resume and I guess lift up your value in the market, I guess this is the way to go about it. And you can watch out for our Ascent programs as well. Finally, Snowflake Summit. I know it's early, but it's coming up again next year. And for us who think about going and maybe going to do the justification at work for our employers to fly us over there, we have to get onto it early, but it's coming again in June next year. So if you really wanted to be in the source of this, it's a 4-day event in San Francisco. Maybe you can start planning for that one. So just a couple of little, I guess, promos there for everyone, just to sort of give you aware of some different options to go on, everything from embrace of the community to get over to Snowflake summits or everything in between. So hopefully some good ideas to keep you motivated and keep you on your journey with Snowflake. Now we've got about less than about 8 minutes. For those who are continuing on to our next session, which is Zero to Gen AI, then please, go and quickly fill up the cup. I've got an empty coffee cup here, so I'm going to address that right now, and
Hey,
we will be
sorry,
back
David.
momentarily. Yep.
So, sorry to interrupt. The next session is going to be 1 p.m. SGT, 4 p.m. Sydney time.
Oh, it's 1 p.m., is it? So we've got a 45-minute break, do we?
Yes, thereabouts, about 40 minutes.
Okay, I beg your pardon with the timing. So it's a 40-minute break coming up. So, well, it's a long time. So you've got time for lunch. So we'll be back in, where are we? I'll just check here. It's 40 minutes. So 40 minutes, I beg your pardon. Thanks, Phil, for keeping me on message. So I'll see you back in 40 minutes. Time to grab some food. Just for those listening to, we are going to have the next one is generative AI. We're going to also repeat some of the earlier sessions. We're going to rerun through our zero to Snowflake session that we did earlier in the day as well. So for those of you who are joining us from India, from ASEAN, maybe just want to send out a link for you saw the morning one with like a colleague to join in the afternoon. We'll run through. So there's 3 more labs left. There's one new one for the day, which is generative AI one, which is in 40 minutes. Thanks, Phil. And then we will run a repeat for other regions where it was a bit early this morning with 2 more labs in the afternoon. So a massive day of labs. And with that, we will see you back on in 40 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, David, welcome back. I'm just going to give you control over the slides.
No worries. Do you want to, when I start talking, do you want to just unshare the slides? Probably just the easiest.
Sure.
Yep. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome right around Asia Pacific and Japan. This is Build for 2025, and we are live with our incredible team from around the region. So welcome actually too. We're sort of coming up to, what are we, 1 o'clock where I'm based in Singapore. It's getting later in Australia and New Zealand. Welcome if you just joined us from India. It's great to have you with us. So this is kind of like the sweet spot of the day. It's one of the moments where most of the region can all join us at one time. So far today, we've been using today as a prep, I guess, for our Build show that we're running all this week. Build is a global conference. It ran about 2 weeks ago as a live on demand. Strongly recommend that you go and check out that content. But we wanted to give you a chance to actually interact live with some of our incredible technical community that are here in APJ. And hence we're running this sort of best of Build for APJ across the region. Today is sort of like a pre-day where if you've never actually used Snowflake and you just wanted to get your fingers on keyboard and use Snowflake a bit, maybe answer some questions before we get into the rest of the build content that comes during the week. Today's perfect, right? We've started out with things like zero to Snowflake, zero to security. Don't worry if you've missed those. We're going to replay them shortly. We've covered a whole bunch of topics. You would have recalled this agenda. If you've still got this, you might want to send it out to some friends or colleagues who might be interested. But we've started today with, right at the start, with zero to Snowflake and zero to security, two of our core topics. Interestingly, they're sort of in the order the company started. We started off with our first two founders building Snowflake, and then the third founder was actually focused on security entirely. We then moved through into using Streamlit. We looked at notebooks, new capability. Right now, we're moving up into generative AI. So if you want to sort of bootstrap into taking your data and doing something interesting with generative AI, this is going to be the right session for you with Rolly in a moment. And then we're going to repeat the zero to Snowflake and the zero to security session after this. So if you've just joined us in India, fear not, the sessions are very early in the morning. We're going to replay them again. So you've got time to go and invite a colleague, and this could be the start, we hope, of your journey into Snowflake. The reason I'm also showing this page, as you can see, we have got a lot of content. We have 3 more days of content coming tomorrow. We have Natalie Mead, who runs our technical services team here across Asia Pacific and Japan, along with some all-stars. She's going to be on tomorrow. We'll go specifically into a number of topics. We'll build on some of the foundational things I've covered today, and we'll pick out some of the newer features that we've started talking about recently in Build. We'll look at some of the key concepts. We'll walk right across the whole platform so you can see how you can build and take advantage of what Snowflake has to offer. So it's going to be an incredible week. So if you haven't, finished building your agenda, maybe you want to block out some more time, this is the moment to do that. So now I am joined by Rolly. Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to Build.
Hi, David. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you to all who participated. Yeah.
Perfect. So you've got a great topic. I mean, a very hot topic, of course, with generative AI. When I look at a year ago, when, we'd been in the market with for about a year with Snowpark, generative AI was sort of like, everyone's got an AI something. What does it mean? But I look where Snowflake's built and the capability that we've produced. And more importantly, as I meet lots of customers this year through our events to see what they've been building on Snowflake,
Mhm.
is really cool, like super
Yes.
cool. You're just going to kind of scratch the surface a little
Yes.
bit today with looking at some RAG chatbots and other capability. But yeah, it's really, really impressive and it's maturing fast. So I'm looking forward to the session. So for everyone who's listening, keep rolling busy. Maybe you can stop halfway through and ask some questions.
Yeah.
I guess you can ask any questions about Snowflake or, of course, on the subject matter he's talking to today. But this is really the high value. We've got actually two of the team, technical services team, sitting in the background to answer questions. So it's not often that you get to have three all-stars available to answer your Snowflake questions for an hour and a half. So this is it. Take advantage. With that, Rolly, I'm going to let you kick off and have a great session.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So just a few introductions. My name is Rolly Mignano. I'm a solutions engineer based here in the Philippines. So I do work with enterprises, large one, emerging, and then growing, as well as public sector. So from my day-to-day, I do work with them in terms of what they need, data initiatives, how they're going to build the data architecture. So during my discussions with these customers, it has been one of the key topics, right? So what Snowflake can do on the Gen AI, right? So through this session that I'm going to be hosting this afternoon, I'll show you some of the features and functionalities that we can actually do now with the available features in Snowflake. Okay, so I'll share my screen so that I can provide you more context. Okay, so on the call as well, just to also shout out. So Herman, another colleague of mine from an SC from Indonesia, is on the call as well. So if you have any question, feel free to look into the chat option. Do your Q&A there. Herman would be happy to help you out. Throughout this session as well, during the session, I'll take a look into that one and answer a few of the questions live so that we'll make this more collaborative. Okay. We'll share this link to you via the chat as well. Some of my colleagues will send it actually as well right now. Okay. So just a few things, right? So as David has mentioned earlier, so we're on build. This is the pre-build that we're doing right now. We are now on the 0 to Gen AI. And if you've seen the agenda, so we are taking you step by step into the different domains of Snowflake. So we're talking about the basic functionalities or core concepts. We went through discussions on security, on Streamlit notebooks, so on and so forth. This is a preparation for the other topics that we're gonna do later in this week, right? So we're going to focusing more on the core topics as well, advanced dive deep topics. But for today, I'm going to walk you through how we can build a chatbot, right? Using our core functionalities, using Cortex and Streamlit. Okay. And for those who have been here since this morning, thank you for sticking by. And for those who signed in for this call, hello and welcome. So for this session, just a few reminders, there are no prerequisites, right? We're going to do everything during this workshop or session. So we're going to prepare the data, we're going to build the applications, and then we're going to discuss the concepts all throughout this session. Okay, so if you have this link, bookmark it so that you have something to look forward to or go back to if you need it. Okay, so this session is actually a technical one, but as I also discuss with my customers, right? Any technical concept, when you talk to them, don't talk to them about features, talk to them as well about the business value or the business impact of what you're showing to them. Okay, so what I'm going to show you this afternoon is actually how we can leverage a chatbot built using Cortex and Streamlit to provide any user with information that is relevant to the actual customer themselves and not just something that's just created out of nowhere, right? So any question, any answer that this chatbot should provide should still have the context of what the documents you have provided them for. I'm going to show you as well how to set it up, and then we're going to walk you through there. Okay. So for those new or haven't heard yet on what this Tasty Bites is about, probably I'll give you just a brief background or introduction as well. Okay. So who is Tasty Bites, right? Tasty Bites, it's our technically our fictional company, right? This is what we usually offer. I mean, this is what we use as a reference if we talk about Snowflake features. So all throughout these sessions, probably you'll see the term Tasty Bites. So Tasty Bites in this concept, this is a global food truck network, right? They are based on different locations across the world. They have different food concepts, different food brands as well. And in terms of their mission and vision, we have the following. They have their own, in terms of numbers on metrics, on revenue, sales, NPS, so on and so forth. So throughout our session right now, we're going to be using Tasty Bites data. Okay. If you're interested as well, we do have different Tasty Bites options as well. So probably some of my colleagues showed you this earlier, but in terms of this one, when you're gonna look into Tasty Bites, we have other things that you can look into like cost management, transformation, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of things. So if you're starting to learn, if you want to explore about Snowflake, we have a lot of quick starts that you can go around. So this is a specific quick start that we're gonna walk you through, focusing on Cortex and Streamlit. Okay, so to begin with, we have five parts of this particular workshop: overview, setup, the Streamlit app, and then the actual chatbot, and then conclusion. So if you have already have an account that you've been using all throughout this build session, that's okay. But for those who are new to the call, I'll walk you through as well how you can create an account so that we can create that side by side. Okay. So for this session, what we're gonna learn, we're gonna create a chatbot using Cortex. We're gonna use complete function, Cortex complete, and then Cortex embed. We're gonna build a Streamlit as well. This Streamlit, if you joined the previous sessions, right, we talked about Streamlit as well. But Streamlit in this case, for those who are new to the build call, so it's a way for you to develop applications on Snowflake on top of your data. So you don't have to bring your data out of Snowflake. Rather, you can build the application within Snowflake itself. And then we're going to walk you through the basics of RAG. So, right, so that we would be able to understand better the concepts on how we can get data from your unstructured document and feeding it to the chatbot. Okay, so let's start with what you'll need: a Snowflake account, and then we're going to build the chatbot from there. Okay, so if you want to build a Snowflake account, you just go to snowflake.com. You can go to snowflake.com. You can also go to signup.snowflake.com. That's the same thing. But I'd like to show you this first as well, right? So on our website, you'll see here, start for free. Upper right, click on that one, and then we'll create the account. But within this website as well, you can see a lot of useful information, right? About our platform, the solutions we have created, the partners that we have, sample use cases, so on and so forth. If you are keen on knowing more, feel free to browse through this one or reach out to one of our your sales counterparts. Or I'm also on LinkedIn if you're there, so just feel free to message. I'd be happy to answer any of your question. Okay. So click on that one, start for free, and you'll be brought to this page, right? The signup.snowflake.com. So just sign up, provide your information, right? And then what you're signing up for, I'll do personal development. Yeah. Choose the country that's relevant to you, and then continue. So under company name, put your company name, then job title, solutions engineer. So I'm showing you this one to also show you that this quick start can be created using a trial account, right? And the trial account, this is for 30 days, free trial, up to 400 worth of credits. So do utilize that one all throughout this build, and even after the build, we have a lot of useful quick starts that you can take a look into to learn more about Snowflake. Okay. So in terms of the Snowflake edition, the most popular that we have right now is actually Enterprise. But we do have the base or the standard and then business critical. Each of these editions have their own feature set, right? So if you want to learn more about what is included in the edition you're choosing, just click more. You'll be directed to our pricing page actually. So depends on the platform or the cloud provider that you're gonna use and the region where you're gonna be hosting it. The cost per edition may vary. Okay, so taken this is APJ APAC, right? So let's choose Singapore. So in terms of Singapore, if you're gonna host your Snowflake in AWS Singapore, you're gonna have these rates, right? And standard user base enterprises are what most of our enterprises or companies do use. Business critical and VPS is something for those that are regulated industries, right? And if you want to really learn more about the features, view all features, and you'll see this documentation, right? It will show you here the differences between each one, a matrix of features per edition, right? So each one have their own set of feature set. But for this particular session, we're gonna choose enterprise, and then we're gonna choose Amazon for that one, right? Asia Pacific, okay, Asia Pacific, we'll choose Asia Pacific. If you've choose other regions as well, it's okay. If you have an account already that's hosted on another region, that's okay. And then click this one, then get started. Okay, I'll just have to do this. Okay, there. So, answer, this is just a survey, right? So you can answer. And then once that's good, check your inbox. So it should be also fairly fast. So if you don't receive it yet, wait for around 30 seconds to up to a minute. If you don't see it in your inbox, check your spam messages as well. But you should be able to see a message or an email from Snowflake. Okay, click to activate. So from that email, click to activate, and then you'll be greeted with this view. Okay, you need to nominate an account. So I'll nominate one for me. Okay, oops, sorry. Okay, and then click on get started. Okay, so once that's good, you'll be redirected to the home page. Okay, so once it's good, we're here. We can now start. So I actually provided you with that step by step because some customers, when they see the sign up link, they don't understand which edition, which cloud, which version, so on and so forth needs to choose. So having that provided information to you, I hope that's useful as well. Okay, so a couple of things. If you've attended some of the sessions earlier, so probably you have, if you have been briefed about what this is. But for those that are new to the call, so this is our homepage, right? When you log into your Snowflake account, you'll have this page. This is your console. This is your homepage. This is what we call Snow Site. So if you, for example, see any quick starts, any documentations referencing quick site, that's quick, yeah, Snow Site, sorry, Snow Site. That's actually our UI. That's what we call. Okay. So from this one, we can actually create or build a lot already. So you have a lot of useful links here on the left side, managing your Snowflake account, doing monitoring of the queries you've run, AI ML products, the databases you have, the projects that you have, so on and so forth. For this particular session, we're going to focus more on the following. First one is worksheets. So we're going to use the worksheets to build the data foundation for this particular workshop, right? We're gonna create the needed tables, needed databases. We're gonna load the data. We're gonna also do Streamlit. So Streamlit is a way for you to build applications within Snowflake already. So you don't have to bring the data out of Snowflake. You can actually build that Streamlit up here already. And then we're gonna walk you through the data part as well, where we're gonna do the databases. Okay. The other things you can explore on your own, but for the sake of this particular session, we're gonna do just those three. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make this window side by side to make it easier. Okay. Okay. So this is my Snowflake account, right? So for those that have been here since this morning, probably you have a couple of things here. It's okay. We won't be interfering or won't be using those data sets. This is a standalone setup. So for those that have created new, so this is your page as well. So you have a couple of, by default, you have this particular worksheets that you have. So we have a Snowflake sample data that you can actually look into if you want to do some a bit of testing or querying. But for this particular workshop, we're going to have our own data set as well. So we're going to set it up. Okay, so let's start. So click on next, and then you're going to be greeted with this setup. So with this particular setup, what I'm going to do is to create a worksheet where I'm going to run this particular SQL statements. Okay, so how do you do that? you can click here on create. You can click on create, or you can actually go to projects and then click on the plus button here. So either way works, but how I do it usually is go to worksheets and then click on plus. If you click on the drop down button here, you can actually have options to create Python worksheet or folder. So depends on the use case, you may actually use a Python worksheet or a folder to organize your worksheets. But for this particular session that we are having, we're gonna have SQL worksheets. Click on that and you'll have the following view. Okay, so I'll just skip this dialog box here. These are informational tips, and then we can actually work on our particular worksheet. So first thing first, as a way for me as well to organize the worksheets that I have and to make it more informative, I actually rename worksheets when I create them. So it's a good best practice actually that once you start using Snowflake, rename the worksheet based on what it's doing. So in my end, so this is actually a setup worksheet. So I'm going to be setting up the document, setting up the data sets, so on and so forth. So I'm going to rename this one to setup. Okay. So once that's good, have a quick look, and then I'll discuss a couple of things here as well. So on your left side, these are actually the databases that you have already available, some of the worksheets that are available to you. And here are the roles and actually the warehouses that's available. So within Snowflake, users doesn't have direct access to policies. I mean, you don't assign the policies or access permissions to users. They are assigned to the roles. So this is the way we do permissions or security within Snowflake, right? Role-based access policies. So by default, you actually have, if you created this account, you'll have the following by default roles, right? But as you grow, and as your business grows, you put actually governance in this part as well. You limit the access of users to what they can only see, right? So from there, you can actually create custom roles and then assign this to users. But for the sake of this workshop, we're gonna do account admin, right? To run everything via account admin. Warehouse here actually is our computes, okay? So that's actually compute. So when you see the term warehouse, when you see the term term warehouse, see it somewhere, it's just the computes, okay? The data is separated from the computes. It's not actually a data warehouse. So this is just the compute, okay? So let's copy a couple of things from the quick start. So I'll begin with the setup of databases and the schema and then the warehouse or the compute. Okay, let's copy this one and then let's check. Okay, so if you haven't checked it yet, you can actually highlight everything and then click on play here, and it would run all of the queries, right? You can do that. But if you want to run it one by one, that's also okay. So for me, I'm gonna run it one by one. So there. So I've created a database called Tasty Bites Chatbot, and then I'm gonna create a schema called Tasty Bites Chatbot dot app. So this is the schema name, and then we're gonna create a warehouse as well. So the warehouse would be Tasty Bites Chatbot slash warehouse underscore warehouse. The size of the compute is large, and then auto suspend to 60. Okay. So once you created that one, so if I personally would like to see as well where it's created, right? You can create it everything on SQL. That's a good thing about Snowflake, right? You can do on SQL, so you can actually pipe it, automate it as well. But if you want to do this as well via the UI, via Snowsite, you can actually do it. If you want to see that, click on the upper left portion. So this is the logo of Snowflake, and you'll be brought back to the home page. So if you want to see where the database, the schema in the warehouse was created, you can go here. So first thing on the data, so under data, databases, we can see here the database that was just created. So this database, chatbot, has this particular schema, right? So you have a couple of useful informations here as well. If you click on the database, right? So I just zoomed out. So the database details, who can access what, who created it, the ownership, and then a couple of schemas that are already available. Okay. For the warehouse, the warehouse is available actually here under admin and then under warehouses. So by default, your demo account would have this already, compute underscore warehouse. But since we created one, it's created here as well. So if we click on this one and then click on edit, you'll see a couple of useful details. So I'd like to, when I talk to customers also, I'd like to showcase this one because some of the concepts here are actually differentiating for Snowflake, right? So first thing, how we do this, right? So warehouses or compute within Snowflake, it can have two things, standard and then Snowpark optimized. So standard, meaning it's for your usual standard workloads, right? Data engineering, data warehousing. So it has a balanced set of CPU and then memory, right? For Snowpark optimized, this is mostly for our ML, AI ML workloads. They have larger memory and cache. So depends on where you are going to be using it or utilizing it, choose the type that's applicable, right? And then the sizes. So we can go from extra small to 4x large, right? So depends on the workload that you're going to be running or the number of records you're going to be processing or the complexity of the queries you're going to be running as well. Choose the type of warehouse or compute that's applicable to your workload. For this particular example we are doing, this for the chatbot, we are using large. So from the definition in the SQL as well, we did put it here as auto suspend 1 minute. So 60 seconds. So meaning if there's no query that's going to be running on this particular compute, it will turn off that particular compute. So meaning you are not going to be billed, right? And if there's going to be new queries that's going to be running on that particular compute as well, it would auto resume. This is all being managed by Snowflake on the background, right? On the back end. So it's not something that you would have to manage by yourselves. It's something that we will manage for you. One of the key benefits of using a fully managed service like Snowflake. Other things here, this is mostly for scalability, right? If you want to do auto scaling, if you want to do auto scaling on a query level, you enable the following. But for the sake of this demo, we'll have the following, right? If I'm going to go back to my worksheet, the setup, so for this particular warehouse, going to be large and then 60-second auto suspend. Okay. And then the following would now be loading of the app or loading of the data. I'll just copy and then show you or walk you through as well, piece by piece. Okay. Okay. Also, probably if others are wondering what this or replace is about, so it's a way for us to recreate a, like for example, an object, if it's already exists, right? So it makes it easier if you are doing live dev or testing on that particular feature or data, right? Recreate it, and then that's okay. We don't bill you based on the number of databases or schema. We just bill you based on the storage that it's occupying. Okay. So continuing this one, this is now on the loading of data part, right? So I'm gonna put that there. So for loading of data part, first, we're gonna create the file format, right? File format. I'm gonna run this one. And then it says here on the status, so file format has been created. So where can we see that? If you wanna see that as well, it's under data, it's under databases, it's under app, and then it's under file formats. Okay, since we defined the type as CSV, it would also put there as a CSV. We also support other file formats, but for the sake of this demo, we're gonna stick with CSV since the data that we're gonna be using are all in CSV format as well. So it would also auto-populate some of the information already. Since it knows the type, it would know that the column separator is comma, and it would use new line as row separator since it's the common use as well. If you have some specifics, right? So like, for example, you need to skip 5 lines before reading the data, you can actually optimize this one or configure this to mirror that. But since what we're saying is, here are my data, here are my documents, here are my data sets. It's on CSV format. Read it and then load it. Okay, that's it. And the next one is we are creating a stage, right? So create or replace stage with the name S3 load from this particular bucket, S3 bucket. using this particular file format that we created earlier when reading that data. So I'm going to run this, and then let's see where it is and how it would look like, okay? So again, on the home page, under data, databases, app, and then I'm going to refresh this one. So also, if you don't see the objects, right, that you've created, file format, stages, click on refresh here to refresh the view, the UI, okay? So click on stages and then the S3 loads. This is the same thing as what we did earlier. So, okay, I'm gonna remove that one first. Okay, so what's happening here, right? What's this stage? What's happening here? Why do I have an S3? So am I connecting directly? What's happening? Okay, a stage, external stage it is, right? This is an external stage, meaning we are referencing external location where the data is hosted. Okay, we are just, for example, creating that interface. So if you're going to set this up on a production setup or testing, you have to set up the storage integration between the two. You'll create it on the AWS side and also set it up on the Snowflake side. External access IDs, trust relationship in terms of IAM roles would have to be set up. But for the sake of this demo, since this is a public, right? This is a public S3, we don't have to do that. Okay, so we can actually see it directly. But if you're going to be implementing this one on your own projects or on your own companies, you need to set up the storage integration. Okay. So if we're going to look into this data, we click actually earlier, enable directory table, right? So that just means that if you want to see what your S3 contains, like this view, you'll have to use a compute for that one because I'm going to be reading from that external, and then I'm going to showing you the metadata, the list of data, the size, last modified, so on and so forth. I'm not actually copying yet, okay? I'm not still copying yet the data from this S3. I'm just viewing it, okay? So once you're good with that one, you can actually have two paths within this S3 bucket. First one is the documents, right? Documents contains two small files. These two small files, we'll see it later when we explore the data. This contains the FAQs, annual reports, and other relevant information about Tasty Bites. We're gonna use this and feed this data to our chatbot later as well as reference for answers. Okay. And then the vector store, this is actually chat logs. So Tasty Bites also run a contact center, right? So they do get chats from different customers all around the globe. And then some of these questions, some of the agents provide answers to these questions. And we would like to use this particular trove of data set as well as an input to the chatbot. Okay, we're going to show you it later as well. So I'm going to go back to the setup worksheet and then do the following. Okay, so what we've set up right now is file formats. So just to read the data, it's CSV. We've set up as well a stage referencing an S3 bucket. Now we're going to create a table within Snowflake. This is just creating first. I'm going to run this one and then see if documents successfully created. Okay, so comments, these are just comments, right? Metadata. If you would like to see later during on the dashboards or on your cost management, this would actually be very useful, right? Segmenting that part, okay? And then this one, this is actually gonna copy, right? I would copy, this would copy the documents as hosted here to a table. Our table is the documents, okay? I'm gonna run this one. Let it run for a couple of 1.7 seconds. And then it says here in terms of the stats, I have loaded this and this one to the database. Okay, so 2 rows, so on and so forth. Okay, so if you're going to see here under databases, under Snowflake, sorry, under the Tasty Bites, refresh this one. And then we have the table here, we have the documents. So the documents is created, right? We have created a document. If you want to see what it contains, you can actually create a another worksheet, right? You can actually do it here as well. I'm going to zoom out a bit. So we have here a way to look into the table itself, like the details of the table definition, the columns, a data preview, of what it contains, copy history, and even the lineage. So you have the following. But since we are on worksheets, let's utilize that one as well. So I'll rename this one. I created a new worksheet. So how I did that, just click on plus here. Okay. So from here, I'm gonna check what that table contains, right? So I'm gonna check it here and then place name on editor. So it just saves you from typing it, right? So just place and then in editor. So let's see from documents. Let's run this one. And then it's the same actually. It's gonna be the same thing as the one on the preview, but this is on the view of the SQL worksheet. Okay. So the two documents actually contains three records. So first one is the FAQ, and then who we are, and then the annual report. Then each one would have the following text. It's just text, plain text. Okay. So for example, for FAQs, what is Tasty Bites? How do I find the nearest Tasty Bites? What food do you offer? How ensure food meets dietary restrictions, so on and so forth. These are something that can be sourced out from internal documents or maybe even from a website, right? FAQs. And then for who we are, this is your who are you, who you are, right? So this is your in terms of corporate management, how do you manage your business? Where are you located in terms of your times, values, so on and so forth. So you have the following as well as source. And then the annual report. So the data that we are using references as well a 2023 annual report for Tasty Bites. So for the annual report, it's the same thing. It's going to have a lot of information about how the business operated in 2023. So in terms of revenue, in terms of where they are, expansion plans, so on and so forth. So this may also include what are their plans moving forward for Tasty Bites. Okay. So similar thing, if you're gonna compare it or gonna reference it to right now, if you're a data engineer for a certain company, you have the following, right? So who you are, annual report, so on and so forth. But if you also want to be specific, right? So I've used this on one of my customers wherein they are looking into an enterprise chat that's gonna be deployed by their HR and then IT because they've seen that the IT teams or the HR teams take some time to answer questions, right? Either they chat or they email, and then they provide links to policies or the documents attached it on the emails as well. So this customer of mine prototyped similar thing like this one. So they've loaded their HR policies, right? Or anything that's relevant to how they're doing their business. And the IT teams as well provided their IT policies, right? How do you do like laptop changes or how do you troubleshoot a particular network issue, so on and so forth. So with that concept alone, you are offloading some of the work from this particular teams and then using technology or using Snowflake to solve that. That's inherent actually across different organizations, big or small. But having this particular setup, after we build this one, you're gonna have an idea that it can be done. Okay. So going back to the setup, right? So what we did, just a recap, we created the table documents, and then we loaded the data to this particular table. We did check out what it contains, right? So the following FAQ, who we are, and then annual report. Okay. Next one is I'm gonna create now, or I'm gonna load the remaining data set. So if I'm gonna go back to the databases, right? Go back here under stages. We have two sources, right? The vector store, which contains the chat logs, and then we also have the documents here. Now we've loaded the documents. Now we're gonna load the vector store. Okay. So how do we do that? First, create the uh, we create the table first. So this one, this is the ARI table. Okay. And then we are gonna be we are going to be copying that data, similar thing to what we did earlier with the documents, right? Copy into the table using the source from the S3. This may take some time. It's around 7 to 8 files, so a couple of seconds, around 7 to 8 files, and then there, 7 seconds. So around 7 to 8 files, and then it's gonna be loading around 1,000 to 2,000 rows per file, okay? And then we're gonna create a derived table, which we call vector store. Okay, we're gonna look into the dataset as well as we move forward. I'll create this one for reference. Okay, so let's go to the explore, right? Let's explore the tables that we just created. I'm gonna open the array table here and then see what it contains. Okay, so it's running. So on my testing, this took around 16 seconds to finish from an extra small compute, right? 1670 there, 16 seconds. So this contains around 106 records, right? 106,000 rows. And the data set that it contains is actually about support logs. So for example, source, the chat log itself. So the full text of the chat log, say for example, here, the message from the agent, answer from the agent, back and forth from the customer, the date, timestamp, the sender who sent, the resolution, so on and so forth. So we have around 106,000 of the following chat logs, right? And different languages as well. You can see here. Yeah. Since it's a global company, right? And then we have other metadata here, the size, the chunk, and then the input, and then the chunk embedding. Okay. So let's talk about the other table as well. So let's take a look into that one. So it's actually gonna be the same if you're gonna reference the DDL or the data definition language that was created earlier. It's actually the same. Because what we're gonna do here is we are using the vector store as our vector database or our vector reference that will be used for the chatbot. So it's still gonna be the same, right? Same fields, and then same information. So now you might be wondering what's this embeddings here, right? So it's actually gonna be good to share with you this particular. So this block here, it's actually part of the resources as well. So if you have time later, do look into this blog. It would give you a good sense of what or of how we can do it here within Snowflake, right? So let me open this one as an image. Okay, let's talk about this. Okay, so this is actually RAGs or retrieval augmented generation, right? It's usually useful for use cases wherein you do have to semantic search, similarity search, or anything that's relevant to getting context out of certain documents. So right now, in the age of unstructured data, right, most of the documents that we do have right now, we get from logs, we get from images, PDFs. So we would like to also get insights out of those documents. So one way to do it is through the following, right? So if we're gonna go back to the data here, right? So if we're gonna go back here, each one of these chats have a corresponding vector embedding, right? So 0000, those random numbers technically. But the idea here is that you can convert or make this particular data into similar to this one, and then use the following to search for similarities for other relevant or related data sets. So if you're going to be using that for your questions, like for example, you have a question, right? So who is the CEO? We're gonna check that later, right? Who is the CEO for Tasty Bites? So I'm gonna check the data that I have actually are different data sets. It may come from the chat logs, it may come from the document. Those data have now been vectorized or been created into something like this. When I do that search here, I'm also going to be doing that vector to that particular question and checking what is similar to the answers that I already have in my data. So the vector data here, this is the one that we just created on Airtable or vector store. So anything that's going to be relevant or close to the answer, we're going to put that into the LLM of your choosing. So later, we're going to show you as well how we're going to do that. But we also have some part here on prompt engineering. So depends on how you want the output to be provided to you, right? So if you want it to bulleted, for example, or summarize in a couple of words, so on and so forth, you can have that actually as well. You can actually provide context as well, meaning if you want the questions or any answer that you provided earlier or any answer it has provided earlier to still be available on future questions, that's going to be something here as well. And then while it runs through the LLMs processing, you can have the contextual answer. Okay, so we're going to show you later as well how we are going to be doing that one. So I'm just providing you with a couple of contexts on the embeddings vector and then the data sets that we do have. Okay, so far I'm going to go back to the setup, right? And then summarize what we did so far. Okay, so in terms of setting this up, so we created a database called Tasty Bytes Chatbot, a schema, and then the warehouse. So the warehouse is set as large, and then 60 seconds auto suspend. We also loaded the data, so we are referencing an external S3 bucket. So we are using already CSV files that's stored on S3 and then loading it to the tables that we just created within Snowflake. Okay. Okay. So let me check as well if there are any questions. Yeah, probably, or we're good. Yeah. Before we proceed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's being answered. Okay, probably we'll walk you through those questions as well in the interest of time. So my colleague here on the call as well would have to answer your questions first. But I'll check as well on a couple and provide you some context. Okay. So I have here from Rambubu. So you're saying does not exist or not authorized S3 load. If you're running this one, probably, right? Or yeah. So we'll take a look, Rambubu, but make sure that you have that you're using account admin and then using the warehouse that we have here. Sometimes some of when I do run things like this one, the roles are not set properly, right? If it's not set properly, you'll be encountering some permission issues. Okay. So just take a look into the role. Usually that solves the problem. Okay. I'm gonna go to setting up the Streamlit as well. So under setup, we also have here Streamlit setup, right? So as mentioned earlier, if you wanna do applications on your Snowflake on top of your data without putting that data out, you can actually build it within Streamlit itself. So going to Streamlit, if you click on your upper left, the logo of Snowflake, you'll be greeted with the homepage again. If you want to go to Streamlit, go to projects and then Streamlit. And then under this one, click on Streamlit app. Okay, click on plus and then put a name to this particular Streamlit application. For me, I'm going to put it Tasty Bytes Chatbot. Okay, so we need to choose the database. Okay, I'm gonna refresh this one. Sorry. There. So if you don't see the database, right? If you are not seeing any of the things that I'm showing, try doing a refresh of the page where you are. I have a couple of open Snowflake, so it may not be updating all in terms of the cache. But for you, you can just hard refresh and then see if that would work. Okay, so I'm gonna do here Tasty Bytes chatbot. Okay, and then Tasty Bytes chatbot. As the application, this is the same database that we created earlier. And then in terms of the schema, we're going to choose app. And then in terms of the warehouse, we're going to choose the warehouse that we created earlier. Okay. Then I'm going to do create. So on the back end, it's starting up that compute for you. And then once it's ready, it's going to be visualizing that particular Streamlit app for you. Okay, let's wait for a couple of seconds. Now here it goes. Okay, so if you've joined the session earlier about Streamlit, this is the same thing, right? So once you create a Streamlit, you'll have the following view. So this is a default application or sample application that you can work around if you want to have a starting point. But if you already have or built one, you can actually just put it here, and then similar to what we're going to be doing later, put it here and then make it work. Okay. So a couple of things, right? So here's your, how do we go? So some probably also have seen this now. If you don't see the Python, just click on here. Sorry, app settings, sorry, edit. Gonna do that. I'm gonna go there. Here. So click on edit, right? And then you will have that Python script. Okay. So for this particular example, right? So anything that you do within this document, it would also reflect here. Say, for example, test. I'm going to put it here and then click on run. It should also show here as test. Okay, so if you have some errors, it would display those errors, and if you're good, it would show it as well here. This is an interactive way to create. I've seen customers create like dashboards or forms or input forms using Streamlit within Snowflake. So you can actually leverage this one as a way for even non-technical folks to interact with your data, right? And then make it available to the whole organization. So it's not just about those that understand the concepts, like for example, data engineers, data scientists, or the data teams. You can actually democratize access to data through the use of application development frameworks such as Streamlit. Okay, so but we do have our own code, so let's copy that in here. Then I'm gonna copy, sorry. I'm gonna copy this code here. And then paste it here. Okay. 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 So if you run this one, you'll have an error. Okay. So meaning you still have to, it's actually on the quick start as well, what other libraries or packages you need to add to make this work. So meaning it's actually looking for that Snowflake ML. Okay. Click this one. So if you encounter this error upon running, click on snowflake-ml-python. Okay, click on that one, and it should be installed packages similar to this one. So we haven't updated yet the quick start, but this is something that we are working with our content team. But for the sake of this demo, look for snowflake-ml-python. So once that's added, okay, click on run again, and then it should work. Initially, it should work, but there's another error that I'd like to show you to you as well. Okay, so you now have this one, right? So this is now the customer Q&A assistant, wherein we can ask questions to this chatbot based on questions that you may have with Tasty Bites. The data that it's referencing is actually coming from the ones that we've loaded earlier, the ones that's coming from the documents, right? The FAQs, the chats as well. So it's all referencing those data. Okay. So under settings, it actually has different models that's available. So depends on the use case that you may have, probably on your metrics as well, which one is cost effective, which one would provide the most relevant information to you. You can actually test and match, right? So for this particular lab, we just listed a couple, but we actually do support a lot more. No, I'll show you as well later what would those be. The reset here is relevant to reset the actual chat. Okay, so within this particular chatbot as well, there's a way for you to provide context. Say, meaning you are doing question and answer with the chatbot, and then the answers, succeeding answers, should still be relevant or connected to the one that it has provided before. So if you're asking about the, like for example, the revenue for Japan, for example, and then you're gonna ask where are the locations without specifying the location, it should be able to provide you with that answer properly. Okay. So let me run this. So if you're on Singapore, right? If you're on Singapore, if you created your account on Singapore, you should see an error. But if you are running on, say, for example, US or some other regions where our complete is available, Cortex complete function is available, you should be okay. But for since this is an APJ Asia Pac focused call, most of the customers I work with, they create their account on the Singapore region. So if they try to do this one, if they try to run this, CEO of Tasty Bites, for example, I'm gonna go here actually, and then create a couple. Who is the CEO? There. It would actually throw a error. Okay. So the error means request failed, external function, remote server, unknown, Mistral large. Okay. So why is this error occurring? We'll fix this as well. Don't you worry. But I'll show you some of the concepts that I believe would be really helpful, beneficial to all. So first one is the LLM models and then the functions that are available for you to use. Okay. So in terms of availability, on this particular demo, on this particular session, we are going to be using complete and then embed text, right? And if you can see here on the list of regions, right? Singapore is not part of the list. We do have Tokyo here. So if the account was created in Tokyo, it will work on some of the LLMs, but not all. If you created your account on Oregon, it should have most of the functionalities available. But if you've created your Singapore of your account or a demo account on Singapore, you should have this error. Okay, that's okay. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so why is this happening, right? Why is this the case? So right now, I think it's also one of the key things that being discussed on the tech sector, on the tech community, that GPUs is a scarce commodity, right? So some are hoarding, right? Some are not probably providing it as a service. They're using it internally, so on and so forth. So in terms of the services that we do have, most of the capacity that we were able to get capacity with is on the US side, right? So not yet on the Asia Pacific because of the scarcity of GPUs. So once the demand picks up and once the demand on this, I mean, once the demand of usage picks up within Snowflake and once the supply also goes up, we'll have those as well, those functionalities be available to the other regions as well. But for now, it's available on the following. Okay. So, but with this one, we actually enabled cross-region inference, meaning if you are trying to use a functionality that's not available on the region that you have, you can actually run that query on that other region where it's located. Okay, that's what we call cross-region inference. So for cross-region inference, how do you set it up? It's just a quick SQL statement. Make sure you're running this one as a account admin, right? So similar to the account that I have right now. So I'll copy this one, right? So in terms of the query itself, so we do have any region. So meaning any region where the LLM or the function may be located. So you may run it there. So we do maintain or we do decide where it's going to be running based on the latency or based on the availability, right? But if you would like it to be running on a specific region, say for example, for compliance or GDPR or any of that, so you can actually set the region where it's going to be running, right? So for this one, for this particular demo, I'm just going to be using any region for now. So I'm going to go back to my setup, right? And then go here at the last page, and then run this. So again, if you are on US West, right? Or any of the following regions, you don't have to do this one because running the chatbot would succeed. But if you are on a region, your account is on a region that is not listed here, you'll have that error. So to fix that, we can enable the cross-region replication. Sorry, cross-region inference. Okay. So some cost consideration, would this be have egress, latency, how fast, so on and so forth. So we do maintain those connectivity, the infrastructure on the back end. So you won't be incurring data egress charges for that one. Okay. The only cost that you're going to be incurring is on the compute that you would be using on that other region. Okay. So I hope that's clear, right? So I'm going to go to my Streamlit, Tasty Bytes. Let's open it again, right? So I'm using Mr. Large. So I'm already activated the cross-region inference. So let's try to see who is the CEO. There. So it's checking any of the documents that we provided earlier, right? In terms of the FAQs, in terms of um, the FAQs, the annual reports, the organizational information, even the chats. So it would be able to answer this one since this information is already part of that particular documents. Okay, so let's also try other things here. Say, for example, what do the food trucks serve? With this one, I'll show you as well different types, right? I mean, different types of answers or the way it's being provided to you based on the LLM that's used. So right now I'm using Mr. Large. Okay. Let's see the answer that it would provide to us. So it provided us with this list, right? This list. If I, for example, choose, for example, 7B, I'm going to ask the same question. So depends actually on your cost metrics as well. So there. So it can give you something that's gonna be like this one, or it can give you something like this one. Okay. So yeah. In terms of yeah, in terms of usage, right? In terms of usage, probably something that's gonna be useful as well for the team here on the call. How do we cost this, right? So probably one of the key things as well that you're going to be asking. You can have this um, dive deep discussion with your AEs, for example, your sales teams. But high level overview, this is how we do it. This is a public documentation that you can also look into. Go to the pricing page, snowflake.com/pricing, right? And then you'll have this link here, view the consumption table, and you'll be greeted with this pages long PDF. But I would like you to look into the following in terms of here, this one. So this would, there. So in terms of compute, based on million tokens, you'll be charged with this one based on the credits, right? So it depends on the type of LLM that you're going to be using, as well as the function within that cortex that you're going to be using. This is the charge, okay, on that credits. So in Snowflake, we just bill you based on how much storage you're using and the compute you're using, just those two, right? So this is how we translate that in terms of token-based pricing to credit consumption as well. So I'm sharing this to the team because I think it would be really helpful for you to understand as well, right? So these are some of the common questions that I do get. So putting it there for everyone's reference. Okay. So once that's good, right? Okay. That's actually it, right? That's it. You now have your customer Q&A assistant referencing your internal documents based on an LLM that you function. So I think I've seen here, just looking into Q&A, right? Just looking into the Q&A. Okay. So for Suraj Ruth, so you're having insufficient privileges. So as mentioned earlier, this cross-region inference, sorry, cross-region needs to have at least account admin, right? Account admin. So if you're using an account that's like sysad or custom role, probably you'll have to ask your account admin to run this one for you. Okay. Can I copy the line alter region? Sorry. I'm just looking into the chat because the next steps in this one is we're gonna have a dive deep of the Python as well. Okay. 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 For Vika Sanodia, yeah, okay. Herman is already answering that question. This one you can actually run this one. Probably I can post on the chat as well. So if others are here. So I've added to the chat the link for the SQL, right? If you're having errors on unknown model Mr. Large, that's expected because we don't have that in Singapore yet, or any of the other locations that's outside of this list. Okay. So if you're gonna be running it on Singapore, you'll have that error. So you need to do cross-region inference like this one, run the query that I added to the chat, and then you should be okay. Okay. I'm going to be adding as well this particular documentation for your reference. Okay. Okay. From Atul Shahu. Okay. Good question. So the question was, why is there availability issues with models? What's the relation between models and regions? Okay. So with this one, so do note that Snowflake runs on top of cloud providers, right? So we do run on AWS, we do run on Azure, we do run on GCP. So yes, correct, they do have some GPUs in place. Some of this are being used within their own offerings as well. And then some are being provided to customers or to partners like us. So once there's a great demand, right? So it's just a law of supply and demand, right? They put the resources where it's being usually needed, right? In this case, if you're gonna see here from our particular example on this particular diagram, most of the functionalities are available in US West. Most of the use cases or most of the workloads running on this Cortex functionalities are all on US based. So that's where the load is, right? So once we were able to get a hold of these GPUs, we're going to be starting to roll out as well to other regions. But for now, what we do to fix that particular issue or challenge with customers is to do cross-region inference. So it's running privately within the Snowflake backend. So security-wise, that's good and well taken care of. Egress cost is also not something that we charge to customers. They're just going to be billed on the compute that you use. Okay. Okay. So for JGT, question is, under the model used, Mr. Large, Rika Flash, etc., can I use ChatGPT 4 here? Okay. So in terms of the LLMs that we do support, we actually have a list of that one. Probably we can use this on the same page, okay? Not to provide you with other. See that. Okay. A moment. Okay, actually here, yeah, we can use this one. So in terms of what we do support, so we do support Llama, we do support Mistral, Rika, Jamba there, E5, Voyage, so on and so forth. So we do have a couple of partnerships with LLM providers already. One of which is actually just lately announced, right? Anthropic. So we just recently announced our partnership with Anthropic, wherein some of their LLMs, starting with Claude 3.5 Sonnet, it's going to be running natively within Snowflake, similar to this one. Okay, so in terms of the Chat GPT, so these are the key things that we can provide you natively within the platform, right? Within Snowflake. That's good and well. But if you would like to use external ones like ChatGPT or any other LLMs that are not listed here, can actually leverage the external access, right? You can actually connect your Snowflake with like Bedrock, for example, or the Azure OpenAI services to get a hold of those LLMs. But do note though that by doing that, you are putting your data out of the Snowflake environment and then putting the compute on that external party or resource. What we're trying to build here is actually a data foundation wherein you only have one copy of your data using the platform as your data platform, one data platform, and do the things that you need to do within that platform itself. So to be able to ensure security and then integrity and then governance of the data. Okay, so right now we do have LLMs, but if you would like to use external ones, it's also okay. Okay. Just looking into the chats.
Hey, Rolly, helping you out there. Just
Yes.
the question that came up from one of the attendees, Arijit, who asked, would it be possible to use this chatbot like a co-pilot? And that, I think that's a very interesting question because you can shed light on some of the other capabilities that we have inside Snowflake.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, actually, well, just to also be frank, we do have a term co-pilot within Snowflake, right? So it's a way for us to help you with text to SQL, right? So it's not available yet on Singapore, but it's actually available on US version. So if you're using a Snowflake trial account hosted on Snowflake US, you actually be able to see here a Snowflake Copilot, where it can help you create queries based on the data that you have assets. Say, for example, what's my revenue for this year, for 2023? It would provide you based on the context, I mean, based on the database, based on the roles that you have, it would provide you an SQL that you can run. So very useful or helpful for customers that may not have that deep technical knowledge yet on how to do SQL. So rather than just them building it, you can actually build Copilot can actually build one. But in terms of, say, for example, enterprise chats, so this example is a great way to start that, right? So what we built here is just a high level, right? We just feed it with a couple of data from our internal data set. The data set is not even coming from the actual files. So what we did here, we prepared the data set in CSV format. So that's why we have the file format defined earlier, right? And then feed it to here and then make it as a source of your chatbot. But if you're going to complete that whole data pipeline picture, right, you would have unstructured data set in like PDF format, images. So we do have native solutions as well to extract the data out of those unstructured formats, put it on a table or a structured format, and then feed it to this particular chatbot. So we can also improve this one by putting in more relevant or more latest data or updated data from time to time to make it give you more relevant answers as well. So yeah. So I'm just gonna be going here, right? Just to complete this particular one. So if you would like to see as well, this is the same thing, right? The one that on the left is the same thing as one on the right. But let's just walk you through a couple of domains or topics that was done on the Python, okay? Python script. First one is on the model selection. So Cortex Complete, the one that I showed you earlier, it's a way for us to get access, right? You can actually get documentation here for Cortex Complete here. what it does, what LLMs it supports, and then what are the configuration that you can do. So if you can see here, we have a lot of other LLMs that you can actually leverage. We actually have ours as well. Snowflake Arctic, if you're interested, you can take a look into that one as well. And then it would give you the following output, similar to what we had on the chatbot, right? So in terms of the chatbot model, we just chose a couple, like 6, but we do have a couple more if you're interested to look into that one. So what makes it easy for customers to use is you're just gonna have to call it, right? Call the Cortex function, feed it with a model, feed it with a prompt, and it would give you an output, right? So if you're gonna look into how we did that on our particular Python script, it's actually here, this one. So you have a response based on the model and then a prompt that was provided to you. The prompt is actually the following, right? So you are setting the context of how it answers based on the following. So answer it based on the Tasty Bites food truck, be concise, use the relevant information that you already have. Here's the chat that you're already in, the context, and then the background, and then the model that you chose. So in terms of the model, we do have the 6. You can actually add here more if you want to test, but for the sake of this demo, we have 6. So depends on as I mentioned earlier, depends on the cost. Because I showed you earlier the pricing, right? So depends on your cost sensitivity as well as the output, how concise or how complete you want it to be. You can choose the appropriate model for that one. You can actually do fine tuning as well if you need to. Okay, so we did RAGs, the embeddings as well earlier, right? As I showed you earlier, how we do it. You have a question, you embed it on your vector database. It sees where it's mostly similar to your answers. So my question earlier is, who is the CEO? So it found a couple of chunks that are similar to that question, CEO, on one of the documents. So it would provide that chunk or information to the prompt, and then the prompt formats what's going to be the output, feed it to the LLM, and then you'll have that answer ready for you. Okay. We do have that as well, and then the prompt engineering. That's I've shown earlier. So you are feeding it a couple of things like the chat, the current chat, the context, and then the background information of who Tasty Bites is. Okay. Okay. Actually, I did see an question earlier. Thank you for the questions. Actually, appreciate a lot. So if we don't answer this one, probably we do have a way. We'll share a couple of relevant links as well as even contact information if that needs to be. I'll be happy to answer all of your questions. But I did see one thing here earlier, wherein what if you ask it with something that's not part of the documents that was provided, right? So for example, what is the best destination for vacation in Japan, right? So this one probably is not part of this one is probably not part of the data, right? But it would try to answer that one based on the context of Tasty Bites. Okay. So yeah, so it says here, right? It says here. So based on the context, information is background context. The only location mentioned in Japan is Tokyo. Since there's a location in Tokyo, it tried to answer that one. Context primarily about Tasty Bites. So it also gives you this information, right? It's not your usual chatbot in the likes of what's available right now, where it can give you answers. It can also gives you hallucinations if that's something as well. So, but this one, it would try to give you answer based on the Tasty Bites concept. Okay. I'll try to look into the Q&A as well. Okay. So
Rolly, helping you once again out there, since we were talking about retrieval augmented generation, there was another question on just the basics. If you could just talk about the use of the vector data type, just a quick crash course into what it does, that'll be really helpful.
sure. I'll open. Actually, good thing if I'll open this one as well. Explore, and then let's do the array. And then I'll also open vectors. There, I have this. Okay. Okay. So we do have, a start, we do have great documentations on how we are building this functionality within Snowflake. So I would provide, I mean, we would be sharing this one to the team as well for you to check it out. But in terms of a high level, like Eli, right? Eli, explain like I'm five way of explaining vector. So I'm gonna go to my explore, right? Okay. So this one, before I do that, actually, if you don't know, there's because this one is one of the casings that I like about Snowflake as well, right? So the caching part. So remember earlier that when I ran the select asterisk from array, it took around 16 seconds roughly. Now I'm trying to run it again, it's 18 milliseconds. So it's the same rows, right? But what it does is, since it's not been run previously, it's referencing the cache. So very useful for customers like yourselves. Say, for example, you need to save on cost, right? Or you want it to have a faster access. You can actually leverage this one for your static dashboard, so on and so forth. Yeah, just sharing that here. So going here, right? A bit of explain like I'm five about vectors, right? So I'm gonna open first my table here. Here. Okay. The chunk embedding here is actually defined as a vector. So if you're gonna see the setup earlier, this is actually a vector. So we can support vector data types or vector embeddings within Snowflake, right? Vector, vector. So what it does is, for example, you have I'll go here. So if you have, say, for example, a way of a date, you have a data, right? You have a PDF, an image, right? So the traditional way of doing that one, if you want to get insights out of, like, for example, images, if you have a good way that I saw, right, a very good description of what I saw. If you have, for example, different images of cats, and you have an image of a elephant, for example, traditional way of doing that one, you need to tag and you need to list the metadata, right? And then you need to, like, for example, flag the color, the size, so on and so forth, and then run it through a database and then extract data based on those information. That was the previous way of doing that one. With vectors, you can actually create mappings in vector format, in vector embeddings of that particular file and make it into something like this. Right? I'm going to show you again. Something like this. So this particular file or this particular text that we had earlier, this particular messaging, right? So if anything here is related to the question, you'll have the following embeddings as well. So that whole set of text, right? That whole set of text is transformed to something like this. If you're going to ask a question, who is the CEO, for example, and this particular chat answered that already, it will try to compare that vector embedding of that question that you have, who is the CEO, to this answer. It would try to do it on that particular whole data set. If it sees a match, if it sees a close match or similarity, it would try to use that as a way to answer your question. So that's why it's listed at here. So if you have a question, embedded question as well, do vector embedding and then compare it with your vector database that you have, right? Based on the data that you've already done previously from the sample that I shared to you. And then once we do get the relevant chunks, do the prompt engineering to that particular question and then provide that answer as a contextual answer to the customer. So there. So that's a high level overview on how it is, how it's being used in the context of this one. And then we do have a couple of good documentation that you can look into as well if you would like to learn more. Okay. Go back here. Yeah. just to close this out, and then we'll have the remaining time for the questions. So what we did here, as what you've learned, we built a chatbot using your own data set. We built a Streamlit application referencing the data that you had. We used Cortex functionality such as complete and then embed text. We enabled the cross-region inference because the account that I've used is on Singapore, but you can actually leverage the other deployments in the other locations where those LLMs are available, say, for example, in EU or US, to complete it. And any other relevant information are listed here as well, right? This is the same blog that I listed earlier, and then LLM functions and Streamlit on application. So again, this is a very basic, very easy to understand or very basic implementation of what we can do with Snowflake. I know you have a lot more complicated things. I know you have a lot more complex use cases, but let this be something that you can use as a springboard for ideas that you can leverage, okay? I'll go to the question and answer and answer a couple of questions live as well. Okay, for Rituban Gupta. So Snowflake, the question is no module named Snowflake Cortex. Okay, so you can fix this one if you go to your, probably other folks as well are having this problem. You can go to your Streamlit application, click on edit, okay, under packages, search for this one, Snowflake ML Python. That should solve your issue. Okay. What from Silas Rahul? What are the pricing model around different LLMs and the top 3 LLMs? Okay, so I've shared as well earlier, right? So we do support a couple of LLMs already within Snowflake, right? And if you want to learn more about this one, we have this public document, right? So how can you go there? Just go to snowflake.com/pricing. Once you're in this page, click on this one, view consumption table, and then it would go to this particular PDF, right? Just search for tokens here, and then it's actually on page 11. So here's a high level overview on how we are charging for the use of function based on the tokens used, and then how it translates to credit. So again, we just charge customers based on credits and then storage. So if you, based on the data that you have, and then based on the compute that you're going to be utilizing to process that data using these functions, okay? So in terms of your question, so here are the pricing models, pricing that we have, right? General pricing specific to the models themselves as well, okay? Okay.
Helping you out there once again,
Yeah,
Rolly.
yeah.
Another interesting question from Giovanni who asked, and Giovanni thinks this is a generic question, but this I can assure you is more has more meat to it than one would imagine. So the question is, they want to create a study companion AI app that offers personalized learning experience to users. Then what capability Snowflake has to offer? Is Snowflake an all-in-one solution while creating AI apps? How is it different from what we already have out there in the market? So we can cover some of that as well.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So probably I'll start first on what Snowflake is about, right? So Snowflake, I'll use the documents that we have here. Snowflake is a platform it's a platform, right? It's a platform. So it already has a couple of things built in for you. So the difference between Snowflake and the other the big differentiator is that it's a platform where we manage the infrastructure for you. Some customers would like to start fast and then they just like to load the data, get insights, and that's it. Some customers are also builders. We understand that. They want to build the application, they want to build the pipelines themselves, and then go about it, right? Both can be achieved within Snowflake, right? In a governed and secure manner. since it's one platform, right, that can do a lot of things like data engineering, data warehousing, AI, ML, so on and so forth, data sharing, marketplace. We haven't actually some of the topics ongoing for the build actually gonna cover some of this one, but we do support a lot of things, right? It's being used by different industries, different. I mean, in terms of sizes, we've worked with large enterprises on different industries like finance, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, so on and so forth. So we do have a lot of those success already, right? You can take a look into what we have and see where these customers are using it. And in terms of partnerships, we have a, a growing partnership as well. So if take a look into the marketplace, take a look into the tools that can integrate natively with us, Snowflake is definitely something that you can look into. And in terms of your question on study guide, so in terms of that one, well, similar to what we did, right? So if you feed the data with something that's relevant to what you're studying. In my particular example, we chose the annual reports, the company governance, intercompany information, as well as chat logs. So it provides context based on this information, right? So if you feed it with something that's what you're studying in particular subject, for example, then definitely it's something that you can use, right? So you just have to look into the data size that you have, because the more data that it has, the better it can provide you with answers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know we are going quite
Yes. Yeah.
cut to cut on time. And I know there are lots of great questions already in the chat. So maybe what
Yes.
we'll do, Rolly, after this is I know the team behind the stage is also running the clock and making sure all of these questions get answered. So maybe we can
Yes.
take a few minutes
Definitely.
off the next session and make sure that we answer all of them in text and share resources where possible. I know some really excellent questions. Remember, folks, if you want to get in touch with us, if you want to reach out to us, if you want to reach out to Rolly as well, just write to us, find us on LinkedIn, and we'll be more than happy to help you with all of your queries all around Snowflake. But with that in mind, thank you so much, Rolly. The incredible session we covered. We covered a vast ground, covering the RAGs and the vector databases and all of the large language models out there, and also Streamlit, which we are very proud and fond of. So thank you once again, Rolly.
Yeah.
We'll see
Thank
you
you.
very soon. And with that, I'd like to invite our next speaker, that is Fayen. And before we go into the session, let me introduce myself. You're seeing me maybe for the first time. It was David before me. My name is Farhan. I look after product marketing in India. And to those of you who already know me, I'm your friendly neighborhood evangelist. Let me tell you what we have been doing so far. We are doing APAC Best of Build. And you might ask, what is Build? Build is our annual conference for all practitioners, developers, and we talk about the art of the possible with Snowflake and all for practitioners. We already did a global build dev conference that's already available on demand. So if you go at the bottom of your screen in the resources pane, you will see the global build on demand conference recordings as well. We are doing a best of build for APAC, and we are joined by all of the experts from the region who are going to be talking about all things Snowflake. We've been doing this since the morning. We've done zero to Streamlit, we've done zero to security, notebooks. We just did zero to GenAI. And for those of you just joining in, we are going to be doing zero to Snowflake. So for those of you who are not entirely sure about what Snowflake does from an end-to-end perspective, or just want to know what Snowflake is all about, this is the session for you. And we have nobody is better suited for this job than Fayen. So with that, let's ask Fayen how she's doing and what all do we have in mind today.
Hey Farhan, thanks for the introduction. So I hope everyone is doing good. For those who are in different time zones, hope you had lunch. And for those who may be going soon to dinner, hang in there. We're almost there. Okay. So we're going to be doing zero to Snowflake. So what we're going to be covering is really to get you from someone who's new to the platform. And hopefully within 90 minutes, you'll be able to have a good understanding to actually start utilizing Snowflake to meet some of these capabilities that you're planning to explore within your organizations or even just for your own learning. Okay, so we're going to do that in 90 minutes. And without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so just give me one quick moment. I'm just going to share my screen. All right. Is everyone able to see my screen? Farhan, we're good over here?
There. Yep.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is that I know everybody wants to do hands-on, because it's more interactive. So don't worry, we'll get there. But before we start, I'm just gonna do a very, very quick introduction of what Snowflake is as a platform, so that later on, when we are going into the hands-on lab, I'll take some time to be explaining some of these concepts that we are going to see right now, and I'll explain how it relates to the things that you're doing on the platform as we go along. Okay, so just a quick introduction to Snowflake. A lot of times when we talk about Snowflake, some people think that we are a dessert shop in Kuala Lumpur. Some people think that, we're just a data warehouse, right? For those who are a bit more familiar with the domain. But what exactly is Snowflake? So Snowflake is a end-to-end data cloud platform. So we're not just a place that you would go to consolidate your data. In fact, we give you a platform that allows you to do things end-to-end, from data ingestion all the way to democratizing the data that you have on the platform in a way that you might have explored earlier on, like building GenAI applications, building Streamlit applications on the platform, and also utilizing the marketplace to monetize or to share the data sets to people who would find it useful. Right? So it provides you a whole platform to do end-to-end. And the best thing is that everything you do on Snowflake is all governed by the security boundaries and governance of the Snowflake environment. So the Snowflake platform architecture is what we call a fully managed SaaS platform. So what is a fully managed SaaS platform? A fully managed SaaS platform means that if you want to use Snowflake today, all you need to do is subscribe and you can actually bring on board your data and get started. Right? There's no overheads that you need to take care of. For example, spinning up servers, spinning up storage systems in order to build out that infrastructure on your own. So all of this is fully managed. You can just bring your data in and focus on building out those pipelines and analysis on Snowflake. Okay, so a lot of these operational overheads are all taken care of behind the scenes by us, right, as a platform, and we expose it as a service that you can just use right away. So the Snowflake platform is made up of 5 layers, right? So we have the interoperable storage layer, which is the one that you see right in the middle. So for example, if you're working with CSV data, right, structured data, tabular data, and that's the baseline, right? Everyone is able to accommodate that. We are also able to provide you with native functions to be able to manage and manipulate semi-structured data, such as JSON, and even unstructured data. So if you're dealing with PDFs, images, you can actually bring it on board Snowflake, and you're able to build your data science models, for example, doing things like image recognition use cases. So on the elastic compute layer, this is where we talk about the muscle of the platform, right? So we talk about CPUs and GPUs needed to, for example, run your queries, right? So on Snowflake, we give you the option to power your queries using what we call virtual warehouses. And virtual warehouses makes use of CPU compute that you can simply utilize by instantiating the t-shirt sizes, like small, medium, large, extra large, etc. Okay. We also have the options for you, let's say if you're running data science models, to be able to make use of GPU compute. Okay. And to make use of Snowflake, we're largely a SQL-based platform. But let's say if you have engineers who are, more familiar with working with Python, they can also do so on Snowflake, and we'll take a look at it later when we're going through the labs. All right. The third layer is the Cortex AI layer. So we have an enterprise AI layer that gives you a lot of features that makes it easier for you to build machine learning models or to build large language models that helps you to build use cases like chatbots, bulk inference, of the data that you have on Snowflake, right? And to make it easy for you to achieve this kind of use cases. And we also have a cloud services layer, which is the brains of the platform, right? So for example, traditionally there'll be a lot of overheads whereby if you need to think about encryption, thinking about how do you optimize, optimize the performance of the platform, right? So a lot of this happens behind the scenes and it's taken care of by the cloud services layer. And we also have Snowflake Horizon, which is our data governance capabilities that helps you to manage the security, privacy, and governance of your data end-to-end on Snowflake. Okay. And then the outermost layer is what we call SnowGrid, right? So SnowGrid enables a couple of things. The first thing that SnowGrid enables is cross-cloud business continuity, right? So in the event whereby, touch on wood, in the event that one cloud services provider region goes down, we have the ability to do a failover to the next available region or to even a secondary cloud provider. So for example, AWS to Azure, Azure to AWS, that's something that we can help you to achieve. Another thing that we can also do is, to do data sharing. So for example, if you have the use case whereby you might want to be sharing data across parties that are sitting in different regions, like maybe you have a partner that you want to share data with who's sitting in Azure, maybe in Sydney, whereas you're operating out of AWS in Singapore, right? This is also able to be facilitated through the Snowflake platform using SnowGrid. Okay, so at a glance, this is our platform architecture. And another question that, when I work with customers, they will tend to ask me, so what kind of architecture pattern does Snowflake exactly support? The answer is that, any architectural pattern works with Snowflake. Right? So if you're planning to use Snowflake as a data warehouse, or if you're planning to build a data lake architecture or a lake house, right? Meaning that you would be connecting to storage, object storage that are sitting on different cloud providers, right? And you're going to be reading externally to these storage locations, right? This is also able to be facilitated with Snowflake. And also if you're planning to build things like data fabric or data mesh, right? Meaning within an organization, you might have different subsidiaries or different groups within the organization that might be operating within their own data environment. And you need a way to kind of stitch everything together, right? So we do provide that ability to kind of build out that data mesh for your organization as well, right? So the short answer is any architectural pattern that you wish to build, you can do it on Snowflake. And the next question that we will explore is, so what exactly can you do with Snowflake? Are you just a data warehouse? Right? What other workloads are you able to power? Okay, so we talked about the architecture just now. We talked about how SnowGrid allows you to share data from one cloud to another, to one organization to another, for example. So this is an example of a collaboration use case, right? So if you're planning to build end-to-end data pipelines on Snowflake, that is also possible. Right? We also do support things like AI ML use cases, the ability to build applications directly on Snowflake with Streamlit, right? And then if you're planning to use us as a data lake, that's also doable, right? And last but not least, we also support transactional workloads. So if you have use cases whereby you need your analytical tables, transactional tables to be all sitting together to deliver different use cases, some of which might be more frequent, like transactional processing, you're able to use hybrid tables, which is part of our Unistore capabilities. Okay. So that's all the workloads that we are able to fulfill. Right. So what makes Snowflake special? It boils down to three main things. Right. The first thing is that we want to make it as simple to use as possible, such that you subscribe, you can straight away get started and start using the platform. Right. So ease of use is something that we care a lot about in Snowflake. The next thing is optimize performance and scale, right? How do we make it performant for you to run complex analysis on Snowflake to be able to meet concurrency kind of use cases, concurrency kind of requirements within your organization, right? So how do we actually help you to manage it easily? How do we scale up and down transparently in the fastest way possible, right? And last but not least, how do we ensure that you're connected to the ecosystem, whether be it if you want to be sharing data or publishing data sets to the marketplace. We'll take care of all the underlying plumbing for you so that you can do so easily to connect to all the different people in which you want to get data from or you want to share data with. Okay. So we will look at each of the different layers, like the optimized storage layer, right? We also look into the multi-cluster compute layer, right? The individual layers of the architecture that we saw earlier on in the slides, right? We will go through that during the hands-on lab, and then I'll come back to the slides to kind of explain what are the things that we have seen on the platform and how it relates to some of these concepts that we see on the slides. Okay, so let's take a break from the slides first, and before that, let's go on to the Zero to Snowflake hands-on workshop before we come back to these slides to kind of bring those concepts home. Okay, so what we're going to do is to go straight to the Zero to Snowflake hands-on session, whereby I think for the participants who has been with us, earlier today, I think you've already set up your trial account, right? But for those who have not yet signed up for your trial account, you can proceed to follow me, right? Follow me on how to set up a trial account. I'll be explaining to you everything step by step. Okay. So I'm just gonna share my desktop instead. Okay. And what we're going to be looking at right now is we're going to be opening up a browser, right? A browser tab. And if you can follow me to signup.snowflake.com. Okay, so apologies for those who already have a trial account. So you can continue to use it. But for those who have not set up your trial account, just follow me using these steps on signup.snowflake.com. We're going to set up a trial account together. Okay. So just fill in your name, first name, last name, and just give it you can use your personal email, you can use your organizational email. Both are fine, right? So if you are going to be using Snowflake professionally, or if you're just exploring, you can select the reasons accordingly. Okay. Proceed to fill in your company name, right? And key in your job title. And then what we're going to do next is to be able to choose an edition, right? So if you're planning to use this as part of evaluating Snowflake in your organization, do fill in your company name accordingly, right? So let's say if you progress to be able to utilize Snowflake for certain use cases that you would eventually want to productionize, right? To bring to production, then it'll be a lot easier for us to kind of help you to do that conversion in the back end, should that happen. So do indicate the correct company name so that you facilitate this much easier. Okay, and then select AWS. For the region, you can choose any region that's closest to you, right? That's fine. So personally, I'm based out of Singapore, so I'm going to be selecting the AWS Singapore region. You can also go with Azure, right? Any cloud provider of your choice. Feel free to select it. Okay, just select the checkbox and you're done. Okay, for the rest, you can choose to answer the short questionnaire, right? Okay, and once you're done with the form, just give it 1 or 2 minutes. It will arrive in your Gmail or corporate email account, and you will have an activation link whereby you can go to click on it to activate your account. Okay, so just give me 1 quick second. So once you receive the email from Snowflake, you just need to click on the activation link and give yourself a username. Okay, so sorry, just give yourself a username without any special characters. All right, and give yourself a password that is difficult to remember, or maybe easy for you to remember but difficult for me to guess. Okay, so just go and choose a password, and once that is done, then let's get started. Okay, so this is the trial account, right? This is the trial account that we're working with. Before we go into the hands-on lab, just a quick tour of the platform, right? So that we do not feel lost when we are trying to follow the lab, because you're able to navigate around this UI. Okay, so the name of this UI is called Snowsight. All right, so sometimes when you're going through hands-on labs, the facilitator may say that, okay, we're going to Snowsight. So what exactly is Snowsight? Snowsight refers to the web UI of Snowflake. Okay, so this is Snowsight, and when we sign up for your account or when we log in for the first time, we are going to be directed to the home page, right? So on the home page, there are things like a search bar that you can search for anything within your account, documentation, marketplace, listings, etc. All the projects that you'll be working on will be all listed over here. Okay, so this is a quick overview of the things that you will most likely be doing on Snowflake, right? Working on your projects or doing things like uploading files, querying data, etc. Okay, down below on the bottom left, this is your profile icon. Profile icon is important because this is where you go to sign out. This is also where you go to toggle between accounts, right? So let's say if you have accounts in AWS, in Azure, in Google Cloud, if you have many accounts that you're managing for your organization, then this is where you go to toggle, toggle to the different accounts that you have. Okay, so truly multi-cloud environment. Okay, and if you're working with different roles, right? So everything in Snowflake is controlled with what we call RBAC, role-based access control. So whatever you can do, whatever you can see on the platform is all managed by different roles. Okay, so this is where you go to toggle between your roles as well. Okay. And if you don't like the light mode, you can always, if you're a dark person, you can go for dark mode. Okay, but for me, I prefer it bright because it hurts my eyes when it's too dark. Okay, so we're going to stick with light mode, but just so you know that you have options as well. Okay, everything that you need to find on Snowflake is on the bar on your left. Okay, everything you need is on the bar to your left. Okay, so most of the time you'll be spending in the projects tab, right? So what will you be doing under the projects tab? You'll be working with worksheets, right? So when we go into the lab, we'll be doing a lot of copy pasting. Then I will explain to you what we're doing, right? So we'll be working a lot with worksheets whereby we'll be writing some SQL queries. I will also be explaining to you, let's say if you're not planning to write in SQL, if you're planning to do certain things like creating databases via the UI, I'll walk you through how to do that as well. Okay, but a lot of time if you're working with SQL, doing your queries, then this is where you go to work on them. Okay, we also have a notebook interface. So if you prefer a cell-based kind of interface like a Jupyter notebook, for example, we also have an inbuilt notebook interface that you can utilize to write your SQL queries or your Python code. Okay, we have a Streamlit built-in editor as well. So if you're planning to build, simple, responsive applications that you want to just, be able to interface with the data that you have on Snowflake, then this is where you go to build your Streamlit apps, whereby there's an editor and there is a preview of your app side by side that you can actually work on. Okay, and then we also have dashboards to do quick dashboarding for data exploration. And if you're planning to bring some of your own Python applications, you can make use of our native app framework to package the apps so that it can be ran on Snowflake or published in the marketplace. Okay, so that's on projects, right? Projects are things that you're building. Data is where your assets, right? Your data assets will be living in, right? So once you bring data into Snowflake, you'll be sitting within the data assets databases, right? And then there are many ways that you can actually bring data into Snowflake. We'll be looking at one way later on. All right. And data products is where you go to the marketplace, right? So we have a external marketplace to be able to share, right? Share data. It's like an app store, right? Where you can share data, you can obtain data sets, you can obtain data applications, share data applications. It's an ecosystem, it's a marketplace. All right. That's for sharing externally. We also do have an internal marketplace. So this is specific to your organization, right? So it functions as like a data catalog for your organization, whereby you could be publishing data sets so that everyone in your organization is able to benefit from it, right? So it's governed within an organizational boundary. All right, so that is internal marketplace. Okay, and these are just additional features that you can utilize to kind of manage your marketplace listings. Okay. AI ML, right? So we have AI ML capabilities, giving you some low code way to, manage to build simple models on Snowflake. A place for you to store your features if you're doing feature engineering. And we also have a place to store your different models after you have built them on Snowflake. Okay. And last but not least, we have a monitoring tab, right? Everything that you do is actually logged, right? So if you want to be monitoring the query history, this is where you will go, right? We have also a trust center that kind of helps to manage the security environment, right? The security setup of Snowflake to ensure that everything is set up accordingly based on certain benchmarks, like the CIS benchmarks. And also we have an admin tab that you can go to manage things like your virtual warehouses, right? Your compute resources, to be able to track your consumption of your credits on Snowflake, and to be able to manage things like your accounts, users, and roles. Okay, so this is just a very, very quick walkthrough of the key capabilities that you'll be able to explore on Snowflake in your trial account. Okay, and with that ado, let's proceed to the quick start labs. Okay. So before we go to quick start, I'm just gonna check to make sure that we are good. Yeah, I think yes, you will get the recording after this session, right? So we'll be publishing the recording, and you'll be receiving that in your email. Okay, no worries. All right. So in the meantime, I would like to point you to quickstarts.snowflake.com. Okay. So if you're okay, let me just write this. Okay. So it's quickstarts.snowflake.com. You can proceed to this URL, whereby we will be going through some of the foundational hands-on labs, specifically named Tasty Bites. Okay, so once you're at quickstarts.snowflake.com, right? quickstarts.snowflake.com, just proceed to click on this filter and scroll all the way down to Tasty Bites. Okay. And there are a lot of Tasty Bites related labs. Okay, so let me just quickly explain what we're going to be doing. Okay. So as part of the Tasty Bites labs, we're going to be targeting to do 4 labs, right? So the fourth lab is optional. It's mainly to show you how we can actually access the marketplace, etc. But we'll be targeting to do 3 labs as part of this session. Okay, so a lot of it might involve some copy pasting, but no worries. We'll copy and paste first the SQL queries, but I'll be taking time to explain what exactly we are doing. Okay, and the good thing is that once you complete, the Zero to Snowflake hands-on lab, it's actually a good enough foundational setup for you to get started utilizing Snowflake, right? So you can actually repurpose, these labs to actually build out something that will make sense for your organization or for the projects that you're working on. Okay, So we're going to be starting off very firstly with cost management / financial governance, is to make sure that when you're using Snowflake, you're set up on the right foot, right? You're set up with the right controls in place to know how much you're utilizing on Snowflake. Because we're a consumption-based platform, if you're using the compute resources, then you're going to only be charged for what you use. At any time when no one is using anything, then nothing will be, no charges will be incurred. Right? So you'll be setting up the proper governance to ensure that you have the ability to understand the consumption and to ensure that it's set up correctly. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is to be transforming some data on Snowflake that we've brought in, right? And then we'll see how we can actually build up a data governance structure around that data, and then proceed to do some data sharing. Okay. So we'll go back to the previous UI. Okay. So the very, very first thing we do before we go into cost management is that we need to set up some data so that we have things to work on. Okay. So I'll be pointing everyone to the introduction to Tasty Bites lab. Okay, so this is the very first one that would show up in the page earlier on. Okay. So in the introduction to Tasty Bites lab, okay, what we're going to be doing is that Tasty Bites is essentially a fictitious food truck company, right? So it may or may not be relevant to the industry that you're in, but the main thing is that we'll be utilizing this as a way to understand, how to bring data into Snowflake and how do we manipulate data in Snowflake. Okay. So the prerequisites, we've already done it, right? We've set up a trial account. Okay. And what we're going to be doing next is just proceeding straight to step number 2. Okay. And we're in step number 2. We're just going to go straight to number 6. Okay. So follow me to click on this green button over here, which would bring you to another GitHub repository, right? Whereby I'll just like to point you to this icon over here that says copy raw file. Okay. So just take a quick second to click on copy raw file. Okay. Just over here, copy the raw file. And we're going to be heading back to Snowsite. And does anybody want to guess where we'll be heading to? Okay, so the answer is we're going to projects. All right, so projects is where you'll be building things. Okay, so with the SQL commands that you've copied, we're going to proceed to click on a SQL worksheet. Okay, so we have Python worksheets, we have SQL worksheets, but for this, we'll be largely working with SQL. Right, so just proceed to click on SQL worksheets. So for everyone here who's familiar with SQL, that's great, right? Because we make use of standard SQL. So it's from a syntax perspective, it's very similar. It's very familiar, right, to what you're already used to working with. Okay. So we're going to just quickly paste whatever we've copied from the Git repository. Right, so whatever we've copied here, we're just going to go to the worksheets to paste it in. Okay. And what we're going to do is, as a good practice, just rename it. Okay. I like to call this 00 setup. Right, so that I know that this is basically for the setup. All right. And what we're going to do next is just proceed to the chevron arrow over here, right, at the top right-hand corner, and just click on Run All. Okay, so this is going to be, this is going to take place in the background, right, whereby we're going to be setting up the foundational labs. Let me just try again. Just 1 second, please. Sometimes if you run into errors, that is fine. Okay, I've created the Tasty Bites warehouse. 1 second. Let's do a quick refresh. Okay, so if you're for those who are able to run all, that's good, just proceed. But otherwise, if you're facing some issues with like me, just proceed to run where the thing has stopped, right? Where the code has stopped. And once you're able to pass it through, then just proceed to select everything from top to bottom and just click on the play button. Okay, so while this is, while this is running in the background, I'm just going to show you a couple of things that you can also do in the UI. Okay, so essentially what this bunch of SQL statements are doing is a couple of things, right? The very first thing that we're doing is actually creating databases, schemas, and virtual warehouses. So just to take note and bear this in mind, that when we talk about virtual warehouses in Snowflake, it's purely referring to compute resources. So it's nothing to do with the actual storage of the data. Warehouses in Snowflake's context refers to compute. Okay, so we are actually creating databases, schemas, which is just logical groupings for your tables, like folders, right? Folders to organize your tables. And then we'll be creating virtual warehouses that you'll be utilizing to power the queries that you're running against those databases. Okay. And then we're creating some roles, right? Creating some roles and granting privileges to those roles, right? So we're going to be able to define what these roles can or cannot do on Snowflake. Okay, so you can see that we're doing grants on schemas, granting on warehouse, future tables. So any tables that are created in this particular schema in the future will automatically have the same privileges applied to it. Okay, so we also have grants for masking policies, and then we're going straight to build up the file formats and stage, right? So to tell Snowflake that, okay, I have a lot of files that are sitting in this S3 location, right? So please help to bring these files into Snowflake using this particular file format. Okay, so it's telling Snowflake that, okay, my files are going to be in CSV format, right? So please take note of how I want to be bringing this data into Snowflake. Okay, and then the next thing we're doing from line 161 is actually creating the tables, right? So standard SQL, just creating the tables, identifying the columns that you'll be utilizing in those tables. And then what we're going to be doing, right? Once you create the tables, once you create the views, we're just going to be loading data from the stage, right, that we created into the tables that you've created above. Okay, so from the S3 bucket, we're copying the data into the table. So this is what we call data ingestion. Okay, and then once we scroll down a little bit more, we're going to be utilizing a large warehouse for this. And once the data is loaded, I'm scaling it back down to extra small. And then once that is done, I've completed my data loading and my setup is complete. Okay, so all of this is done via SQL. You notice the benefits of doing this is that you just paste in the SQL queries, just press run, and we can sit back, relax, and have some coffee. Okay, but if let's say that SQL is not the preferred approach, right? You want to be doing things in a bit more of a graphical manner, right? So you can actually do a lot of this via the UI as well. Okay, so for example, creating databases and schemas, right? If you go to the database tab, you notice that you can actually create databases via the UI as well. But just that you involve a bit more clicking and typing as compared to if you have everything already defined in a SQL file and just paste it in and you can run everything all at once. Okay, so you can create a database, and once you've created the database, then you can create schemas. Right, so you notice that schemas are just logical, groupings that kind of helps you to group all your tables together in a more neat manner. Okay, and then once you've created your folders, which are your schemas, you can also proceed to create a lot of things. Like you can create your tables, you can create your dynamic tables for auto refresh. You can create like views, storage integration to S3, Azure, or GCP. Right? A lot of these things, you can actually configure it via the UI as well. Okay, so no worries if you feel a little bit intimidated by the long SQL queries that we pasted in the worksheet. It's actually just to make things a little bit faster for the purpose of this hands-on lab. Okay. So bringing data in a Snowflake, you can actually go to this tab here to actually load data into the tables directly. Okay. And then warehouses, right? The warehouses that we created in the SQL file, you can actually do so via the UI as well, right? So you're able to create warehouses and specify things like your query duration, auto suspend duration, etc. Okay. Yeah. And once again, virtual warehouse is separated from storage, right? It's a different concept, right? So storage is data, right? Data is where your databases is all sitting over here. But your warehouses, this purely refers to compute resources. So you'll notice that it's actually going by t-shirt sizes, extra small, medium, large to 4XL. Okay. And then there's also things like how many clusters, right? So all of this is all, we don't need to know how many vCPU, RAM that needs to be utilized. All you need to do is just go by t-shirt size, as well as go by simple scaling, right? How many maximum, how many minimum for auto scaling, okay? So this is an example of elastic compute, right? So if you were to spin up a larger warehouse or spin out more warehouses, it's actually instantaneous, okay? And then once no one is using anything, it's just going to be suspended automatically. Okay, so next, this is the foundational setup for Tasty Bites. We're going to go back to the quick starts page, and we're going to start with the actual lab number 1, which is on cost management / financial governance. Okay, so where are we going to find that? We are going to go back to quickstarts.snowflake.com. Okay, and once again, filter by Tasty Bites. Once you got that filter on, just proceed to do a quick Control F or Command F and just do a search for cost management. Okay, so once you see this, that's good, right? So this is what we are going to be clicking on. Okay, cost management. Just click on Start, and you will be here on this page. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick pause, go to the Zoom chat, just to see if everyone is doing okay. Okay, so thank you, team, for helping to answer all the questions on the chat. I think there's no open question for now. If there's anything, just let us know. If you're stuck at any place, do let us know so that we can help you to ensure that you are able to move along. Okay. Can I maximize my screen? Yes, I can. Okay, so let me make my screen a little bit bigger, right? Okay, is it better? I hope it's better. The lab one. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so I hope everyone has found the cost management hands-on lab. Likewise, we have done, most of the setup over here, so we can skip the first overview introduction on step 1. We can skip this and go straight to step number 2. And I'm going to explain step by step what we are doing as part of the lab. Okay. So follow me to just scroll down to the green button over here. And once again, it's going to be bringing you to a Git repository. Okay. So just make sure that you are at the Git repository that says TB_cost management. Okay. And proceed to do a quick copy. All right. Proceed to do a quick copy of the raw file. And once again, go straight to the snow site, right? Go straight to snow site. I'm just going to close this first. Okay, go straight to snow site. And I think you might have already guessed it. We're going to the worksheets. Okay, so create a new SQL worksheet. And this time around, rename this to 01 cost management. Right, so no worries if you find that it's very hard to kind of like, digest everything that's going on in the lab. Okay, we are covering a lot of ground in 90 minutes. Okay, so no worries because this environment is going to be with you for 30 days. And through these 30 days, you have $400 worth of free credits that you can take your time to kind of play around with the features on Snowflake. Okay, so just proceed to copy paste first, and we can take time to explain what's happening. Okay, so just do a quick paste. But this time around, don't run all. Okay, don't run all because there are some reset scripts below. So if you run all, it's just going to reset everything once it comes to line 284. Okay, so don't run all first. Okay, I'll explain line by line what we're doing. Okay, I hope my screen is okay. All right. Okay, so this is the 01 cost management lab. Okay, so once again, what is this whole lab about? It's just ensuring that we set the proper guardrails, the proper setup to ensure that we are able to track our consumption on a SaaS platform like Snowflake, as well as how do we set guardrails so that we know how to limit our consumption of the virtual warehouse, for example. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through via the UI and as well as the SQL approach. Okay, so first things first, we're going to set our context. So what exactly is a context? If you look at the screen, right, you notice that on the top right-hand corner, you will see your roles as well as your compute resources. Over here on the left, you'll see your databases. Okay, so this is what we call the context. It's to tell Snowflake that for this particular worksheet that you're working on, I want to be operating with this role. I want to utilize this compute resources to run my queries. And I also want to be working on a particular database. Okay. Later, you'll notice that not everything requires compute resource. For example, if you're just altering a table, if you're just doing a show command to show what are the tables that you have, for example, in Snowflake, these are some of the operations that do not actually require a compute resource to be running in the background. Okay, but for example, if you're running a query, like a select query against your database, then yes, you'll require compute for that. Okay, so by default, you have a compute warehouse that is created for you when you spin up a Snowflake account. And also as part of the earlier lab, we created two compute resources called Dev Warehouse and Data Engineering Warehouse. Okay, so for this context, I'm going to use the Tasty Bytes admin role, use the Tasty Bytes Data Engineering Warehouse, and I'm going to be using the Tasty Bytes 101 database. So this is what I call setting the context. Okay, I'm just setting a query tag to the session so that I can track some of the things that I'm doing as part of this current session. And then what I'm going to be doing next is to create a test warehouse. Right, so you notice that I created a Tasty Byte test warehouse and it's successfully created. And once again, you can also do this via the UI, okay, under the warehouses tab. Okay, but this is the SQL way of doing it for brevity and for speed. All right, so once I created the Tasty Byte test warehouse, you'll notice that what I'm going to be doing next is just to ensure that I'm using the Tasty Byte test warehouse today. So Tasty Byte test warehouse is an extra small warehouse. I'm just going to use this extra small warehouse to run a quick query on my menu table. Okay, so very quickly you see within 465 milliseconds on extra small, it's not even 1 second, right? On extra small, I'm able to get a quick understanding of what are all the trucks with the name Plant Palace. Okay, now I want to scale it up, right? So I can show you that it's actually instantaneous, right? Extra large. It's executed immediately. But of course, here it's just the UI needs to refresh, right? So if you do a quick refresh, it's actually already extra large. Right? So there's no cold start or there's no waiting that you need to do in order for the warehouse to scale up. It's instantaneous. Okay, so we take care of that very well on Snowflake. So in instantaneous, if you need more compute, you just change the size of the warehouse. Okay, and once that is done, right, so we quickly ran line 1, 2, 3. What we're going to be doing next is let's run a more complex query. Okay, this time around, we're going to do some string operations, some aggregations, some counting. We're going to do some joins, right? Some group bys and order it by descending order. So a little bit more complex select statement. Okay, and this time around, you see that we're running it on extra large. So it's a complex query. It's going to take a couple more seconds, but you can see that, you know, within 4.9 seconds, a little bit longer, I'm able to pull out 222.5 thousand rows, right, in just a matter of seconds with an extra large warehouse. And once we're done with a more complex query, you know, just scale it back down, right? So immediately I'll have an extra small warehouse to work with. Right? So if your UI is still showing large, just do a quick refresh and it will be showing extra small. Okay, so let's just go back down to the line that we were at. Okay, so now we are at line 143. Okay, so similarly, when it comes to scaling, you can also choose to suspend the warehouse. So if you have finished running a query, you just want to stop utilizing it straight away, just proceed to suspend the warehouse. Okay, so you'll notice that I actually go through the worksheets quite quickly. And sometimes you see that my cursor doesn't actually go to the play button. So what exactly am I doing on my keyboard? Right, so just to share with you some shortcuts. If you want to be running a particular line, right, all you need to do is just highlight, right, highlight on it, and press Control Enter if you're using a Windows laptop. Press Command Enter if you're using a Mac. Okay, so if you want to be running these two statements, then this is where you just select the two statements and press Control Enter or Command Enter. Okay, if you don't select and you just press Control Enter or Command Enter, it's going to be running that particular line where your cursor is landing on. Okay, so if I land my cursor over here and I press Command Enter, okay, then it's going to be just running line number 140. Okay, if I put my cursor over here, Command Enter, then it's going to be running line 145 only. Okay, otherwise, if you want to run multiple lines, just highlight it. Okay. So if we go to step number 148 onwards, the next thing we're going to do is to set timeouts. So timeouts are important because we want to be ensuring that, for example, if you have a SQL statement that's running in the background, it will not run indefinitely. Okay, so this is where we're going to be running some SQL statements to set timeouts. Okay, so we're just going to be setting timeouts. So this tells Snowflake that if I'm not going to be getting a result for my statement within 1,800 seconds, which is 30 minutes, please proceed to kill off the query. And this tells Snowflake that if I am waiting in the queue, so let's say if many people are using the warehouse and I'm actually waiting in the queue, if I'm still waiting in the queue for more than 10 minutes, please kick me out of the queue. I'll come back later to run my query when less people are utilizing the warehouse. Okay. Or similarly, the admin can just proceed to scale up or scale out the warehouse using multi-cluster warehouses so that more people have resources to run their queries with. Okay, but let's say if there's only one warehouse and many people are using it, then you can set timeouts to ensure that, you know, if I'm in a queue for too long, let's just proceed to, you know, kick myself out. Okay. And if you scroll down to 191 onwards, right, we can actually set timeouts on an account level as well. Right. Above over here is setting it on a warehouse level. Right. So a particular warehouse would be like, for example, those who are using the data engineering warehouse, you will have these timeouts applied to them. Okay. If you apply it on the account level, every single warehouse that you have over here will have the same timeouts applied to it. Okay? So that's on setting timeouts, which is a guardrail that is best practice for you to set it on a warehouse level and account level when you're getting started with Snowflake. Okay. The next thing we can do is also to set resource monitors, right? Setting resource monitors such that, as an administrator, if I know that I only want to be utilizing 100 credits, right, this month, if I'm already at 75% of my credit quota, which is 75 credits, I want to be notified, right? And if I'm a strict admin, I can also say that if I'm at 100 credits already, please proceed to suspend the warehouses. And I even have a level that's even stricter, right? To say that if I'm at 110%, just suspend immediately, right? So suspend meaning if there are some queries that are still waiting in the warehouse, right, still executing, that's fine. I'll wait for it to finish executing. But if I suspend immediate, that means I don't care. Like any queries that are in the warehouse are going to be killed off immediately. Okay, so this is how I set resource monitors to control the usage of Snowflake when I hit certain threshold amounts. Okay, so it's important when we're using SaaS platforms that are consumption-based to have such guardrails put in place when we first get started. Okay, the next thing is that once we set the resource monitor, we can apply it on our warehouse. Right, so once my warehouse hit 100 credits, then I can suspend the queries that are running against it. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is just to create tags. So as part of financial governance, if you're tagging things like the warehouse, then when you look at the cost management tabs, right? When you look at the cost management tabs, then this is where you can actually attribute it to certain usages, right? So for example, once I set the tags for cost center, right? So create these tags. Oops, I didn't set my, let me just run this. Okay, and I can apply the tag to the cost center. I apply a cost center tag to the test warehouse. Okay, so what it means is that when you're looking at the cost management dashboards, right, and you're looking at the consumption, okay, then this is where you can actually filter on your tags in order to look at the cost center. Okay. Okay. So some of the things that we saw just now, for example, resource monitors, you'll notice that you can also do it via the UI. Okay. Yeah. So SQL way is one way to do it. Another way is to actually utilize the UI to set some of these objects. Okay. And once we're done with the first lab, right? So that's on financial governance, ensuring that you set up the timeouts, understand how resource monitors work, and how to actually view your consumption under the cost management dashboard. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is go back to Tasty Bites. We're going to fast forward a little bit so that we can cover more ground. And once again, we're going to go to Tasty Bites. And this time around, we're looking for transformations. Okay. So if you're looking for a transformation, just make sure that you are clicking on this lab called Tasty Bites Zero to Snowflake Transformation. Okay. So just click on this. Just give you a quick couple of seconds to be able to get to this page. Okay. And once we're done, we're just going to go straight to step number 2 and click on the big green button. Okay. Once we're in the Git repository, same thing, copy the raw file. Right, copy the raw file. So once again, make sure that you're at tb_transformation.sql. Click on the raw file, copy it, and head back to Snowsite. Okay, when you're in Snowsite, just go to the projects, under worksheets, create a new SQL worksheet. And this time around, let's call it 02 transformations. Okay, and just proceed to do a quick paste. Okay, so this is a quick lab. Basically, we're just sharing some of this unique SQL syntax on Snowflake that helps you to do, data transformation a bit more effectively on the platform. Okay. So the very first thing we do once again is set the context, set the query text for the session. Okay, so what I did, I just highlighted the first 3 statements and just Control Enter. Okay, Control Enter or Command Enter, depending on which OS you're on. Okay, and what we're going to be doing next is utilizing a unique keyword called clone. Right. So what clone does is that, let's say if you have a use case whereby you want to be creating a development table, but a development table, you want to take it as a clone of the production table, right? So that your developers have some data that they can use to work on their projects. Okay. So in order to do that, you just need to quickly utilize this keyword called clone and create a table called the dev table as a clone of your production truck table. Okay, and proceed to run it. Okay, so this is my dev table. And just do a quick refresh over here. You'll see that I should have my truck dev table. Okay, so truck table and truck dev table, which I created as a clone. Okay, so this is what we call zero copy cloning. When you clone objects on Snowflake, like cloning tables in Snowflake, you're not actually duplicating the storage, right? So that's what we call zero copy. We're just creating new pointers to the file so that we make it very easy for you to do this cloning operation and at the same time not incur duplicated storage. Okay, zero copy clone. So once the zero copy clone is created, which is the dev table, so let's just utilize the dev warehouse now. So now I'm a developer. Okay, so as a developer, I just want to look at what is in my dev table. Right, so it should be identical to my prod table. Okay, so this is how my dev table looks like. I have the truck, year, make, and model. All right. So what we're going to be seeing over here, right, line 79 onwards, is just to show you the results of caching. Okay, so in Snowflake, we have a mechanism called results cache. Right, so whatever query results that you obtain will actually be stored in a cache for 24 hours. Right, so let's say even if I suspend my dev warehouse, right, so I suspended the warehouse, I just rerun the query, right, it's actually getting from my cache, right, so it's very, very fast. Okay. So just to let you know that if it's cached, I'm just returning you the results. You don't actually need to incur compute resources, right? Because you already ran the compute for the first time the query was ran. The second time you run the same query again, I'm just releasing the results from the cache. Right? So no additional compute needed. All right. And now you look at my data, right? You notice that it's a little bit dirty, right? So my Ford make of the truck has an additional underscore appended to it. And I don't want that, right? So I'm just going to do a simple update statement to correct that. Okay, just correct that. So now I make sure that there's no underscore anymore. Okay. The next thing I want to do as part of data transformation is just to do some simple string operations, right? So I want to be concatenating the year, right? The make of the truck. Okay, so that I want to be creating it as a new column called truck type. Okay. So let's see how it's supposed to look like. So just a simple select statement and have a new column called truck type. Okay, this looks nice. Okay, so if I want this truck type to be a permanent column in my table, then this is where I need to alter the table, right? Alter the table to add a new column in. Okay, so once I've added a new column in, the next thing I'm going to do is just to populate it with the data. Okay, so update the table and set my truck type column with all the results from my string operation. So once that is done, let's just validate to make sure I do it properly. Oh dear, but you notice that I made a mistake, right? This truck type is supposed to have a space, but everything is stuck together, right? So that's not ideal. But it's okay, because on Snowflake, we have this concept called time travel. So time travel means that, even if you make mistakes, it's okay. You can always roll back, right? So you don't need to be worried about making mistakes. Time travel allows you to move back to any point in time from 1 day to 90 days, depending on the setting that you set for the table, right? So if your table is set to have a time travel period of 90 days, you can make many mistakes within the last 3 months. You can always go back, okay? So what I'm going to be doing next is that I want to ask Snowflake to please help me to find where did I go wrong. Okay, so I know that I made an update statement and I messed it up somewhere. Okay, so I'm running this query to kind of find which is that update statement that I made a mistake. Okay, so if I look at this, this is the one, right? Because I forgot to add a space. I forgot to add a space. So this is the particular query ID that I want to roll back before I actually executed it. Okay, so this is what I do. I tell Snowflake that this particular query ID, please help me to store it temporarily in this variable called query ID. So let's just set it at query ID. Okay, so now I stored the query ID of the mistake that I made. What I'm going to be doing now is to do time travel. So before I actually, update the table, let's just make sure the table looks right using a simple select statement, right? So I'm doing a select statement before I made the erroneous query ID, okay, just to see how that table used to look like. So any guesses on how it looks like? Okay, so it's basically supposed to be a column that has been added without any values inside, right? Because that was before I made the update statement. And so let's just double check to make sure that's correct. Okay, this is the state of the table that I want to roll back to, right? So that I can do it correctly this time. Okay, so this is the right state. So once I'm okay with it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing a C task, create table as select. So C task, okay? So using a C task, create table as select, I'm going to be recreating my dev table using the select statement above. Okay, so C task, create table as select, using the query ID that I did wrongly, right? So I roll back to that previous state. So now my table is with the empty column. So this time around, make sure I do it properly. Okay, update it correctly with a space in the middle. Okay. So once that is done, then I want to make sure that, okay, now my dev table has an additional column, right? But I want my production table to also look the same. Okay, so I need to change my dev table to now make it my production table. So how exactly do I do that, right? So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be utilizing another keyword called swap. So essentially, I'm doing a swap. I'm going to be swapping my dev table with my production table. Okay, so now dev will now be my prod table. So swap. So now I need to make sure that my production table looks correct, right, with the additional column that I created previously in dev. Okay, so let's just double check. Okay, so this time around, I'm actually querying from my prod table. And you notice that, yes, I have another column added in. Okay, so this is correct. So once my prod table looks good, I can proceed to drop my dev table. Okay, so let's just proceed to drop. Oh dear, I accidentally dropped my prod table instead of dev table. Oh, what a disaster, right? Imagine if this is a real life scenario, I might actually lose my job, okay, for dropping the wrong table, dropping production table. But the good thing about Snowflake is that if you make a mistake, that's fine, right? We can always undrop it. Okay, so let's just proceed to undrop the table. And nobody knows, okay? No, but that's not true. Everything is actually in the query history. So nobody knows if they didn't check the query history. But otherwise, no worries, right? If you drop the table, you can always undrop it. That's fine. Okay? So now we've restored the production table. This time round, let's just make sure that we drop the correct table. Okay? All right, so that is transformation. The rest of the scripts is just to reset the entire lab if you want to redo it again. Okay, but this is just to show you some of this interesting syntax that we have in Snowflake that allows you to do things like time travel, cloning, swapping the tables, doing undropping of the tables as well if we make mistakes. Okay, so we've got 20 minutes left. I'm just going to go quickly to the next lab and then quickly do a quick demo of our collaboration features. Okay, so as part of the third lab, proceed to close this. And this time round, once again, we're going to tasty bites. Okay, we won't be covering the entire lab because there's a lot of different ways that we can do data governance on Snowflake, but I'll be talking through some of the key ones. Okay, so what we're going to look for is filter on tasty bites and look for horizon. Okay, horizon is our data governance umbrella of features. Okay, so we'll be looking at some of these governance features on Snowflake. Okay, so once you're here, let's skip the intro and go straight to step number 2. Okay, and step number 2, same thing. It's like deja vu, right? We're doing the same thing. So just go straight to step number 6, and we're going to be clicking on the big green button over here. Okay. Okay, so this around, make sure that we're looking at Tasty Bites governance _ Snowflake horizon.sql. Okay, and I'm starting to sound like a broken tape recorder, but what we're going to be doing next is just to copy the file, go over to Snow site, and create a new worksheet. Right. So if you're like me, we're in this tab or in this UI, a shortcut is just create a new tab, right? Create a new SQL worksheet by pressing the plus button over here. Paste over the code that you have copied over from the Git repository. It's a lengthy one, don't worry. I'll be explaining what we'll be doing. And just do a quick rename, 03. Let's call it governance. Okay. And once we're done with that, let's just proceed, to the lab. So there's a lot of explanation, right? So the good thing is that you'll be able to, on your own time, kind of read through some of the explanation via the comments that has been written. Okay. But what we're going to do is just go straight to line number 73. Set the context. Okay. Set the context. And once we've set the context, what we're going to do is just to show the rows. Right. So you notice that these are all the rows that has currently been set up on Snowflake. Okay. You can also look at the rows over here. So if you go to the UI, we actually have a tree view, right? You go to the graphical view, you can see it as a graph as well. Okay, so different ways of analyzing your RBAC structure on Snowflake. Okay, so I go back to the worksheets, click on governance. Okay, and let's just scroll quickly back down to row number 148. So we'll be creating a new test row for Tasty Bites. Okay, just execute it. And then now we'll be creating, you'll be utilizing the security admin role. And security admin role is meant to manage grants, manage roles, creation of roles, managing privileges. Right, so we'll be utilizing the security admin role and performing some grants to the roles that we've created. So grant access to some of the warehouses, to the test row that we just created. Right, so you're just going to scroll down. There's a lot of grants that we need to do. That's fine. Right, so just continue all the way to line 214. Okay, so from the line above to 214 is just performing grants to the rows. Okay, so if you notice, actually we've already covered through 214 lines. Right, so you're just granting rows. Okay, and once you've done the basic granting of rows, then that is where we can go to step number 3. Right, so as part of the lab today, I'll be covering 2 main types of security policies. Right, one is column level security and one is row level security. We'll just be covering these 2, and then the rest of the more advanced masking policies or projection policies for privacy preserving kind of approaches. These are all the types of policies that you can look at the lower part of this file. Okay, so we'll be looking mainly at column level and row level. Okay, so for column level, basically we're trying to control how you actually look at the data that are in the columns. Right. So for example, if you're logging into Snowflake as a row that has lesser privilege, then you'll be seeing things that are masked, right? All the data will be masked out. But if you're coming in as an account admin or like an administrative role, then this is where you'll be able to see more data that is in the clear. Okay, so what we're going to do is set the context. And then what we're going to do next is let's first look at the data. Okay, let's look at the data. Okay, so if I'm a data governor and I look at this, right, I'll be quite worried, right? Because I'm looking at customer data that is all in clear, all in the clear. Okay, I can see the email, phone number, date of birth. Oh, these are all PII data, right? Personally identifier information, and that's not good. Okay, so what I want to be doing is to build some policies around it so that I can mask out some of this sensitive information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the role account admin. Okay, so now I'm an account admin. And how we're going to do that is that we're first going to be creating tags, right? So we create tags so that we can tag the columns that are considered sensitive. Okay, so let's create the tags. So once I create the tags, just to ensure that we grant usage of the tags to the public row, so that anyone who's looking at the Snowflake UI will be able to see the tags as well. Okay, so they know which columns are sensitive. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is to create a place for all my tags to live. Right, so I create a folder called governance, right, and ensure that my sysadmin role has access to the governance folder. Okay, the next thing we're going to do using a SQL approach is to create the tags, right? So I create a tasty PII tag, right? So all of these columns, name, phone number, email, birthdays, are all considered PII. Okay, so I'm going to, after that, tag all my columns. Okay, and what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to alter the table, modify the columns so that I can place my tags on them. Okay, so alter the table, modify the columns, and place the tags on those sensitive columns. Okay, so this allows you to kind of like understand all the tags that you have in your Snowflake table. Okay, so before we go into the masking policies, you can actually do all of that via the UI as well, right? So if you go to the raw customer tables, customer loyalty, you're actually able to do the tagging, right? Do the tagging via the UI as well. Okay, so back to the worksheets. Back to the worksheets, I'm just going to quickly scroll to where I was. Okay, so once I've done the tags, right, I'm also able to next create the masking policies. Okay, so basically this masking policies is telling Snowflake that if I'm an administrative role, then I will allow you to see the values. Okay, but even if we see the values, I want to ensure that the phone number and the email is always masked, right? And this is the pattern in which I want to do the masking. Okay, I want to only show the first 3 digits for the phone number, and for the email, I want to be masking everything before the alias symbol. If I'm not an admin, I'm just a role. I'm using a role that has lesser privilege. Everything should be masked. Okay, like every character should be masked. Okay, so that's what we call a masking policy. So I'm just going to create it. And once I created a masking policy, right, I'm also going to create one for my birthday. Right, so my birthday has a different pattern. Right, so I'm going to create one for birthday as well. Modified birthday. And next thing is to apply the masking policies to the text. Right, apply the masking policies to the text. And once that is done, let's double check. Right, let's double check our work. So what I'm doing is setting the context to a role that is lesser privilege. That's a test role. Okay, so using the test role, let's see what I can see. Okay, so you notice that everything is masked, like everything. And then my birthday is, everyone is born in 1st January. Okay, so that's correct, right? And the good thing about Snowflake is that if you apply it on the underlying tables, any of the views that are downstream, right, will also have the same policies applied to it, right? So now you notice that I'm doing a query from the view, and my view will also have the same masking policies applied to it. Okay, so that is column level. Row level security is a little bit different, right? So depending on what is the what are you allowed to see, you will see different number of results when you run your select statement. Right? So the number of rows that will be returned will be different depending on what you can or cannot see. Okay, so if you use the row account admin, let's create a mapping table. So this mapping table will tell Snowflake, based on this row, this is what they can or cannot see. Okay, so based on the test row that I have, which is of the lower privilege, right? Maybe this analyst is only meant to look at certain data sets relating to Tokyo, right? So they are only working on Tokyo, for example, right? So this is a Tokyo analyst. So I'm inserting it into the mapping table so that when I run my query, I will be able to check the row and return the results accordingly. Okay. So access policies, row access policies are applied on a table level. Okay, so I create my row access policy, and you'll notice that it's actually applied on a table level. It's not on a column level, it's on a table level. Okay, and once that is done, let's test it. Okay, so using my Tasty Byte test row, if I go down to run this statement, okay, so once again, remember, I am Tasty Byte test row, I'm not an administrative row. And then I set the mapping table to ensure that test row can only see Tokyo. Okay, so remember I put that in the mapping table. So let's just double check to make sure that it's correct. Aha. So now you can see both types of policies in play, right? I have my column level security. I also have my row level security, right? I cannot see any additional data in my result set except Tokyo. Okay, so you can see there is column level, there is row level as well. Okay, and once again, the views will also have the same applied, right? I can only see Tokyo. Okay, so the most important thing is that when it comes to row access and column level policies, you'll be able to do tagging via the UI, and you can also see what are the row access policies applied to the database via the UI as well. Okay, and if you continue from row 4, 5, 4, 6, 7, and below, we won't be covering it as part of the lab today. But if you are interested in how do we actually create privacy policies, right? How do we ensure that if you are doing a select statement, no matter what query you run, right, we will aggregate the data into groups, right? So there is no way we'll be able to uniquely identify an individual based on the statements that we run. Okay, so this is a bit more advanced. It's mainly for privacy preserving. So these are what we call aggregation policies that you can continue to explore in your free time, right, from line 4, 6, 7 onwards to the end. Okay, so that is aggregation policies. Okay, and we do have a quick 10 minutes left. I just want to quickly point you out to the collaboration features that we have. Okay, so if let's say you want to be playing with your Snowflake account together with some of your colleagues or friends who are also going through this lab together with you, one interesting thing that you can do to kind of play around with this feature is to share data with each other. Okay, so usually when I conduct labs for my customers, right, this is how I like to end off the lab, which is to do data sharing. Okay, so you'll be able to notice that we can actually share data within 5 clicks. It's very, very fast. You don't need to build complex pipelines for that. Okay, so private sharing, let's try to see how it works. Okay, first things first, to be able to share data with each other, you need to take note of your account locator. Okay, your account locator, which is right at the bottom. Okay, so just make sure that you guys are in the same region, right? So if you're sharing privately, 1:1, you need to make sure that you're in the same region. But if you're publishing it on a marketplace, then that's where you can do cross-region data sharing, right? We're able to help you to fulfill the data set into every other region that we operate on. Okay, but if just direct sharing, just make sure that they're on the same region. Then select the locator, right? Just do a quick copy. Right, so if you want to share data with me, you can. So just take note of my locator. My locator is PQ41509. Right, so just take a screenshot or just copy it somewhere for now. PQ41509 if you want to share data with me. Okay. But otherwise, if you want to share with someone else, right, just proceed to create a direct share. Okay. And this is where you can select any of the Tasty Bites tables that you've created. Right. So for example, if you want to be sharing the country table, you can. Okay. And this is where you paste the locator. So of course I can't share to my own account, right? But let's say if you want to share with me, you can paste PQ41509 and you should be able to find me if you are in AWS Singapore. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but there are other things that you can play around with as well. If you want to play with the publishing features, right? You can create a listing, right, for internal marketplace or to specific consumers. So let's say you're going to share with me again, you can create a listing. And this is where you can do things like ensuring that we can share with more people at once. Right. So this is where you can actually do multiple parties kind of like sharing. Okay. Let me just share this. Okay, you can give it a simple name. And you can share with me or you can share with more friends if you have all their account locators. Okay. So this is just to share with you that there are many ways that you can share data. And likewise, if you are interested in some of the data sets on Snowflake, you can also, for example, look for weather data, right? AccuWeather. This is not free, but if you want a free data set, so there are some data sets that are free, some that are not. Like for example, this, I'm not sure if it's free, but if I go down to the star schema one, right? If you are looking for some data sets to do some simple enrichment of your existing data that you have, right? Then just can proceed to get some data sets, right? So you notice that it's immediately ready to use. Anything that you can get in a marketplace will be available right away. Okay, so let me just quickly quickly check if anyone shared data with me. Okay, nobody has shared data with me. So sad, but that's fine. Okay, but anyway, if you want to share data with me, you can just to play around with the features. But yeah, my locator is PQ41509. Okay, so we have about 4 minutes left. I'm just going to quickly check in the Zoom chat if anyone has any questions. But otherwise, please feel free to continue with the Tasty Bites labs, right? You have 30 days to continue with some of the interesting capabilities and features that we have.
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah. And I saw some Q&A saying that they wanted to share with me, but they're not in the same region. That's fine. Yeah. That's as long as the concept is there, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for participating.
Superb. In the time that you were presenting, Fahin, I think we outdid ourselves with the number of questions that we answered. Gary and Karthik have been absolute legends, and the backstage answering all of the questions. Most of them have been answered. As a friend said, if you want to share data with her, she's right here, and we'd be more than happy to assist you with any and every query that you might have in the future. And I'm just taking a quick look at the time and also the open questions in the chat. I think Akib asked a very unique and interesting question. What are the basic necessities to start with Snowflake? And if it is on a skilling level, let's just take this one because it just summarizes the entire content that we have done so far in this session. It'll be nice to do a quick wrap up. Fine. You're on mute, by the way.
Basic necessities to start with Snowflake, you just need an internet connection and a browser. Okay, but of course, going through the labs, the quick starts labs, Zero to Snowflake will get you a baseline understanding to how you utilize SQL to work with Snowflake. Now, of course, SQL is not the only way. If you're a Python engineer, we can also work with Snowflake without much problems. But the main important thing is that a lot of this infrastructure overheads, you don't need to worry about it. You just need to subscribe and you can start utilizing Snowflake immediately. Okay. Yeah, I think Ron is also typing an answer, but
Yes.
I hope we managed to get through all the questions. But otherwise, the team is always here. Feel free to reach out to us if you have any further questions.
Absolutely. And once again, everyone who's tuned in to this session, Zero to Snowflake, we have essentially covered a lot of ground with Snowflake since the morning. We've covered the likes of security, Streamlit, covered Zero to Snowflake. We've also covered GenAI, and this is more of a, we'd call it the pre-work day. We have a keynote tomorrow. We have a bunch of other sessions lined up for you tomorrow, day after, and the day after. Tomorrow, so make sure that you join us. We are on time, so I'd like to thank Fain for this wonderful session. Thank you for covering so much ground because it's always about what do we prioritize, what do we not prioritize, and you covered this amazingly well. Anyone who wants to reach out to Fain, we are all available. The entire Snowflake team is available at your disposal. If you have any questions in the future, just drop a hi on LinkedIn, and I'll be more than happy to assist you in your future queries. With that, thank you so much, Fain. Again, a great session, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Super. And with that, I'd like to invite another of our legends on the webinar. That's Gary. How are you doing, Gary?
Good afternoon. Very well, thank you.
Doing well, yeah. I heard you were having some internet issues. What is that about?
It's very warm in Perth at the moment, and I believe our internet appeared to have a slight issue earlier. So if I do disappear in the next 90 minutes, I will switch to a mobile hotspot and be right back on.
Absolutely, and we don't expect a lot of latency in any of these sessions. So if you see Gary dropping off, or if you see Gary frozen on the screen, something like this, he'll be right back. All right, amazing. So to all of you joining for the very first time, I welcome you all to Build, Best of Build. We are doing this live virtual series for APAC. We've been doing a lot of sessions since the morning. We did Zero to Security, to Streamlit, to Notebooks, to GenAI, and also Zero to Snowflake. So we have covered a lot of ground, and we are coming full circle with another of our sessions that is Zero Security to Snowflake Horizon in 90 minutes. For those of you who don't know, about the security, governance, compliance features in Snowflake, we have a lot of capabilities around masking, around encryption, around data security, around privileges, and all of these governance features work seamlessly inside Snowflake. We have a unified governance solution, which is called Snowflake Horizon, and Gary will be talking all about what Snowflake Horizon has to offer. For those of you, once again, who are joining in, you'll find a resources link at the bottom of your screen. So if you just hover your mouse somewhere at the bottom of your screen, you'll see the resources pane. You'll find all of the links to the virtual hands-on labs. You'll also find the on-demand sessions to our global Build conference as well. We are doing a best of Build, but if you want to get access to all of the other sessions that we conducted just a few weeks ago. You'll find that on the link. Just hover down at the bottom of your screen. On-demand build 2024 is what you should be looking for. For those of you who want to follow this hands-on session with Gary, you can create a Snowflake trial account. This is a 30-day trial account that you can use for this session. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to Gary to take us on this wonderful journey of Horizon.
That was a big build up there.
Yeah, that's all
my
good.
name's- Thank you. My name is Gary North. I'm based in Perth, Australia, so in the same time zone as a lot of the guys on this call. I've worked for Snowflake for the past 3 years, and I was a customer for 3 years prior to that as well. So I have a fair amount of Snowflake experience. This session, it's purely about data and some data masking and how best to secure data with row level and APAC. It's very hands-on. I don't intend going too fast because it is nice if everybody can keep up. But there is a fair amount to cover. So we have people in the background that can answer questions. And if I think of any good links that are worth sharing, I will ask the guys in the background to post links into the chat. So the first thing then, if I share my screen, actually, that just proves we're live. Okay. So, fairly sure everyone can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen, Gary. If you would increase the font size a little bit.
I shall do, thank you. Please shout out if there's any issues like that.
Yep, this is much better. Thank you so much.
Okay, then great. So what we're going to cover is we're going to build a table with some dummy data in there, and we're going to do some RBAC protection, some dynamic data masking, and some row access, sort of row level policies in there as well. Now, as you've just been told, the thing to use for this demo, if you want to follow along, is to create your own trial version. Hopefully most people have already created a trial version, but if you haven't, then if you can go to this address, signup.snowflake.com, then we can create a trial version right now. And the trial version is a 30-day edition, and it runs for either 30 days or $400 US, whichever you use up first. If you've gone to that URL, you should find a page such as this. So enter your name, the work email address, so an email address where you can receive an email in the next 5 minutes, because this is how you will validate your account. So mine will be going off at snowflake.com. Training, I guess. The company name, nice if we know, but it's not too important if you're here for personal reasons. Same with the job title. But what is important is that you leave this as enterprise, which is the default version, but we want enterprise, not standard. And then the bottom, people tend to go AWS, but you can actually use any of the three, it won't matter. And then pick a region which is best for yourself. So the one I'm using is one I've just created in Mumbai. But yeah, just choose something in the same region. Obviously, click on the I have read and then get started. The next two screens are simply a survey, so you can skip them. And then once you've done that, you should receive an email. And it's really just click the email from there and you will get access to your Snowflake trial account. So just give people a moment to do that. That's not good, is it? No. Just bear with me while I get back into my account. I've been logged in all day and it got upset. So the second thing we need access to is the actual instructions for this lab. So we're going to go to one called Getting Started with PII. And if you go to quickstart.snowflake.com, let's just do this with you. quickstarts.snowflake.com, and it is in one call. I think you can just search for PII. That is the one. So just search for PII and it takes us to the correct instructions. Okay. So let's look at what we're going to do. Somebody very kindly provided me with a little diagram to show me what we're going to do today. And this shows what we're going to create within Snowflake. Within Snowflake, we have some roles set up in the account. So we already have account admin, security admin, sysadmin, and user admin as roles within the instance. Everybody has that. They're the core roles. What we're going to create is 5 new roles to run this course from. So we're going to create an ITC admin. So this is a team within our company that look after their own database. And then the person looking after this database then has 4 roles within that department, which is information security, IT, marketing, and an executive team. What this person's going to do is create a database, and within that database, create a customers table. And the point for doing this is that we've been given some requirements. The customers in the database are going to come from 3 different countries, but the executive role is only expected to see French customers. Marketing only sees the UK customers, IT the US customers, and the people in the IT support roles, IT admin and InfoSec, they won't have to see any customers at all. And then as a second requirement, this one down here, we've been asked that no email address is visible for any customer who has decided to opt out of marketing. So it's quite a common request. So that's really what we're going to try and emulate now. So if I can somehow get back to there we are. So step 1, if we go to our lab details, step 1 is really what I've just told you. The information there is to set up the account, and the same thing I've just told you. We're going to do the APAC, column level security, row level, and data sharing. So if we can skip over to step 2, and then copy the code from this first window. Do it that way so you can see I'm copying. And just paste it into your worksheet. Sorry, what I should have said. Once you've opened Snowflake, this nice plus sign on the left-hand side, just simply add a new worksheet and you'll get a brand new worksheet that we can then use. And if you want to double click the tab at the top of the worksheet, you can give it a name. This being Snowflake, that now lives in your account. You don't have to worry about saving these sheets. They're automatically saved in the background. So having copied that first set of code from step 2 of the lab, simply paste this into your worksheet. I've tried to just tidy my worksheet up already, just so you can follow me easier. And we're going to run a few steps. Now, we're going to run that top block of code to create these rows. And the easiest way to do that is to simply highlight those rows and then click on this execute button in the top right of the screen. I click that, and hopefully that's a great start, isn't it? Sorry. That was my fault. You won't see that error. Okay. And what you should find, it creates those rows that we saw in that PowerPoint slide. Now, the next part, I don't want you to run just yet. It does, for some reason, give us this long password. And I think in most cases, that would not fulfill the password criteria, which has to be 8 characters, but also by default has to contain numbers and symbols. So I'm certainly not telling people to use password 123, but use something nice and simple. So just replace each of the passwords here, because we're going to create 6 user accounts. We'll give them all the same password because this is just a demo account. Only you will ever access it. Now, the other thing we're going to change is where it says must change password. So the first time somebody logs into Snowflake, you would normally want them to have to reset the password so that only they know it. In this instance, we probably don't need to do that. So we can replace all those trues with false. So having done that, if you now just highlight those 6 statements and click on the run, you have now created your 6 users. If you follow the lab instructions to the letter, it does ask you to keep signing out of Snowflake and signing back in again as a different user. That tends to get quite confusing, especially if we're trying to do this in 45 minutes. So we'll find a different way of doing that. And what I would like people to do, sorry, I've jumped across a step. Sorry, we'll do it in a second. So the rows we've just created, sorry, these are the 6 rows we've created. And as I said, we've got 2 rows that are for IT support who don't see customer data. And then we've got 3 rows who are each going to see different segments of customers. So that's the rows we just created, and we've created 6 users as well. So the next step is to go back to the lab and sorry, at the very bottom, we talk about optional key pair setups. We're not covering this today because it doesn't involve setting up a local command line, very simple software, but it does, when you've done that, it means you can create public keys and you can get away from the password approach and start using key pair authentication instead. So if you wish to know more about that, then by all means, have a look at the separate documentation and complete that after this session. But meanwhile, if we can go to section 3, this is creating the roles and granting the roles to the database. So copy that block of code and back in our worksheet, simply paste that code into the worksheet. And we're going to run the first block. And what's this doing is it's assigning one of the roles that we created to each of the users that we created. And you'll notice that we can give the same role, IT, to 2 different users. And we can also give the same user 2 different roles. So if you're unaware of APAC security, it means that we don't have the discretionary approach of a user being mapped to a table directly. That always sounds really simple the first time people think about it, but I promise you, as you start building a larger and larger data model with hundreds of users and thousands of tables, it becomes a lot easier to use roles. It definitely reduces the effort to maintain the system. So we'll just highlight those and create the grants for these users to roles. And now we need to start actually building a database of sorts. So the first thing to do here is we need to change it to a role that owns this database. And here you can just type account admin. That will do for this first step. And simply run that command, and you'll notice at the top, you'll have account admin showing as your role. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new warehouse. So this is the compute instance. So on your left-hand side, if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see warehouses. Just click on warehouses, and you should see the same screen that I've got. And this is saying there is only 2 warehouses on your system. These are the compute instances. You can have as many compute instances as you want, and it means you can give different teams of people compute instances of different sizes. It also means you can track the spend of each individual business area by giving them separate compute instances. And we want to create a new instance, a new warehouse for this demo. So click on the plus warehouse at the top right of the screen. And let's call the warehouse demo_WH. We're happy with standard. We're definitely happy with extra small. If you open the advanced options, you'll see there's an auto resume, which means that if it's ever shut down, then the moment we try and use it with a query, it will immediately fire up. So that sounds useful. And we want it to auto suspend after 5 minutes as well. We don't want to be paying for something that nobody's using. So that seems very sensible also. Simply click on Create Warehouse. And you'll notice at the top, it starts creating. And that's it. We now have a new warehouse. So if I go back to, well, if I click on that top icon, Snowflake, I then get to see a list of all my worksheets, and you should see the one you've just been working on. I called mine, Gary's demo, I renamed it, didn't I? So back to our worksheet. And now in that section that we haven't yet run, where was it? This one. We can now put an actual name in place of this boilerplate text. And we are going to call it demo WH. That's the name of the warehouse instance we've just created. So if you can replace the warehouse name on each line with the name of the warehouse you've just created, and then you can run all of those commands. And at that point, we've given each of our roles the ability to use this new compute instance. Now, next command, we just change a role to sysadmin. We're going to create a new database. So if you'll notice on the left-hand side, we only have the standard databases. If we run that next command, create database rainhome in data, and we might have to just refresh this left-hand panel. There's our new database. And we'll grant the ownership of that database to the role that is the IT team managing this data set, this database. Now, I did say that to make this session a lot easier, we won't be logging in and out all the time. And to get around that, we do need to apply these commands. Now, if you go to, I believe it's resources, there's a resources link somewhere, could be at the bottom of the page, and to documents. And bizarrely, I've now lost my link. How does that work? Let me do this from memory then. In documents, I believe there's one document listed. If you open that PDF, you can ignore the vast bulk of that document, but I believe the top part of the document looks like this. So you just need to copy that code, or copy what I've got here, paste that into your worksheet, and just run those commands. So I'll wait a minute while people just do that. And the advantage of doing this is that we can now just switch roles very quickly to pretend we are in a different team, so we can become the executive or become the marketing. It's a lot easier than signing out and signing back in. So again, that was under resources, which I think is on the bottom of the screen. And then there should be a tab for documents. And there is only one document there. It's a PDF document. And within that document, it's just these grant roles that you need to copy through. Certainly, if anyone's got MFAs set up, you'll be very grateful. You're not having to set up lots of MFAs for all of those users. So we'll move on. So step 4, this is where we start to create some actual data. So let's copy all of that code. And we can just run this code as it is. What you'll notice now, though, is that whilst they do say you can try logging out and logging back in as this user, what we're able to do now is simply say, I want to use the role ITC admin. And when you run that command, it simply changes you to being one of the roles that you created in the previous step. So that will save us some time. So now logged in as this IT admin, we can run the next line, which is to create a new schema. And just to show you what that means, within this database, we only have one schema called information schema. But if we run the second command, we should find we now have a second command called basement. So we've created our schema. And now within that schema, we just want to create a table. A nice little tip here, because we tend to get bored of trying to highlight these queries. If you click on the settings and choose highlight statements, you can then just click within a query and it shows you exactly what is going to run. That does make it a little easier to see what's going on sometimes. Now, if we run this statement, it only takes us, oh, sorry, I should have changed the warehouse, sorry. Where it says compute WH, we do need to change to that new warehouse that we created called demo WH. Sorry, my fault, that one. The other way of doing that actually is to actually if I'm right. That's a relief. Yes, you can actually just put use warehouse demo WH as well. So we've now just changed to use our new compute instance. Now I can click in that query and run the statements. And what it's going to do, it's going to some sample tables that we just provide with dummy data in them. And from those tables, it's going to create a list of 200 random customers. And for each customer, we'll have Mr. or Mrs. Gary North. We will randomly pick UK, US, or France as the country of birth. There is an email address, the gender, credit rating, and finally, we've got this option that it puts, this is the opt-in or out of marketing column, and a third of the answers will be yes, a third of the rows will show no, and a third of them will be null. So we've got some typically random and not fully complete data there. You can actually, we're going to see the data in a second. So having created that table, you can now just run all of those grants. And you'll see that what we're doing with all of those statements, so highlight all of them and then run. What we're doing is we're giving all of our new roles, ITC admin, marketing, IT, executive, and infosec, we're giving everybody access to the database. And then we're giving them all access to the schema, but we're only giving 3 of these groups access to the actual table. So we did say we didn't want ITC admin or infosec being able to access this table. So very simply, we just don't grant access to those roles. We only give it to the people we want accessing the data. And now we can test this. So we're running as ITC admin. So if we run as ITC admin, we should find that I don't have access to that data. Fingers crossed I do. Why do I have access to that data? Oh, because I created the table, so I own the table. Makes sense. So yes, if we switch to infosec, you don't have to do this. This is just me testing my theory. Yeah, you find I don't have access to that table, which is fine. So that's step 4 completed. Now we've got some table. Now we can do some actual clever things with the security. So going to step 5 and copying this top step. Just let me go back to being ITC admin. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to give the info security role the permissions to be able to create row access policies. And then for them to build some kind of logic, I'm going to give them a table as well. So I'm creating them a brand new table. And in that table, they will keep the role, such as executive or marketing, the letter of the country that that person is allowed to see, and whether or not, given that combination of role and country, true or false, based on are they allowed to see those records. So having created that table, we can try and grant ownership of the table to infosec. And what you find is we can't, because this is a managed schema. We've given them access to be able to create records and delete records, or we're going to, but we don't want them to own the table itself. So it's enough that we give them the ability to create masking policies. So we need to run that second statement. We're happy that they can create masking policies. We just don't want them to own that table. It's too important to us. Down to the next piece of code from the step 5. And this is changing roles. So it changes the security admin, which is a standard Snowflake account. And we'll find that even if we use that high level role, we still can't give ownership on that table to infosec. So I'm not really sure why we demonstrated that in the lab, but it is just to demonstrate that, you know, we've retained ownership of that table at a very high level within the organization, and not given the team themselves the ability to damage that table, to change it. What they can do, however, is we want to grant them select or insert on that table. So we certainly want them to be able to use it and to create the roles. So we can run those two commands, and the InfoSec team should now be able to set up some data rules in this table. And that's our next step. So if we go to step 6, we're now going to create a row access policy. And this is how we're going to make sure that different roles, different groups of people access different records within the table. So it's quite a common request. And if we copy that first section of code, and copy that again either into the same worksheet or a new worksheet, we'll look at what this does. So this is where we start to do something quite interesting. We're going to use the info security team's role. So infosec, and that will change my role. There it is. And we're now going to set some roles within that team. We're going to say that there was a typo there. It doesn't really matter, but if you do notice, you can change account admin. We're going to say based on the role that somebody uses when they query the table, and then the country code of the record in the customer's table, should this person be able to see the record or not? So a good example is marketing. If the role is marketing and the country code of the record in customers is UK, then yeah, that's true. That's a record that person should be able to see. So if we create those insert statements and run them, and then what we can actually do, or I can do, you can just watch this part. If I just, have a look at what's in that table. Here you can see that marketing will be allowed to see UK data. IT will be able to see US data. And executive will be able to see France data. But the important thing is that ITC is never allowed to see data. InfoSec should never see data. And account admin, should account admin come along, they cannot see data either. So that's the rules we want to apply. And the way we apply them is to create a row access policy. So we're already in row InfoSec anyway, but we can rerun that command, it doesn't matter. And we'll run this next statement. And if I just explain what this statement does, we're going to create a row access policy. This is the logic that decides what rows we can and cannot see. It will live in the database that we've created and that we're working in, and it has the name makes no sense. Not a great name, I didn't name that, but that's the name of this row access policy. The row access policy itself will use the birth country column from the customers table, and it's going to return true or false, as in, are you allowed to see this record or not? And the logic that it runs is, it's basically a where exists and a select one, but it's saying that where the role name in that mapping table is equal to this. Now, this is a nice little command. If I run that just here very quickly, select current role. If I run that, it tells me exactly what role I'm running under. So InfoSec is exactly what I'm running under. So if I was querying this table, it would know if I was running as executive or as marketing or any other roles that we created. So we look up the role we are currently logged in as. We check that against the role column in the table. And then we say that the country column on the customers table, so the country the customer was born in, does that match the country column in our mapping table as well? And if those two conditions are met, then yeah, I'm allowed to see that record. Otherwise, false. I'm not allowed to see that record. And that's why that account admin error doesn't actually matter that it's been spelt wrong, because that always falls into the false anyway. This little command here, don't worry, I will come back to that later when we hit data sharing. But there's just another little statement there that we're creating now. So if you want to highlight that statement or click in it and run, you should find very quickly that you get this row access policy is successfully created. So we've now got something in the database we can apply. So back to the lab notes, still in step 6. And we take the next command. And this is changing to a different security, different role. And it's going to grant the ability for the ITC admin role, this is our local managers, to be able to apply that row access policy, the one we've just created. So we're giving someone the ability to actually use it. So if we now take the next command, and again, we switch roles. So we're now going to become the ITC admin team member. We can now alter the table that we created, the customers table, if we run that command. And you'll see that I've altered the table. The table is that customers table, and we're going to add the row access policy, and it's the one we've just created. We give it this column, which is the column it's going to bind itself with, which is the column that has the magic letters for to match the country codes. And that's it. We've added that policy. So down to the bottom of the page on 6, and copy that final block of code. And now we test what we've done. Check how we have the time. So we use the role marketing. And if you remember, marketing was only allowed to see data from one particular country. So now if we select everything from that table, we find actually we only see data that includes the UK. So every other row has been excluded. We've now got that row level security. And just checking the other roles, if we're coming from the executive team and we run the same query, we can only see French customers. And the IT team can only see customers from the US. And then the final part of this, of course, is that the InfoSec team hopefully can view nobody. That's good. We don't even know the table exists. And there was one more team, the ITC admin team. Now they could see the data earlier. And they can still see the table because they have access to the table. They created it. But we can no longer see the data because the row level access policy stops us seeing anything. So now we've done that and we've done it on the roles, we can add as many users as we want to the roles, and we've got row level access control. I had people say to me that you could achieve that just using views. So you could create a view and have, where role is not like You could, but then you've got to apply that to every single view that you create. Much better to do it on the table, do it once, and then anybody accessing that table via another view or coming in with Python or some machine learning, however they're accessing that table, the row policy, the row access policy is there. You've taken control of it at source. You've pushed this rule as far upstream as you can, which is always the most economic way, most efficient way of applying security. Stop it at source. So that's our row access policies. So moving on to step 7, we're now going to look at something based on the column. So we want some masking rules, some dynamic masking. Obviously, if it's a column you want nobody ever being able to see, then you just wouldn't store it. You just wouldn't store the data. But sometimes, I mean, a good example is we've had data breaches in the last few years around the world. Medical companies have been losing driving license IDs that they only had in the database because that was how they originally validated the person's identity. And it's kind of widely agreed now that once you've identified the identity and you know you did it from the driver's license, there's no value in keeping that driver's license number. So in many instances, you can just simply don't store the data. If it's of no benefit and it's just risk, why store it? But obviously, we often need data in the system that some people can see and some people can't see. If you ring a call center and they might want to confirm the last 4 numbers of your bank account number, the reality is they can't see the first 7 numbers themselves. All they've got access to is those last 3 or 4 numbers, and that's what they're checking with you. So this is where you apply masking so that people only see as much of the data as they need to see to do their job. And we're going to create one here. So from step 7, if we copy that first block of code and then go back to your Snowflake instance and either a new worksheet or continue with this worksheet, we're going to use the info security role. I promise you, this is why you're so happy we did those roles, because you'd have been logging in and out, logging as different users otherwise. So we're definitely saving people some time here. We're going to run this next command. What this is doing, it's creating a masking policy. We give the masking policy a name. And I mean, you can tell from the name what it's going to do, really. Anyone that has not decided that they're going to opt in. So if you've chosen opt into marketing, yes, then yeah, we'll show the column value. If you've decided you're not opting in, so this is a no, or possibly it's just null and we don't know, then we want to return that instead. That can say anything you want it to say. You can get clever. You could expose the last 3 letters of something, or, you don't have to mask the entire contents of the attributes. This one's quite simple. We're just going to return masked every time the opt-in is not equal to yes. So we create that. There is a second one here. We don't actually use it in the lab, but it just shows another rule. This one's really playing safe, is this one. This one says always, so when 1 equals 1, always return masked. Otherwise, I don't know how otherwise happens, but otherwise return masked. This rule is doing everything it can to make sure there's always a masked answer. That's very over the top. I think you just wouldn't include that. You just wouldn't include that column in the data model, surely. But this one is important, this first one that we created, because that's going to give us the dynamic masking. Just going back to the lab notes and the next set, oops, attach the whole thing. So very similar to the last policy that we created for row access. We need to go in as security admin, and we need to give permissions to use that masking policy to our ITC admin team. So that's just simply giving somebody permission to now use and apply that policy. So back to the lab notes and copy the next batch of code. And now we switch roles again to the local IT team. And we alter our customers table. And we modify the email address column. And we say that wherever, we apply the masking policy, the one we've just created, the hide opt-out people. And we're going to use the email address and the opt-in column. So you could actually use this, and you could say, we could even modify the last name of the customer using last name and opt-in. The key thing though is that opt-in is what drives the logic. So highlight that column, that statement, and execute. And we have now applied dynamic masking to that column. But don't take my word for it. Actually take that last piece of code from section 7. And let's test. So first of all, let's go in as the marketing department. And let's select from that table once again. We still only see customers from the UK because that's what the earlier row level policy did. But now you will find that wherever the opt-in is yes, we can see the email address. But if it's no or null, so we don't even have an answer, then it appears as masked. So that's our dynamic masking. And obviously we could have actually gone a step further and said that certain roles can see a masked version. Other roles could maybe see the first part of an email address, but not the whole email address. So we can get quite flexible with that dynamic masking as well. So that's handled our column security. So just check on the time. We're good for time. So the next part is really about how do we share data with other organizations, other companies, but in such a way that we can apply security there as well. I mean, a good example is, even just this example we have here, where we have a company with marketing data. If you've chosen to opt into marketing, then it's quite common for companies to sell your data on. So you might have an agreement that anyone that has authorized you to use their data, and they've ticked the "you may share with our partners" box, you might now want to create a data share to a partner organization such that they can query your customers table and only see by row access, they can see certain rows, and the columns mean that they can only see certain columns or masked columns based on maybe the agreement with the customer, but it could also be an agreement with that person you're providing data to. You may have some customers, some people pay you more money to see more detail. So this is down to your business models. But how do we do it in Snowflake? Well, we have a nice feature, data sharing, where we can share data from my Snowflake accounts. I can share data to another Snowflake account. And certainly if it's in the same region, it's very, very slick. There's no need to copy data across regions. We just give direct access to each other's data. So there's no copying involved. And the way we do this is we don't actually need to copy anything from this step. I'm just going to show you it all. Don't try and follow me on this one, because I promise you this one, first of all, you'll get lost. But secondly, you do need a second account to be set up as well. So certainly try this after the session. Create yourself a second account in the same region, and then you'll be able to share data across those accounts. But the way it works is we go to this one, and there's a number of different ways of sharing data. I'm going to use the private sharing. And you'll see that I've only got, sorry, if I go shared by your account, you'll see I am actually sharing no data with anybody. Not a surprise because this is a brand new account I only created 4 days ago. So the first thing to do is to choose to share. And I'm going to create a direct share with an actual customer that I know. This will give me a list of all my tables. So there's 2 tables. There's the customers table that we've been looking at, and then there's that small table with lookup columns that did the references. We don't want to share that. Although that's used to drive the policy, we don't actually want to share the table itself. So we're just selecting the customers table. And I just have to give it a name. Now, I can remember. I think it was that. It does actually matter. Because somewhere, when we set up the policy rule, here we are. When I showed you this earlier, I said there was a second part to this rule. And this is for the invoker share. So this is the data share I'm now creating. And anything that comes through on a share with that name, if anybody comes through from that data share, then we're only going to give them data where the country code is UK. So this is another row access policy that we're setting up. So if I now make sure, yeah, I've given it the right name anyway, and give it a nice friendly name, Gary's data share, customer list. And we need to decide who we're sharing this with. Now, I created a second account, which we'll go to in a second. And the account is GV08309. So it's an actual account that already exists in the Mumbai region, so that's good. And I just create a share. Now, I know when you do yours, you'll say, well, how on earth do I know what my account name is? And what you'll find is that the one I've just created isn't on there. That's the one I've created. Down here, I have this locator code. So that code there, that is on my second account. That's not related to this one. That's the account we're going to go to in a second. That is the locator code that I've used to set up this account. And it's converted into something it knows, but that was the code I used. So we've done it. We've simply set up a data share. That's all that's involved. Now, if I can find my other window, let's just assume it's that one. So this is a totally separate Snowflake instance. My username is Mary. It's password. And we have a very clean instance. At the moment, we have no database in this instance other than the 2 default Snowflake databases. So I need to access the data that's just been shared with me. And we go back to data products and private sharing. And straight away, I can see that there's something new that has appeared here, Gary's data share customer list. And I just need to almost click an accept button. Am I happy? Yes, I am. I can give it a more friendly local name. So let's call it, I'll just call it customer list. Who do I want in my organization? Who do I want to give access to? So normally by now I would have created lots of roles and I would create a role, choose a role within my organization, but I'm happy to share it publicly in my company. I know I know somebody else has secured it for me. So I just click Get Data, and that's it, done. And to prove that works, if I now create a worksheet in this new database and select Start From, you'll see I've got this new database here, Cust List, and I've got access to one schema and one table. And if I run that query, then I do indeed find I only have access to the UK, and wherever the customer hasn't clicked yes, I cannot see the email address. So the masking has taken effect. And the nice thing about this is that if I ever in my original instance change that dynamic rule, it immediately reflects in this table that people are looking at. So it's in their interest to use the data as live data rather than download it, because then they'll always see new data as it comes through. And should I ever decide to change the rule, it takes immediate effect. The other thing is that should I decide in my instance to cut this customer's access to the data, this immediately isn't available to them. So they stop querying data straight away. So that's our data sharing offer. We've got half an hour still. We have very good for time. So that was our data share. So now we'll look at tagging. Box off some water. Okay, let's go back to my worksheet again. Just if you click on that big blue snowflake at the top, it's kind of the quickest way to find your worksheet that you were working on before. And either create a new worksheet or just carry on with this one. Right, we've done data share. We're now on to tagging. So let's copy that first block of code and talk about what we're going to do. So tagging is really just putting a metadata label on an object or a schema or a table or a column. It's a way of just highlighting what it is. It's extra metadata basically. Common uses, if you want to say who maybe which team owns a table, you might have a tag that is the owner or the business user, and you'd maybe put the team's name on there. So HR own this table. A better example maybe is describing how sensitive the data is. So you could say this is a public table or a top secret table or internal use only. And that's a piece of information you'd want to put into a tag on a table. So to do it, the first thing we need to do is we go in as our Snowflake security admin person. And we need to give our InfoSec people the permission to be able to create tags on their schema. So we're still managing the database for these people, but we want to give them as much permission as they need. And then I'm not sure why we do that one. No, apply. Oh, we want RCC admin to be able to apply tags as well. So this is giving people the ability to actually use tag functionality on that schema. Now, we're going to actually, on the next command, actually create some tags. And these aren't the smartest tags in the world. You know, create a tag called Peter. And I think the reason we show this is in the lab is kind of to demonstrate why you want to control what these tag names are. You want somebody centrally, so somebody in data governance deciding that a sensible name for a tag is security level. And that's when you'll then decide of these 5 security levels you want to apply. If you just let people create their own tag names, you do end up with a whole wild assortment of things that really don't matter to anybody apart from that one team. and you might start duplicating names of tags across the business, and it becomes a bit messy. Something else is you may want to govern these tags a little more. So if I just create those tags very quickly. Oh, that's because I've already created the tag. Sorry, I didn't delete them from the earlier run. You won't get those errors. I should have really put a create or replace tag. So you run those statements, it'll create tags on your instance. What we can now do with those tags is we can assign a value to the tag. So going in as our local IT team, who we've just granted some permissions to, we can now say, well, they can now take that customers table and they can take those tags and assign actual values to the tags. I think that's a really good example of why you don't want people building their own tag names, because I can't see any value in that particular tag combination. So we maybe need to govern these a little bit better. Once you've tagged things, you can view them and see, there's ways with SQL, you can pull out the tag values. So then you can build long queries that say, show me all of the tables where the calendar is geeks. A better example would be show me all the tables. I'll show you all of the tables where security is top secret or internal only. And I do have an example I put together just on that, just because I think it's a better example of how you would use tags. Yeah, so here's a slightly more realistic version of a tag. I want to create one called the cost center. So it makes sense that we've created a table. It doesn't really matter whose schema that table it's in. We maybe want to, when we track the costs of the database, we want to assign any costs for querying this table to a certain cost center. So it's a payroll table. We've decided personnel should pay for the warehouse costs. So we create a tag of cost center, but we can be a little bit more explicit. And as we create the tag, we can say we only ever want to see the values of finance or engineering. So we've got a slightly more governed version of a tag. And now, if we just copy and paste that earlier example. So don't worry about copying this. This is just me trying to give you a slightly more realistic example. So we're going to still update the customers. We're going to set the tag. No, I've missed one. I've not applied the tag first of all. Oh, no, we're okay. So we're going to take the cost center and we're going to give it spelling mistake. There we are. So now we've got some slightly more realistic tags against our tables. So sensitivity, costing, possibly an expiry date. So how often do you want to review these tables? So there's lots of metadata you might want to hold against tables, and tagging is a great way of doing it. One other thing you can obviously do then is once you've tagged tables, you can apply dynamic masking as well. So you can apply masking on tables based on tags. So there's many reasons to use these tags across your instance. All helps that governance, that visibility, which is part of Snowflake Horizon. And the final thing we have on tab 10 is classifying our data. So this is just some simple machine learning logic that we apply, some AI we apply over your instance. If you copy that first statement into section 10, and we use the IT rule, we can run this function, extract semantic categories. We can simply run that internal function, over our customer's table, and it comes back with some JSON. And you'll notice this JSON, it kind of breaks down all the columns in the table. And one by one, it works out credit rating. Well, there's no real information for credit rating. We don't see that as a problem. Gender, however, based on the name of the column and the kind of details that are in that column, so the values, we've got a high confidence that this is a privacy kind of field. It's a quasi-identifier, which means that if you had enough pieces of information that quasi-identifiers, you can probably work out who somebody is. So although it isn't in itself an identifiable piece of information, it does help make up that puzzle that helps you identify people. So we're identifying it as possibly being part of almost like a composite key for a person. We give it a semantic category, so we believe that it falls under that gender column. That's what we've decided that column is. So keep on looking. We've got another column called the birth country. Same again, based on the name and the kind of values that are in that column, the algorithm behind this is pretty confident that it's another quasi-identifier and it's the country of the person. So yeah, another way of tracking people down. I did wonder about email address because it's only got a low confidence, but I think that's possibly because when IT look at this table, so many of the columns are blank. So maybe it sees a lot of nulls, so it's not as sure, but it still sees it as an actual identifier because an email address obviously is uniquely identifiable. It's not part of a composite. And email is our obvious category, and so on. Salutation, we don't see any risk in salutation, but yes, name, definitely. So that's quite a nice thing to use also. And there is a couple pieces more of code that you can start playing around with. And this is just to get you started using the JSON such that you can start building your own dashboards and start building some reports of your own that identify where are the potential attributes on your data set that you might want to look at for such things as dynamic masking. So have you considered all these already as being PII? I think there's one more query, although I have a feeling this one doesn't actually work. Yeah, that's null. I think there's a newer version of that query somewhere, sorry. But it's just a way of pulling out all of the columns and trying to create a more of a tabular view of the JSON file. But yeah, a great way of pulling out all of your data, analyzing it, and just putting up some candidates for where you should be spending the time and effort to start protecting data with probably with data masking at one end, or even just removing the column from a view if there's actually no reason to have it in that person's view anyway. And I think that gets us to the end of the session. If you're doing this again yourself, don't run step 11 until you've finally finished, because that just deletes everything we've done. But certainly go through this lab, have a play, try and create some more dynamic rules. So the policy accesses, these policies, try and play around with the policy, put some different policies in there, invent your own rules. And the dynamic masking, again, have a play. Maybe you're happy that you can view male email addresses and not female addresses. So combine some columns together, try and get a little bit more complex. Think about what you would use at work, what your requirements might be. And then ultimately, yeah, try and apply it on your own instances. So I have nothing more to add on my side. I don't know how busy we've been with questions in the back of the presentation. Does anybody want to talk to me? It's all very quiet. I think I've been left to this now. That's fine because I can view the Q&A page. So I'll look at a few of these Q&As. Ah,
Hey, Gary.
I haven't. I thought you were leaving me to it, fella.
I think we've been doing pretty
We
good.
can look at some of these questions. Ragul asking, do we get a recording? Yes, there's recordings going out. The links, yeah, I think they're in
Yeah, all of the links are down here. Most of the links are down here, and we'll be sharing some of the resources with you in a follow-up email. So, just go down here to whoever is on your laptop. There's a resources button, or maybe up top, depending on how you're viewing the Zoom window. There's a tab that says Snowflake Virtual Hands-on Labs, and the on-demand build and all of the resources. And there's some of them we'll share in a follow-up email with you. So don't you worry about it. I'm just going through some of the other questions. Maybe it might be worthwhile revisiting some of those.
There's one here on maximum number of roles that can be created. Yeah, that's a good question. So what I didn't show, I don't think I showed. Tell me if I did. I didn't. When I talked about the APAC, and I said about we create roles, and initially people think that, putting a grant directly from a user to a table is probably the easiest way of doing this. Sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Just share that very quickly. And I said people naturally think that having a grant directly from a user directly to the table is surely the easiest way of doing this. And here we have a model with 6 grants. Here on the right hand side, I've replicated the same thing, but it's required 8 grants. And people think this is a more complicated way of doing things. I promise you it isn't. As I've worked over the years with larger and larger customers, and with Snowflake, I've got the biggest customers I've ever seen with the biggest databases. I mean, just here by adding 2 more users, we have 6 more grants. Whilst using roles, it only requires the 2 extra grants. And I can promise you, we've got customers that have got millions of tables. They've got thousands of users, 10,000 users, not unusual. 1 million tables is not unusual either. Trying to do that record user to table would be impossible. But roles, they work great. Don't worry about how many roles. We have people creating roles programmatically with programmatic tools such as Terraform, and they are creating thousands of roles, but it's still more efficient than trying to maintain all of these individual grants. Because I can promise you this, you will end up with hundreds of millions of potential grants to create and manage. And what you'll see is that is very, very poor visibility. Whereas here, with a role-based access, you've got a very clear visibility of who can see what. So don't worry about the volume of roles you'd be creating. You certainly won't be our largest customer for creating numbers of tables and rows. We've got some extremely large customers who still run fine. They don't have any issues with topping out on these volumes. So I can't remember who asked that question now. That was from lost my.
Yeah, I think I lost that too. But there's another question who asks, how can Snowflake Horizon help predict and prevent security breaches?
We've got a number of things. We'll highlight when passwords have appeared on the dark web. We keep track of that, so we spot password and username password combinations. We've got a lot of things where you can actually prevent people from accessing your instance if they're not from within a certain IP range or a VPN, on virtual cloud and things. So we've got ways of whitelist. We can whitelist IP addresses coming through. The obvious thing is MFA. I mean, there's nothing stronger than simply saying, as soon as I log on, even if I'm using a password, I have to use my phone as well to say it is me. There's probably nothing quite as strong as MFA. That's something we're definitely quite vocal about.
Yeah.
Other things, I mean, we can highlight when people access from unusual IP addresses. You can see who's doing what. We've got a full view of who does what with data. So you can track who looks at every table, because quite often the threat comes from within inside your organization, and you want to know which one of your employees who are, quite correctly accessing the table, but you want to know what is it they're actually doing with your data. That's often one of the biggest threats. Well, we offer a full audit. You can see everybody's query statement, every individual statement, so you know what everybody's run. If you've got a nice, simple role-based access diagram, you can tell straight away what people have potential access to as well. So if some data has escaped, you know potentially who had access to that table in the first place. So there's lots of things that are just baked into Snowflake, which do give you that extra peace of mind.
Super. There's another one of these questions that really like to answer. There's a question from Cavalier who asks, is Databricks the same as Snowflake? Where do we begin?
Let's be honest, we're competitors in the same space. The same, we kind of address the same customer requirements. We do it in different ways. I'm not going to use this as a platform of comparing the two products, but by all means, do your own Google research and look for comparators and see what we both do, what our individual strengths are. This isn't the time or the place, I'm afraid.
Absolutely, and we'd love to understand your use case, Cavalier, what you intend to do with your data. How do you want to do it? We're more than happy to do a one-on-one discussion with you. All of us here at Snowflake are more than happy to assist you, deeper regard on that query. Another one of these questions from Vinod is Horizon and Horizon Catalog the same?
So there's a branding issue. Horizon is our overall arching brand for everything under the security, governance, and visibility umbrella. We also have a catalog, and I get confused myself, I'll be honest, but we've got a catalog which starts looking at, I might be wrong on this one, this could be our iceberg equivalent of Polaris catalog, which obviously we can't use the word Polaris if that is a trade name somewhere else for iceberg catalogs, but there is a catalog we offer internally, which that could be the answer. I should know the answer for that one, I'm afraid, but that's off topic.
Yeah, brilliant. So let's just give it another couple of minutes for everyone. Anyone who wants to ask questions, now is the time. We have Gary joining us live. More than happy to address all of your questions regarding governance.
Can the share be time bound is one question. There's no functionality in there to time bound it. You can certainly build a scheduled task somewhere to end date the time the share. But there is nothing natively to say this share only runs for 2 weeks or 2 months. That's not really something I've ever been asked for, really. But it certainly is that when you kill the share, it immediately kills somebody's access to that share as well. It's immediate. It's no, it just happens. But it is a real-time data share whilst people are looking at your data. So that's quite powerful. If you think about people such as logistics companies, you don't want to be we still have customers that take a nightly CSV file over an FTP server, even this day and age. But if we could connect directly to somebody else's Snowflake instance and have a real-time view of their delivery data, that's immensely powerful. So, yeah.
Excellent. Just looking at another few questions, any open ones. There's one from Sarah who asks, can you garden wall your dynamic data in the platform? And if so, how is it done?
Can we?
I think we're losing you, Gary.
Sorry.
Can you quick
Sorry,
wave?
the question.
Sorry, there's a question from Sarah who asks, can you garden wall your dynamic data in the platform? And if so, how is it done?
Well, it just is governed. In that once you've created that role, it just obeys that role. That the role is just there. You can always go back and see what roles have been in place in the past. You've got a full audit history of who created these rules, sorry. So if you think a rule has changed, you can get evidence of what the rule was in the past. So there's a full auditability there for, well, out of the box, there's 365 days of history as to what these dynamic rules have been, these dynamic masking rules. And yeah, you can even if a table's changed in the past, if you have time travel turned on, you can see how data would have looked at a point in time over the last. So time travel can go up to 90 days. So you could say, I've got a query. I want to know what that table looked like 72 days ago. So that gives you some extra governance on that. That's quite dynamic, is that, how the data's changed. I hope that answers.
Great. There's another question from Anand who asks, is the share limited to other Snowflake accounts only? Are there other platforms supported?
So yes, it has to be a Snowflake account that accesses the data. But one thing you can do is on your account, you can create a reader account. So if you've got somebody, there's a small company that still needs to see your data, but they can't warrant a Snowflake account because they don't do enough. All they do is want to look at your data. You can give them a reader account, which means they've got read access, nothing more, but they can access your shared table. And they do that. You set up their reader account for them, and they have access to it. So they're not strictly in your account. They've got a very, very limited view of everything, but they can see your shared data set. So that's quite a common way of giving total non-Snowflake users access in. The reality is once they've started that, then they start wanting to do more, and they sign up to Snowflake anyway.
Excellent. And just so you know, Anand, if that is another one of your use cases, you could also, as an example, imagine you are you're a manufacturing organization, you're automotive manufacturing organization, you want to share data with regulators. Say, for example, you want to share data with Ministry of Road and Ministry of Road Transport, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. You would be able to do so, but they don't need to be on Snowflake for you to share data with them. So that's another one of the use cases that you could really look at. It's extremely powerful for regulatory reporting too. So
yeah,
they don't need to be on Snowflake. If you're on Snowflake, you can set up a reader account.
And the nice thing for that regulatory body, because I've got one in the sector I work in, is if they're pulling data from more than a few data sources, they can merge it all into a single table, a single view in their instance. So they can build a dashboard where they can view all of their feeder systems in one dashboard. And they can do all of that without actually storing any data themselves because they're querying everyone's data live. But yeah, it's a great way of them having that that conformed data set. So it's a really powerful way because obviously, again, before this, people have got FTP servers or they're walking around the city with a USB drive, handing over USB drives in cafes. We hear of all manner of stories that are quite scary. And now we're saying, just connect your two accounts and just, everything's encrypted. Even during transit, everything's encrypted. There's no risk involved here. It's so much safer than walking around with a sheet of printed data.
Yep. Or maybe, sending Excel spreadsheets, that's another one, yeah?
Absolutely. No emails involved here. It's all Snowflake to Snowflake. Yeah, huge benefit. And because it's real time, I mean, the advantage there of people having real-time access, we talk about regulators. If regulators know of something that's happened, you just look back to COVID. Prior to COVID, we used to share health data in most countries once a month on a monthly return. I know 3 countries I've worked in where health data is shared on a monthly basis back to the government. And now we're saying you can have real-time data. So the moment I've flagged a customer as a patient as having COVID, that number could be immediately available to a regulator You know, you can't underplay just how valuable that is.
Superb. Speaking of data share, Amol asks, who pays for it in that case? If that's a very good question.
It is a good question. This all depends how generous you are as a company or how business-minded you are. So there's a number of models. You can share your data for free. So we have organizations, a lot of government organizations that say, well, we have census data or weather data that belongs to the government that we publish anyway. And because we have the way they normally do it is to have a website with downloads. It actually is a very expensive way of sharing data for that organization. So now they say if they can share it on Snowflake, it's cheaper for them. So they're happy to pay all of the processing because overall it works out cheaper than hosting files to be downloaded. So that's one approach, just sheerly being generous. The second one is you might have some really valuable data that you know people will pay for. So you can put data up in the marketplace. If you have a Snowflake instance, go to marketplace and look at what's available, get a feel for it. And some people say, you just sign up for X dollars per month and you can have access to our data sets. So a lot of the people selling share prices, commodity prices, shipping data, that's things that big companies are willing to pay good money for. And it's real-time data, so it's worth paying the money. So a subscription service. Other people say, we'll charge you per query. So it's almost a pay-as-you-go operation. All depends how much traffic you're going to get from people and how complicated your models are as well. What data are you sharing back? Are you sharing millions of rows of data? Such as in Australia, you have the Australian address data sets, 15 million records. So you're taking a lot of data from them. You wouldn't, if it was a summary table of 10 records, you'd want to put a license up there, a monthly license. You wouldn't make a lot of money selling individual queries if you only have 10 lines of data, but it might be really valuable data. So maybe a monthly subscription is the right way of doing it. Or you can just say, the people themselves, well, they can pay the compute. So there's ways of moving that cost around. But it's a commercial decision for you to make as to whether you want to make money out of this or just be generous.
Excellent. I think we are on time. We have some more questions that are open. As you said, we are always available. We'll be more than happy to address all of your queries. You could reach out to Gary, you could reach out to me or any one of us here at Snowflake, and we'd be very happy to address your queries one-on-one, via email, via LinkedIn, whichever means necessary, we'll get your answer. With that, I'd like to thank Gary for spending late evening with us. It's very late in the day for him. Yeah, 8:30. Is that what it is?
I'm in Perth. It's only 5:30 in Perth.
5:30. Oh, brilliant. All right then. So end of the day for Gary. A couple of more hours for me to go. But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for joining Best of Build APAC. Remember, this is a series. We did day one. We covered lots of ground: Streamlit, Snowflake Notebooks, GenAI, security, zero to Snowflake. Tomorrow, we'll kick off with an opening keynote. We'll be joined by our resident legends, Natalie, Kamesh, Rishu, Prashant from the region. These are experts from the region. So make sure that you join us in the morning. We have so much of fun building stuff here at Snowflake. And then we talk about what Snowflake Cortex does for developers, Apache Polaris, and also Pandas. So that's up for tomorrow. This is a 4-day long series. Remember, join us and we'll see you once again. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Have a good one. And thank you, Gary.